bun.
PKA 724 with our guest OpTic Hecz Halloween edition. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, our wonderful merchandise, and Lock and Load. Hector, you're looking very spooky this evening.
Thank you. Boo.
Dude, I like that you become a Hollywood staple. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah. I promised myself that I was not going to fuck it up this time, and I was going to get my costume ahead of time, and Amazon didn't deliver, so I had to run a long story. Glad we skipped yesterday. I did cancel a bunch of stuff that I wish I should. I'm in the doghouse right now with both the wife and the kid, which is worse than anything. And the Halloween party for the company was yesterday also, so I missed that. But
really,
kind of sucks.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man.
I mean, lots of people get married multiple times now, so you probably you'll catch the next one.
The norm. Yeah.
So your Beetlejuice suit there,
yes,
looks like.
Yes,
I like that a lot.
Guys, are you a hot dog and a hamburger? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes.
Yeah.
No
zero coordination.
No coordination at all.
Get out.
Swear to God. Literally, we showed up to do this yesterday, and Taylor goes, "What the fuck, Kyle?"
Because like right next to my hot dog, when I picked the hot dog one, right next to it was a pickle, and on the other side was that exact burger from Spirit Halloween that Kyle's wearing. And as soon as I saw Kyle in the burger, I realized, like, man, picking the no head part costume was the move. I really fucked up. It's already hot in here.
We're only here for 4 hours. Don't worry.
Do you have a headset inside that thing?
Yeah, it's just coming in through this wire. It keeps falling out, so I have to keep adjusting my wiener head, my dick head.
Yeah, it was zero coordination. I got a $400 lifelike Johnny Knoxville old man mask, but I couldn't glue it to my lips without it pulling all my mustache hair out, so it doesn't sound right. But it looks really good. Now I can go in. Now I can be an old man in public. So I'm going to do some of that later.
I want to show off my costume. Zach, can I go full screen? Because all
right.
Check me out. I got
check me out.
Oh, look at his little skirt.
I got a shield.
Oh shit.
We got a sword. We got a cape.
Yes.
Keep running around with your sword out.
I know. You didn't think the old man had that kind of speed.
That was kind of fast.
No.
I thought you tripped.
Yeah, you looked like you were falling forward.
That's how I run, apparently.
Oh no, Woody's becoming steady.
Yeah. Now, if I were going to be pedantic about it, I'd be like, arrow-wise, that sword, that shield, the look he's going for. I don't know about the historic consistency.
Neither do I.
Where's your helmet at? I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
well, he's got a helmet.
There were a lot of
no, he doesn't. He's got chainmail
costumes that had proper helmets instead of chainmail, but they don't work with headsets.
Yeah, that's the big one. I also got like an over the ear earbud thing in case I was going to wear my old man mask. I don't know what I'm going to do with that.
Does yours smell kind of weird? Not the old man mask, your hamburger.
No, it doesn't really have a smell. If anything, it's got a little bit of a like artificial chemical glue, polyester.
That's the smell I'm getting, but I'm getting I'm getting a lot of it.
Yeah, I'm like a sommelier over here, having waft in the smells.
That's okay. Chinese glue for 4 hours on my skin, all over my body. That's fine.
They use high quality glue.
If your wiener smells, it could be a hygiene thing.
That could be.
And that's true. It could be.
That's why you want to get circumcised, kids.
If my Halloweener stinks.
Amen to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, happy Halloween, everyone.
I turn the lights out. The kids will stay away.
Is that you turn the lights out? That would be. There's no way you did that, right?
I turned the lights out. The kids will stay away. What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't have at least a bucket out there.
What am I gonna do? Get up every time they ring the bell, leave this show, and go hand them?
No, you put a bucket. Like I put a bucket of candy on my front patio so the kids can just grab it and go. If we did the show last night, I would be
in the land of Missouri, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I leave a bucket of candy on my porch. It's gonna be gone in 5 minutes flat.
Yeah,
neighbor will come get it. The neighbor is gonna be like, "Oh shit!" And come
we have a high candy trust here.
Are you guys full bars or snackables?
Every year that I do like something bigger and better, I've found that I always end up eating an enormous amount of it, And
Yeah.
so like for a couple of years in a row now, I've been like, oh, I'm going to be the house that has like all awesome candies. And then
Yes.
I end up eating most of it. And so this year I like tried to go for candy that I still like, but I knew I wouldn't be super tempted.
I give out tiny plastic bags of hand cut celery and carrots. They're very sweaty bags.
Yeah.
I hope someone burns
Health,
you
yeah.
alive.
Wouldn't that be the worst?
I hope
No,
you're
I'm not-
emerging from your house with your melted Chinese burger costume still clinging to you, wishing that you'd given those kids a little bit of holiday spirit.
To be fair, the sesame seeds on that bun look very real.
Oh, they are. I mean, look under my cheese here. Look at that. Look at that lettuce.
Oh,
Yeah, you see that?
Kyle,
I-
this is not
I
an
got mo-
X-rated
Well, you haven't
show.
even seen my meat yet. I was gonna save that for later.
yeah.
Get
You
that out.
whore.
I did not
Flame
know your
boiled
meat
over
was
here,
that dark.
boys.
Hex, are you a full bar or what are you doing?
Well, a full bar.
Yeah.
Yes.
I used to be.
Yes,
10 years ago, like I used to give out candy so good it was kind of a flex. Like that
shots
was
to the neighbors, to the parents.
Oh my god, you beat me. All right, I respect. Yeah. But now I'm Long Driveway
great.
Club, and nobody's come to my house for 8 years.
Yeah.
I don't even try anymore.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah.
trick or
Just
treat anymore. I don't think. I don't think
those little cardboard shots. Pour one in there. See you later.
That's
Most
fine.
of them
that's
say, most of them
amazing.
say, "Oh no." And I'm like, "I'll take it for you." Fucking chocolate bars. Just,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were having fun. You guys were not having fun. Like drunk.
Yes, I'm
yelling
chewing
for-
on my.
I don't even see
I'll
any kids
fucking-
trick or treating though. Like I'm looking out the window. I don't see anybody out there.
I mean,
every
it's
year.
only 6:40 where you're at.
Yeah, but like what they do. All right. So like in the movies and as a kid, I thought this was what Halloween was going to be like. We wander neighborhoods in the pitch black darkness in costumes alone and get candy door to door at strange houses. In reality, everybody meets in a parking lot and pops their trunk of their car. And every trunk of a car has a laundry basket full of candy in it. And
Mm.
everybody just does a circle. And that's what
sucks.
trick or treating is.
Well,
now.
that's what it was for you because you're so rural.
No,
Like,
no, that's not what it was. No, I went door to door.
Yeah,
We
the
drove
movie
into
thing is my childhood experience. My parents had loose reins on us, so we'd stay out way too late. We'd be out till like 10 p.m. People would be like, "Why are you knocking on my door? It's bedtime." Like, "Well, you got any left?" We bring 2 pillowcases. We went big.
Yes.
like
Pillowcase.
the
Pillowcase was
places
the fucking move. 100%.
I always the place that would have those like trunk things was often like a local church. And so when I was like really young, my dad would like try and maximize our candy haul because he also was like one of those dads who's like, "Oh, all these kids having such a fun time getting all the candies." And then we get home and the mask drops and he's like eating so much candy. And so he'd like have us running around like getting entire neighborhoods worth. And then he'd be like, "All right, everybody in the SUV, we can still hit St. John's if we're quick." And then like that would be like an addendum candy thing where it's like a loot room at the end of a dungeon.
They have Catholics where you're from?
Yeah, a ton of Catholics.
Wow, we ran them all out of here.
Did
Oh,
your
well-
parents inspect your candy?
They inspected
No.
my candy as a way to like my dad would be like, "Oh, I got to make sure these don't have razor blades. I got to
I'll
make
eat
sure
all
this
the
isn't
poison."
poisonous." My dad was like a Twix thief.
Mm.
Really?
Like good luck if you wanted a Twix and he found it in there.
My
Frustrating.
parents would inspect my candy, but the trust wasn't there. So I would want to inspect them inspecting the candy.
Yeah.
You know, I need some supervision on that.
It's about, I mean, a syringe is all it would take, right? Like you won't even see the hole in the packaging. I think.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
I could
Somebody
definitely
was trying
poison
to do
kids.
that.
Because for me, obviously living in Juarez, we used to go to El Paso, and back then it was really obviously I was born in El Paso, so we could go and trick or treat
Mhm.
there. At the time, Mexico didn't, or my part of Mexico didn't really celebrate it as much. But we would go, and it was literally from the moment that the sun hit the sunset, it was fucking on, and it was the best. And
Trick or treat
believe
all
it or
day?
not,
The moment the sun hit, is that sunrise?
no, the moment the sun hit the sunset or the sunset period of the day, we were running candy corn. Believe it or not, to this day is one of my have to haves
Oh.
during Halloween. 100%.
Boys.
And the Tootsie Rolls.
Dude, you and I are in the minority on that. Everyone acts like candy corn is a substandard candy.
No.
It is. Yeah.
No, man.
It's garbage. What about the LGBTQ Tootsie Rolls? You know, all the other colors. The green one, the yellow one, the blonde
So,
one.
there's a chasm of difference. There's
a
yeah.
lime Tootsie Roll.
Yeah,
Like,
some of
they
the
come in all
lime one,
colors.
the lime one is solid. There's like a cotton candy one that's really good, but then there's like I think a red one that kind of sucks. It's not like terrible. I just mean like if it's worse than the regular Tootsie Roll, I'm like, this one is useless. But
I
like,
wanted to go
the
trick or
blue
treating.
and the yellow ones are solid.
I wanted to
And
go
the
trick or treating like a year or two after I should have, but I didn't. I wanted to go when I was like 14 or 15, and I do remember having some thoughts, even when I was 16, of being like, I got wheels now. I could make it. I could fucking put a mask on, and I could just hit all the neighborhoods in the county.
That's the firm line in the sand for age. Is like
Imagine,
if you can drive, you're too old for it.
Yeah.
Imagine a car
I don't
pulls up
agree.
your sidewalk. I jump out, run to your door. Hurry, come on. Oh.
No,
my car drive to the next house next door to the same.
Dude, a
thing.
golf cart would be the move for that. But
So
I
we
do-
have that.
if
We
you wear a
decorate, we
costume,
decorate ours. What's that?
I'm excited that you came
Yeah.
to my house. I don't care
Yes.
if you're 35, 45, 15. All those numbers are good for me. I enjoy the costume. Come, let me see. And I wish we had trick or treaters.
I think at some point you graduate
fun.
to, or you at least experiment with going to go get candy at the mall, right? Going from store to store to see what they have. You guys ever done that?
No.
No, I didn't even know that was an option.
Yeah, at the mall, like stores would have candy, and some would have like gifts and shit. Like if it was an electronic store, they would throw in like batteries or like fun shit.
Here, and a sock full of batteries for you, little Jonathan.
Kids have a D cell. Tossing them into the crowd.
Radio Shack's giving out terrible candy. Here's an RC battery. Go
Ooh,
give them
12
one for.
volt. I need a camping lantern now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Woody with the and Hex. I guess I only disagree with you, Kyle, that like it's fun when a bunch of kids come up to your house and you get to see like it just puts you right back to being that age, and it's like, damn, I remember how fucking
I don't think
fun
I've
this
ever
was.
done it. I don't think I've ever done it.
Oh, it's a good.
I
And I
had a
candy?
treater come to my house.
you know what I like? I like the end of the night treaters because then I'm like,
Turn the lights out.
I'm like just a giveaway master where they like I let them take one thing and then I'm like, nah, motherfucker,
There's
both
been-
hands in there twice. You go crazy. I'm gonna put you in a wind tunnel with all the candy flying around and you grab as much as possible. It's great.
I think we usually do the show like right on Halloween one way or another, and it seems like that always interferes. So that's part of it. But I also just don't want to deal with children coming to my house and take.
Well, it
giving
seems
them
like you have
candy.
a bunch of thieves running around stealing candy.
Oh, I
off your
just
porch.
can't imagine. Look, I don't care where you
trust?
live.
No.
The idea of
I
leaving
know.
a bucket full of candy out on the
Honor
front
system
porch
for candy? No way.
with children. It's children. You see, nothing on Reddit pleases me more than the people in offices who eat other people's lunches and then
Yes.
they essentially poison that person. And that
Oh,
always
yeah.
shocked me. It's like, how the fuck can you eat another man's lunch
No.
at your work?
Well, I mean, that's just
Yeah.
rude. Yeah, you can't.
It's
but then
more than rude. It's
No, it's,
Yeah.
it's
very rude.
Yeah.
shameful.
Shameful, and but it's also insane to not just like catch the person and be like, Scott, enough. Take the hot
you don't
pocket
catch
out.
him though. How many days in a row would I eat your prosciutto fucking magnifique before you just had a meltdown in front of
One,
the whole
I'll be
office?
smelling everyone's breath in the office, and I will have you nailed. You'll be in the bathroom, like locked, like looking for 5 o'clock, and I'll find you.
You bring in like a half pound of Iberico ham,
Mm.
and I just put it away.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
they're saying, like,
speaking
I
of
can't
Iberico.
carve it at my desk. Oh wow, I can't bring big knives. to work.
Speaking of Iberico ham, you just got back from Spain, right, Heck?
Just got back from Madrid. Had a bunch of it there.
Nice.
That's
Impressed.
sick.
Yeah.
That's the
Very
best in the
impressed.
world.
Very impressed.
I'm
Yeah.
told that every time you go into a bar there, they've just got a leg of it sitting, and they'll slice pieces of it off and give it
I
to you.
don't know how that works. I don't know how that is sanitary. I don't know how it works. I don't know how, like, because it is true. You walk into any restaurant and they're like carving it into dishes that they're gonna hand out. But yeah, I don't know how that works from a sanitation standpoint, or like how do
It goes so fast.
Yeah.
flies don't go in there and lay an egg, and you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you
Was
can
that
eat
your-
fly eggs.
First time in Madrid?
Yes, first time in Spain. Yeah,
That's cool. How long were you there?
1 week, and then we took on the third to last day, we took a road trip from Madrid to Barcelona, spent a night in Barcelona, came back, spent one more night, and then flew back.
Nice. Is it for a pro event?
Vacation.
Oh, just vacation.
What's
Dude,
cool in
vacation.
Barcelona or Madrid?
Madrid, 100%.
Oh,
I'll tell you why.
Barcelona.
Madrid has more. Barcelona's got its magic, sure, but for me, Barcelona quickly became in my top 4 cities that I've ever been to, easily. Just the architecture, the ease of getting around. Everything's walkable. You're not walking more than 30 minutes to dinner if you don't want to, and every dinner that you go to is fire. Obviously, it depends on where you're at, but I stay in the center of the city.
Did you see any of the flooding? Because I know in Valencia, which is like south
a little
where
bit
you
south.
were.
Yeah, no, that happened that the day that we flew back. Really sad. I don't even know what happened. It's like a flash flood, but what caused by what? A tsunami? Like what?
It was a couple different things.
Tsunami.
I think there was some coastal stuff. It's right on the coast, and there was this like what we would call a lake. I don't know what they called it, inland, and it seemed like that lake, in addition to the coastal flooding, just swamped a huge area there.
60 people dead.
What?
Wow.
Some of the pictures look like something out of a 2012 disaster movie. You know, when the streets will flood and the cars are like tumbling over one another and making this ridiculous pile up, and it's like that would never happen like that. There's pictures of the aftermath where the cars and the trash are just filling the street like a Lego set or something. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane. I had no idea this was going on.
Look at this. Look at this. That's tragedy.
Yeah, that really sucks.
You know what's fucked up?
Whoa.
That's what I was talking
That looks
about.
photoshopped. I'm not saying it is.
The day that we got to Barcelona, which is on the same coastal side, it was mega windy. There's pictures
Like a
on
captcha.
Yes. Like
the bus.
Crosswalk. Anyway, I looked at my dad and I'm like, because I took my parents with, they've never been out of the country. Here, I told my dad, I'm like, all right, Pop, tsunami, waves coming your way. Where do you go? And then he's like, oh, I'm going to go this way, that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I would do the same thing. Right. And a day later, this shit happens. I'm like, oh my God, I wish I hadn't said that. You know,
would your dad's escape route have worked?
Might have caused it.
For me, yes.
For you?
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you spoke it into existence, man. Some of the stuff that
Dude, you talk about speaking things into
do you have?
existence. I was watching this Navy SEAL story, and the guy was talking about they're going out on a mission, and his buddy and him are like shitting around with each other. Like apparently they're just a bunch of like. It sounds like a high school football team when they describe the SEAL teams because they're all just chewing Red Man and just being shitty to one another. But they were joking around with one another, and the guy goes, "I hope you get fucking shot tonight." And he got shot that night in the head.
No.
Like he lived, but like he got shot that night. And so they get back, and that guy's a mess. And he's telling everybody, he's like, "Oh my God, I feel so awful. I told him, I hope you get shot tonight." They're like, "Why would you say that? Why would you ever say that?" Like everybody has a meltdown. It's great.
Bad. Yeah. It was
How bad
crazy.
were the injuries? Do you know?
His arm was shattered, shot into. It took a few months to heal up, and the head thing was fine because of his nods and his helmet. But he got an infection from the evacuation running through blindly now without nods into gross stuff with all the wounds and shrapnel. But
what is this word? Nods? Nods?
Night vision goggles.
Oh, okay.
But long story short, he was back on the SEAL team shooting people. It wasn't even SEAL team, it was Delta Force. He was back there shooting people a few months later. Like as soon as his arm was healed and he could pass the test, he was back. He tried to sneak back.
So one Navy SEAL told another Navy SEAL he hoped they got shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they did that night.
That's a bit different than like people at the bank or like at Stone Cold Creamery being like, "I hope you get shot, you raspberry scooping idiot." Like, no, like
I
this
thought
is
they were
like
football players.
Yeah,
Like,
how
got a little
would he-
mixed up
he's
in
like,
the
"Oh my
story
goodness,
somewhere.
I never would have imagined my Navy SEAL teammate could be shot at." And it's like,
Right.
I thought that was
That's what they
all
do.
that you guys did is get shot at and shoot people.
Yeah. I love those podcasts. Those have become one of my favorite things. The like special forces guys and the Delta Force guys talking about going on missions and doing crazy shit.
Which podcasts are they?
I don't pay attention to the host. I don't know their names. I never know anybody's names. I kind of
listening
like
to
joining them,
stories.
yeah, I'm just listening to the story. I almost want the host to shut up because I just want his story. And it's always crazy shit. It'll be like stuff that you wouldn't think would even happen. There was one guy who was Delta Force, and they sent him on a solo mission looking for the people who smuggled Osama bin Laden out of Afghanistan. And he just dressed like a native, kept quiet, and hitchhiked and took buses deep into Afghanistan for days and days and days. And they're like, "What if anybody asks you anything? Just act like you're dumb as fuck, you know?" Like,
How does that
and they
work?
showed up, like he just blended in somehow and didn't get murdered. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff.
blended in.
I'm so mixed on Navy SEAL stuff. On one hand, stories like that, love them.
That guy was
Can't
Delta
get
Force.
enough. I love
Those are the cool
Army
guys.
stories. That's the best. But sometimes they'll go on a podcast and be like, "Yeah, it was rough in Beirut. I don't even like to talk about it." Well, you're on a podcast. You fuck shit. Talk about it. That's what you're here for. Or they do this. Navy SEAL disapproves of Donald Trump's tariff plan. Yeah, well, if you have any questions about armory or bullets or something, ask the Navy SEAL guy. You want to know taxes? Talk to an accountant.
Yeah.
That would be fun to have a Navy SEAL on and then only ask, like, so what, when you're over there, like, and chilling, like, what shows do you watch? Like, just asking just boring shit.
The problem is a lot of them aren't good storytellers. So you'll be listening and you're like, and the guy will have to stop. And he's like, wait, so you shot that guy? Oh yeah, shot him. It's like, you should have punctuated that moment.
Yeah.
The moment where you shot the man. You just kind of moved past it with like he was just like, and I engaged that guy. And then I look on the roof and like, whoa, you engaged him? Yeah, I shot him in the face and it exploded. All right, well, say that. That's much better. Like they're not great at telling stories.
Right. Sometimes the right host though can.
You also don't want to run into the one that's like, dude, and then all of a sudden it's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
shot him, and it was like a slow motion bullet. It was like the movie Wanted with Angelina Jolie, and I fucking curved this shit. The second that it fucking hit its forehead, it peeled back the eyebrows first. Below that, this cranium started crack. It was awesome.
Oh, first,
then you're like,
yeah,
first confirmed collateral.
And then this is the thing. This is the thing, Joe, that they don't want to say, and all the other special forces guy will tell you. You get hard.
You come a little.
You're
come a little.
You're leaking a little bit. That's why they hold
Didn't help that I was on locker mode.
I wore a condom on every engagement, Joe. I'd fill that thing up before I got back. I tell you, every night.
That's how we knew if we'd done a good job that day, how full your condom was. If it was barely clinging onto your dick, being pendulous with the weight of semen, you knew you killed a lot of evil that day. I don't believe your track record anymore.
Aren't you glad you didn't go do that? Did you ever think about joining the military?
Never. Not once. Not even seriously.
A little.
I did in high school, for sure.
Yeah.
Where were you going to go if you wanted to next?
Oh, I had no concept. Oh.
No, you go.
No, he asked you.
Yeah, I think Army was the only thing that was like popular to me back then, or something that I heard a lot of. They had ROTC there, and I almost joined that, and I did want to serve, and then all of a sudden, just like something else happened, and my mind was just somewhere else. But yeah, I told my dad, I'm like, yo, I don't think college is for me, so I'm either going to go and get a job, a serious one, or I'm gonna join the Army. My pops was like, all right.
He supported whatever you decided.
Oh yeah.
After 9/11,
good dad.
Like I took it. I was mad. I was really mad. And there were so many sad stories about those people that were flying out of the building, jumping from the flames and shit. We saw all that. I was mad, and it seemed like we were going to get him. And George Bush was gung ho after he crawled out of his hole. Like after they told him it was coast was clear and he crawled out, he was gung ho. He was like, I hear you, and pretty soon the people that knock down these buildings are going to hear all of us. And I was like, fuck yeah, that sounds good. I wanted them to build the towers back exactly the way they were. Or I saw one mock-up where it was just a hand giving the middle finger, put in towers.
I've seen that.
Put in towers.
But
Should've
yeah,
like that.
I thought seriously about going, and I talked to Dad about it, and he was like, nah, you don't want to do that. They'll kill you over there. And I was like, nah. No, but we had like a serious conversation about it. And he was like, you really don't want to do that. You think, let's go wait till next year. Let's see how the war goes. I think he said something like that. Let's see how the war goes. Like you don't want to be the first man across the line. Let's let them go out and clear things out and build all the forward operating bases that you'll be staying in. Let's let all that happen first.
My friend ended up in Iraq just mowing down people who can't fight back, really.
It would have depended. I don't know what was going on in 05. Was 05 still 05 was Afghanistan. I don't think we'd done Iraq yet.
No, we were in Iraq.
We were probably in both at that point. Yeah, because 9/11 was 2001.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so 4 or 5 years later, we were into it.
We were in both of them still in like 2009. I know because my friend, the Marine guy, shout out to him. He was like doing ROTC for like one semester, and we were in college together because his parents were like, okay, if you're going to do this, because he was one of those kids who like, when we went to kindergarten together and they asked like all of us, like, what do you want to be? and everyone had like bullshit kindergarten answers like a sports star,
Ice
a
cream
baseball
man.
legend, and he
Dinosaur.
was like, I want to be a frontman Marine who breaches doors, and like knew exactly what he wanted to be. And he did like half of a semester of ROTC, and then he's like, dude, this is gay. The war's going to be over by the time I get there. I'm dropping out. And his parents tried to stop him, and he just dropped out and joined the Marines anyway. And then went over there and fought and did his thing.
Was he in Fallujah? Where did he go?
I believe he was. Yeah.
Did he kick down doors?
That's in Afghanistan, right?
I don't know,
Fallujah?
but I know Fallujah is like one of the crazier.
No,
Fallujah was like a city of terrorists, and they surrounded it, and they went door to door and got them all.
He kicked down doors. That was one of his jobs. Like
I think a lot of Americans died in Fallujah. There's a game I think maybe called 6 Days in Fallujah or something like that, and it's that you get to play as your buddy. You should tell him about it. He'd love that.
I bet he would. Like
they made a game about you, and
Wait, he would like it.
I bet he's still like he loves like he knows he would never go join the military again because we're in our 30s now. But like he still keeps up with a lot of his Marine buddies and guys who are still in, and so he'll talk to us and be like, "Oh, he's into a lot of the same stuff Kyle is, where he's like, oh, these new planes are fucking sick. Look at this video of these new guns and like the way they're doing this mechanization now. And oh, the Ukrainians thought this is how it was going to go, but then the Russians did this, which we haven't seen like in a modern war in a long time. Like just an interested at seeing how wars play out, which I think is kind of similar to what you view for Kyle, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, I was just I liked World War II stuff so much in high school. And my dad did too. So we'd watch anytime we had the remote control, we were watching History Channel probably. And the History Channel was basically World War II all day, every day. And so I was really fascinated by that. And so to see this new European war that's in the modern era, it is fascinating. It's crazy to watch. The stuff we did in Iraq and Afghanistan was different, was like very different. This is a real war. This is chess pieces moving around the board and all sorts of counterattacks and new weapons and learning and weapons being developed as the war goes. It's been.
Are we talking about Ukraine right now?
Yeah.
Modern warfare.
Seeing those drones drop the thermite on those guys, or seeing like I saw some advanced like tactics this week where they're moving Ukrainians are moving multiple APCs and multiple tanks coordinated with drones, and it's like they edit the video together and it's like a movie. It's like as soon as they start taking
I saw
fire
the one
from
where
over
they
here.
were. I saw one that dropping thermite on in the little there was like a little forested area.
Yeah,
that shit was nuts.
Can you
Thermite
imagine being in a
doesn't blow
hole
up,
and looking up
does
and
it?
seeing that?
Thermite isn't for exploding; it's for burning through stuff, right?
Yeah. I don't know that it was thermite. It could have been some kind of white phosphorus. It's some sort of it's a chemical agent that's burning super, super hot, like thousands of degrees. And
White phosphorus is that really scary one, right?
Yeah, I think Willie Pete is another thing they call it. It's probably Willie Pete's probably a mixture of things. But yeah, it's incendiaries they drop from the sky, basically that stick to you.
What were you
and burn
mixing?
you.
What were you mixing during the show? What was it called? The mix that you
tannerite is what he said.
Tannerite.
Oh yeah, for explosives, tannerite.
Yeah,
but I've used thermite before, and I've used
something else. Red dot. I don't know what that was.
Oh, that's just another kind of ammonium nitrate explosive agent. It's just sensitized. There's another agent, so it'll blow up more easily or even be flame sensitive. But it's essentially ammonium nitrate that's giving it all the pop. That's the explosive part of it.
That's pretty cool. Too bad.
And napalm. We did napalm too. I wanted to make real napalm, so we ordered chemicals off the internet.
Is it safe to have a few pounds of that just sitting in your attic?
Napalm?
No, tannerite.
Oh, so safe. So
Good.
safe. Yeah. like so safe. It's by this time a little bit of moisture has seeped in and it's become partially inert, and all those tiny little prilled balls have formed into a solid thing now. You'd have to like take a ice pick to it to get it to work again.
By the attic, though.
And you're going to tell me that's safe too?
Oh, 100% safe. Like there's not like
I always take an ice pick to my explosives. You're fine.
I've had plenty.
If it did go off magically, the attic's got to be the worst possible place.
Yeah, put it under your bed. What are you thinking?
Put it in the corner of the basement you don't care about as much.
No,
and
the attic's
on the
perfect.
bottom. I don't think you know how bombs work. Like,
Is this like a known thing that you keep your stuff up there?
Me?
His thermite?
I don't have
I
a
think he's
basement.
just got some
I just had
explosives
some
left
extra.
over
I
from.
don't know.
Yeah. No, there's
Oh,
nothing
I
wrong with that. That
Forget
stuff's
North Carolina
super
is
safe.
one of those no basement states.
Mm.
Yeah, they're rare around here. I don't know anyone with one.
That's so
Yeah,
weird.
Yeah,
We don't have any basements in Texas either, except for Seth. Seth's house has a basement.
in New Jersey. A lot of people have basements. I had one.
Yeah, Chicago too, suburbs, everything.
Yeah.
I think it's because
Midwest,
there's clay underneath us. So Seth, as I don't know if you guys know this, but he lives in the same neighborhood as me, and he lives right here. And then Nate Shot just moved in, literally like also down the street to the
Nice.
right. Yeah. So we're here. We're taking over.
You've got kind of a compound, a survivalist compound
yes.
being built.
Yes.
How's everything on the OpTic side from a tournament level?
Good. We just won a world championship, our second in the history of our organization.
Hell yeah.
It was
Damn.
the Call of Duty World Champs. It felt good.
Who's
we
on the
missed
team
it.
now?
The people that won it is Kenny, Pred from Australia. Then we have my man Dashi and Shotzi,
Gotcha.
being coached by Karma.
Man,
I'm
And
too
it's-
out of
it's
the scene.
interesting
I
how
don't know these guys
similar-
anymore. I'm
how
like
similar,
Skunk.
like,
He's
gaming
the
nicknames.
best Slayer, right?
Still to this day.
It'll
Still
never
he'll
change.
say.
Big timer. He's the strategist. He's clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, dude. He just moved away. It's the first time in like over a decade that we haven't lived in the same area. So he's gone. He moved on. As a kid, still day trading. So
That's good.
He can be everywhere. Yeah,
I always
happy for
thought
him.
he was. I was a fan of him because he seemed a little more level-headed and mature than
Oh, yeah.
most of the people on the scene, and that's actually pretty important. It's easy for teams to start hating each other. They get envious of one another, and he's more of a calming leading force. It was good to have him.
Yes.
how often do you are the teams getting switched up and people get relegated or someone else gets boosted up? If it's only seems like it's 4 people.
Yeah. It's
Like-
just the players know who they want to play with. They pick and choose. They'll deliberate amongst themselves and then make an offer, extend an invite, and that's how it goes. That's how
still
it'll
stay
be
out of
for a
that
very long
decision?
time.
Has it-
Absolutely.
Has it evolved?
Okay.
So it hasn't evolved yet to like binding contracts where you've got.
Oh no,
people
yeah. No, of course. Of
Okay.
course.
All right.
Yeah, that's been in place for over a decade, since 2012, 13.
Since Wings got scammed.
Wait, I remember how he got scammed.
Oh, I don't remember.
He got
the
offered
details anyway.
a contract and shit.
Oh no, he owned
Envious.
Envious.
Ah,
Yeah.
I forgot about that. That's
Yeah.
Did he
Yeah, I
buy
forgot about
someone a
that.
half a plane ticket or something?
Yeah, he bought somebody half a plane ticket and then claimed a percentage of Envious, and then he was getting involved with player trades and stuff on Twitter.
love
It was-
that.
Love that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Good
I
times.
don't know how much
That's
of
so
that's
funny.
Wings
true.
is the best.
that I don't know all the details of that story, but that sounds hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm 90% correct.
No, you're right. I remember now.
Yeah.
As you started to say it, I'm like, oh fuck yeah, that's the envy thing.
Yeah, it's a long fucking time ago. It's forever. I watched JD Vance on Joe Rogan today. Did anybody catch any of that?
Not yet.
I just know that it happened. I
some of
saw
it.
some highlights.
While
I'll be-
I was exercising.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think Trump did a great job on there, but I thought JD Vance in the 45 minutes of it I just watched, he did over 3 hours.
He's a good
in the
speaker.
Man, he came off personably. He came off as a nice guy, and he's talking about his kids and shit. And I gotta admit, I like him. I don't like if I didn't know what his policies were, I was just he's a likable guy. I thought he did really well. And I gotta say, Trump finally did what I've been begging the campaign to do forever, and that was embrace the memes. See, if I were part of the Trump team, we'd have been doing a train tour. The Trump train would have been a literal thing. Yes, presidents used to do this all the time. FDR did it. Like you'd be on the back of the train, and it would stop at every stop, and the people would be gathered there, and you'd do a rally at each stop of the train.
Mhm.
I would have had a Trump train going across the country, even if we had to lay fucking track. But he went after Biden in that call called Trump supporters garbage or trash or whatever. Trump went and got Garbage Force One or Trump Force Garbage or whatever
Trump
the fuck
Force
that
garbage?
was. He got a big ass garbage truck and branded it with Trump stuff and put on a garbage man suit, and he rode to his rally as a garbage man, and then he continued to wear it when he went on stage. It was hilarious.
That's kind of fun.
It was
I didn't
hilarious.
watch any of that.
And he had so much makeup on that he's darker than Hex. like
Was he doing even more than usual? Because
I haven't been
way
fishing.
more. It was
I
a
haven't been
rainy
fishing.
day, so I'm just guessing, but it was a rainy day. So I'm guessing that maybe they had to lacquer him up good so it was waterproof. It wouldn't run like Giuliani. Giuliani had the hair thing. Yeah, I think they slacked a coat of some clear on him or something, and it made he was so dark. If you can, I would say almond. He was at almond level.
There in his high visibility shirt.
Genuinely darker than Kamala. Like if you use one of those Home Depot paint checkers, like she'd be burnt sienna and he'd be almond mocha or some shit. Like,
Man, you're a good color swath namer. Just off the cuff. This guy
There we
paint.
go. Jeez. I mean, look at the hand. Hands are the first thing they go dark, right? Like they're the most exposed at all
Not
times.
here, no, but you can't
Not
argue
him.
with the evidence.
He uses the Kyle approach to golf. 2 gloves. always hidden.
that's how you golf, Taylor. All the pros.
Nobody
know.
golfs like that.
Whenever you talk about this, me and all the other pros out there, we laugh at you because we know that we're not out there hot dogging it like some people. We're putting both our gloves on and we're giving 100%. Okay.
Hot dogging it. I like
Me and all my
Yeah,
own
like
like 2 gloves when we golf.
What's your handicap down to now? Just curious.
4.
4. Okay. Damn it. I was hoping you'd say something retarded there. Like something easy to make fun of because you don't know how to golf.
No, I really sharpened up my short game. That was the problem. I was always able to drive. And like those 125 little chippers, like I got no issue there. I can get out of the traps, but that short game was terrible. I don't know.
Do you golf at Hex or not really?
No. But I'm involved with a brand called Good Gaming. The golfers, they're just golfing YouTubers that fucking do dope ass golf stuff. One of the guys, Matt Sharf, has hit like 4 hole-in-ones. One of them being the longest putt hole-in-one in the history of golf.
Wait, it's a hole-in-one, but he just putted? Was it
Yeah.
mini golf?
No.
Okay, because I've done that too.
Do you know how
I
far
have
it
more than
is?
4 mini golf.
I think 146 yards.
So he like smacked it with the putter off the tee box.
I don't know.
I think he sat it on the ground and he putted 100 like clearly downhill.
Yeah, but that would you couldn't keep it on the
Or
ground.
maybe he smashed it. I don't know. I kind of
You'd
want to
have
watch the video
smash it.
now.
Like, you can't putt a ball hard enough that it's going to roll through all that fairway.
I've never swung a putter that hard.
Yeah.
That would feel
I
weird.
haven't either. You'd have to stand
Actually, I
up
did one
weird
time.
over
I was putting with like my football team when I was like Pee Wee football, and I drove a golf ball into this kid's ribs like 15 yards away. I don't know what I was thinking, but instead of putting, I just gave it all I got and call it luck, call it skill, but I hit that ball so squarely and drove it right into this kid's ribs, and it made an audible thunk and dropped him.
Yeah.
Him. He cried. Coach was so pissed.
So two things to note. 2 of his hole-in-ones were on a par 4
That's
on video.
impressive.
It's fucking insane. Yeah,
Is that
Yeah.
more impressive or less impressive? A par
More.
4 is it
more.
better?
It's way
Usually it's
more.
on 3,
Yeah.
right?
the
Way more.
higher the par is, the longer the hole is. And so
Is it
like
how many tries you have to get?
I just
into
didn't know
it?
what a normal hole was. Is 4 pretty typical? That's what I was asking, I guess.
4 is a hard one.
3, 4, and 5 are the most typical, but there's a lot of courses, especially more casual, where it's like just a par 3 course. Everything is
I
par
see.
3 there.
So
And
they're 3, 4, and 5, but people get the hole-in-ones on the 3s typically. I think I get it.
typically, yeah, like a par 5, you'd have to do something. You'd have to be like that big fat guy who like drinks and smokes all day, and
John
somehow,
Daly,
yeah, you'd have to be like
golf
John.
knowing kid.
Dude, I love like every once in a while I'll like go on a John Daly hole on YouTube and just listen to other not doctors, other golfers talk about him, and they'll be like, yeah, you just see him go up there and he's like visibly hungover. He's drinking again. He's like on his 13th cigarette of the morning, and it's 8:15. And then like I'm like, this is my chance to knock out John Daly, to get ahead of him. And then he just drives it 435 yards, something in physical impossibility to other professionals. Then he says,
Tiger
hell
Woods
yeah,
story.
and opens another beer and got in his car. And it was like, this guy rocks.
I don't remember it super well, but the Tiger Woods story is great. Where like Daly was playing Woods the next day, and Woods is out shooting balls, practicing or something, and then he's turning in early for bed. He's hitting some 10 p.m. bedtime or something, and he sees Daly drinking in the bar, like downstairs in the hotel, and he's like, "You turning in, John?" He's like, "Not anytime soon." And he's like, "I think he might have stayed up all night drinking. And then he's like, I drank all that night. And the host has to ask him, he's like, who won? Oh, I beat the shit out of him. Like that wasn't even part of a story for him that he beat Woods the next day. It was just like, yeah, we drank all night, had a good time.
Dude,
I like Daly a lot.
You see how hard he swings the driver, and he's like using his fatness and his girth to power him, to throw momentum behind it.
It's
like
one of those things that's like not at all cool, but feels kind of cool anyway. Like when Charlie Sheen was doing that, Tiger Blood hashtag winning stuff. You're like, this is actually a man in distress who's having a hard time, whose life is about to crash, and it did. And John Daly feels the same way, but until it crashes, it's kind of cool.
Well, he's been doing it for 30 years or something like that. Like he's built his life around it. Have you seen that motorhome he lives in?
I know it's dope, but like, is it really?
He's a cool guy.
I don't want to be drunk and smelling like cigarettes all the time. I don't want to be that fat. Like I wouldn't trade places with John Daly.
That's fair.
I think that's what he likes, and it sounds like they talk about the amounts of beers he'll drink, like cases of beers and stuff, and he's a prodigious drinker. So I think he handles it. He clearly handles it better than most people, and it's not just building a resistance.
He's one of the best all-time professional golfers. So he handles it better than most people.
Can you imagine if he just tried? If he was 180 pounds and jogging every morning at 5 a.m. and then eating his all-natural breakfast and then heading out to the links?
I wonder what that version of his like. So I'm a bit of a basketball fan. They often talk about Shaquille O'Neal and how he didn't work very hard. But would his career have been better if he practiced harder, or would he just be injured all the time? He was saving that battery for the game.
That's what Donald Trump believes. That's his theory of exercise, is that all human beings have like we're essentially a battery that cannot recharge. We have a finite amount of go-go juice in us. And so exercising is counterproductive. You're just running your finite battery juices down. Save that. Rest during the day. Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
That's the best like way to rationalize not working out ever. Being like, nope, I'm actually taking the even healthier route, actually. Doing that. Yeah, it's always weird when you see a professional athlete who has a lot of promise, but clearly doesn't give a shit about the sport. There was this one guy on I think the first overall pick in the NHL in 2002. Everyone's like, oh, this guy from, Eastern Europe, he's incredible. He's so good at hockey. The only problem is he clearly doesn't have fun playing hockey at all. He doesn't enjoy it, but he has all the raw talent. And he faded out of the league way before his time because he'd be straight up giving interviews. I think Alexander Digel was his name. They'd give him interviews and they'd be like, so it doesn't seem like you gave it your all. And he's like, it is, if I'm being totally honest, I hate being here. I hate playing here. I don't like hockey. It is not something I enjoy. This is a job for me. And so, yes, this is my job. I'm not having fun.
Speaking of that attitude, did you see what happened with the Colts quarterback?
You do.
So the Colts, I think he's a new quarterback. I think he's a young guy. And he called himself out of the game at one point in the game. He's like bench, he wanted to go to the bench and wanted the old veteran, I can't remember who it is, Flacco or somebody, to come in and play for him. And after the game, they asked, Anthony Richardson's the young quarterback's name that called himself out, and it was Flacco. Damn. In the press conference, they asked him, what happened there? What was going on that play? Did you just have something drawn up for Flacco? Or he's like, well, I did a lot of running out there and I was tuckered out and I thought I needed to take a little rest. And they're like, are you serious? And so he's been getting trashed on like all the old former players who are talking heads now are just shitting on him. It's like, you're not a steel worker.
What do you think? Is he wrong or right?
Yeah, he's wrong. Nobody else is calling themselves out of the game. He's the quarterback. He runs least of all. Those guys who are running the routes every time, making it seem like they're the go guy.
Do you think that there's a moment in that game in which the release just went a little bit not as he planned, and he's like, man, I'm getting tired. I'm about to throw a fucking interception. I better sit my ass out because I'm a little bit tired.
He ran on the previous play. He ran a good bit scrambling, and he was just tired. Nobody has ever done what he did before.
I'm not look, I don't know football.
He's been benched.
Really. Has he? So I guess it's a mistake. Certainly career-wise it was. But I can't help but wonder if maybe players would be better if they did that. Players take plays off, but don't leave the game. right? Players always like don't cover their man all the way. I can see this is unlikely to go to the guy that I'm covering. I'm going to do a half-ass job, and they get away with it. But as quarterback, he can't really do that. So he called himself out, I think, for a play or so. I don't know.
Let him get plenty of rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mistake.
resting
It's hard
up
to
in
defend it, knowing how.
Quarterback, like you're kind of the
You
general.
also got to
out there.
see him like he's a young guy. Like he is not the guy on the team who needs rest. You know, he looks like he should be able to scramble and then go and then do that for a full game of football like everybody else. I remember when like Peyton Manning was getting toward the end of his career and he was old, and Brett Favre he was still running around out there. He wasn't calling himself out. He was just throwing INTs in the playoffs. You fucking piece of shit. Brett Favre's a scumbag. Brett Favre is the worst.
He is a scumbag.
Whoa, okay. Yes.
So if you don't know, he scammed all those kids in I think Mississippi, where he's from, out of like welfare money and funneled like $1 million of it to his pocket for like a speech he gave, and then $3 more million maybe went to his daughter's volleyball gymnasium being constructed or something like that. And then he's got just a piece of shit scumbag move for a guy whose whole image is being down to earth. He was always the Wrangler guy, like down to earth, kind of a country guy, conservative, like champion, and he's stealing from the poor of his own state. Yeah. Like that's his bag.
Yeah, and he has enough. Like, I don't think
he's plenty.
I don't think he's short on money. He was the Wrangler
text
guy.
Messages were so incriminating. You know, like I think it was the governor he was working with. If not, it was some other like
lieutenant governor, some shit like that. Yeah,
and he's like, I'm worried that people are going to find out we're stealing from the poor. And he's like, nah, no one will ever know. So like he knew he was stealing from the poor while he was doing it. This isn't some misunderstanding. And he was assured he wouldn't get caught.
Is there something happening in his story now to bring this?
He was at the Trump rally yesterday, so I saw him speak there. He took the stage, and Donald was like, I shook his hand. Those fingers, they're like sausages. I'm like, what a weird thing to say.
Well,
he's got
those small hands. He's like, oh my God, I could do it.
Yeah, what do I say about this guy? Well, I shouldn't bring up that Mississippi stuff.
Definitely don't talk about his dick.
Don't talk about the dick pic. Yeah.
This guy really can. Really,
he's the guy who
skin, doesn't he?
He's the guy who sent the flaccid dick pic that time, and it got intercepted or whatever. And he's also got the NFL.
That's more unhinged than the poor stealing. A flaccid dick pic? What are we doing? Like, just get hard, dude. You're a professional athlete.
Get with the program.
He was resting, Taylor. He was resting.
He's resting.
He sat himself out.
He said, I set my dick out because it wasn't right in the middle of fucking. I'm like, you know what? I gotta back out.
I think he's got the NFL record for interceptions.
He did. That could be one of those like
it's not,
because there's records for like Martin Brodeur, the goalie in the NHL, where they're like, oh, he has the record for the most goals allowed, and you know this kind of, and it's like, yeah, because he played way more than anyone else, so it's almost not fair.
Have the strikeout record? Does that sound right?
Some really good hitter has the strikeout record. I know what you're going to, because like they're always going to put him up. So like,
right, like if I was in Major League Baseball, I would not get the most strikeouts in history because they'd kick me off the team in no time.
Yeah.
He's got the most INTs because he threw a lot of INTs, and he played a long time.
Yeah, the long. Did he play like as long as Brady in those?
I think he was late 30s for sure. Because I remember he came back and played for somebody else. He played for the Vikings, maybe for at least one season. Played for Green Bay forever.
Yes. I have to admit, as a Chicagoan suburbanite, and it was blasphemous for me to be, but I did, since 1997's quarterback challenge, I was a massive fan of Brett Favre. I went as far as to say that he was my favorite quarterback. After, he took Joe Montana's place as my favorite quarterback, and that's always the position that I like to play when I was in high school. So when I found out all the other stuff, like it was impressive that he was out there fucking slinging it like that, fuck, right? So accurately still. Because have you ever tried to play COD with like when you're drunk? Because even with one eye, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of a disgrace now. Peyton Manning was always my favorite quarterback.
He's going down, or not like that. Let me rephrase that. He's sick right now, Brett Favre. I think he's got dementia, Just got diagnosed.
Oh yeah. He because
Right?
so they drug him before Congress for the whole robbing the poor thing, and he was like he opened like Kevin Spacey did. He's like, I now identify as a man with a neurological disorder. By the way, like he's got some degenerative Parkinson's. Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Should have went with gay.
And they're like, well, sorry to hear that, especially since you've got a lot of charges coming. I'm not sure if you'll be able to understand them and legally defend yourself going forward. And we don't care. We don't care. It's a piece of shit. I hate that stealing from the poor thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I always like Peyton Manning because he would read the defense or seemingly read the defense, and he'd call these audibles. He'd be like, whoa, Chestnut 45, Blue Eagle, and everybody would be like, oh shit, Blue Eagle? I didn't know it was that kind of move. And they all rearrange into a different shape and do a different fucking thing. And I always appreciated that because it was so above my head that I was just like, that guy's got to be the smartest quarterback in the league. And
well, he's got to be the smartest. Look at his fucking brain pan.
Look at that head.
Like, do you think he got off the shelf helmets?
No. That thing was extra tall.
He's a conehead from SNL.
It's crazy. It was so hard to be a Colts fan, which I was like for years, because every year we'd play Tom Brady. Every year we'd play Tom Brady, and he won a lot of Super Bowl.
He did the most.
Yeah, I think Peyton Manning might have the all-time record for most playoff losses.
Damn.
And it's because of Tom Brady. It speaks to his excellence.
It to the playoffs.
It speaks to how good Peyton Manning was and how great Brady was.
Well, you better enjoy while Brady has all these nice little records, because Patrick Mahomes is coming for all of them.
I hope so, dude. I'm a Patrick Mahomes fan. I wish him well. The Dodgers are the ones who showed out and like made an incredible World Series. I don't know if y'all watched any of that.
Is it over?
But yeah, it's over. Freddie Freeman, like every night, was hitting. There's a Dodgers player called Freddie Freeman. He used to play for the Braves, and liked him a lot. He's a really nice guy. Like just always smiling and just a fan favorite. It was a shame when we lost him. Anyway, he hit multiple home runs in every single game, I think. Like he won all of the World Series basically on his back. And then in game, they lost one game. They were in there. So in game 5, the Dodgers need to win one more which was last night, win one more to win the whole series. And they're down 5-0. And they came back and won. They just rallied and won. It was a good game. I watched it on and off like throughout the series. And like, I just hate the Dodgers so much. I wanted the Yankees to win the series.
I feel like I'd rather see the Dodgers. I feel like anyone but the Yankees is the more common thing, right?
I don't have a dog in the fight, right? But the first baseball team, professional Major League Baseball team that I saw was the Dodgers. It was Fernando Valenzuela. I was 8 years old. It was the first time I ever traveled with all my parents from Juarez. Drove to Los Angeles, watched it, came back. It was awesome. So I was like, all right, if I'm gonna pick one. Also, there's a lot of Mexicans over there. Okay, so I'm gonna have to side over there. You gotta. It's New York style pizza versus tacos. You know what I'm picking.
Oh, there's room for that all. There's room for all those things.
That's right.
I just hate the Dodgers because they're just a problem for the Braves every year. Not that I'll ever watch them again. But I even like the Dodgers uniform. I think their uniform is sick. I think their helmets are sick. They've got those like matte helmets, not the shiny ones, which I think look really nice. I like everything about the Dodgers except that, they're not my team.
They keep beating up on your poor Braves, apparently.
Well, everybody does. We didn't even make it to the fucking playoffs this year because they're a bunch of fucking losers.
Hey, a lot of cool teams missed the playoffs.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
The returning champs, right? They missed it.
God damn it.
I don't even know who the the Rangers.
Yeah, Texas Rangers. Scum through the first pitch. They ended up winning. We have a night. Every year we have an OpTic night at the Ranger Stadium. So one of us is going to, this year was me. I threw the first pitch. I took it easy. I didn't want to throw as hard as I did the first year, which was 2 years ago, where I'm just going to show off. I'm going to see if I still got it, and I fucking slang it. It's not. So this time I was just kept it easy, threw it in there. It was awesome. Nice. And then we have a Mavs night, and they made it all the way to the playoffs also. So we're like, holy fuck, we are the secret. Juventus, we had a Juventus night, and they fucking won too, like the championship.
Man.
So OpTic's a good charm, and then we won. Oh my god, get out of here!
Then you guys are on a hot streak.
Yeah, right.
We need to get you in there with Mahomes.
All I
Scump was already throwing the ball with Mahomes.
That's perfect because we need our third in a row this year. They say it can't be done.
It's never been done.
Never been done. Yeah,
Dude, I'm hoping for it.
that'd be sick, dude. I was just this like I'm not a big NFL fan at all, but like I see like like I have it on TV, like the Ravens playing the Chiefs, and I was telling Kyle and Woody that like I'm so used to following sports where I'm always like my team's gonna suck, it's gonna lose, it's gonna be over, and then watching the Chiefs, I'm like, oh, the Chiefs are down by 3 to the Ravens. Crazy. I can't wait to see how they win. And then like just run away with it. Pat Mahomes, takes it to the house, scores, perfect. Like no stress watching him.
Was Taylor there?
I don't know.
I only watch if T Swift's there.
You only watch it?
Same.
Yeah.
I saw that her boyfriend got a touchdown, and I think that guy's he has to be done after this year, right? Like
Travis
37 years old, tight end.
37?
I thought he was like 37 or something.
I don't think he's that old. I don't know. It depends what his numbers are, right?
Yeah, but like it seems like
35.
those hyper successful NFL guys that have got some wins, like they got the credentials, they're going to be known as great. Like they start to measure out the like, all right, well, Brett Favre has Parkinson's and this guy killed himself and this guy has CTE so bad he's like shaking all the time. I've already got 3 Super Bowls or whatever. I think I'm going to cash out.
I can see that too.
Agreed.
Yeah, the neurological thing is super scary.
Yeah.
And I see them like they've got the new helmets now, but nobody really wears them. I think you almost like get called a bitch if you wear the new helmet.
Yeah.
Even if you do, whiplash is still a thing. Your body's still going to your brain's gonna move in an unnatural way at any point. It doesn't it's not as bad as when you get hit in the head, sure, but you're still going to go through those things, and that is something you have to take. You're married, or you're not married, but you're about to maybe marry Taylor Swift, dude. Okay, it's trophy husband time. Okay, that woman is so fucking powerful. Just sit back and relax.
Yeah. See, I don't believe in the relationship. I think it's either fake or it ended a while ago, but it makes financial sense to pretend it's still going.
Dude, does she need the money? Dude, she don't need shit.
I think it's
she's
more
a
about
billionaire.
Multi.
He's worth a lot.
Yeah,
and I mean he's only poor compared to her. Like he's
right.
Like he's so
fine
much money.
too. Yeah.
Compared to most NFL players.
1.6 bill. Okay, so almost multi.
This is
That's
rounds up the multi.
She's got a ton. Yeah. I don't know about the relationship being fake. I'm not that clued into it. But if that's what it takes to keep the Chiefs winning, keep running that relationship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Push it
Chiefs
forward.
are undefeated.
Agreed.
Like
the Chiefs are undefeated. If I remember correctly, the game with the Falcons was close. And the Falcons are doing pretty well. I think the Falcons are probably leading their division. They're well above 500. They're 4-2 or 5-2 or some shit like that. I haven't looked in a minute, but they'll be in the playoffs. I'm looking forward to it. Actually, don't that
5-3.
maybe? Okay, yeah, not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, it's gonna make the playoffs.
The Eagles are 5-2, so good year.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It'll be fun to watch who the Chiefs beat in the Super Bowl this year.
I put $1,000 on the Bears to win. If they win, I'm going to get 45,000. I was super hyped. I was super hyped on Caleb. And like 2 Sundays ago, I'm like, you know what? It looked fucking good. This is how this story begins. So I'm like, I'm gonna be that guy that won that shit.
The visionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like their last.
Every now and then a bet like that
doesn't
They're
look
4-3, so the season's far from over. But they're not looking like they're Super Bowl winners.
They need Detroit and Green Bay and Minnesota to.
Every so often, something magical happens, though.
That's true.
Yeah, you can go on a run.
Yeah,
it's a lot easier to go on a run in
bet.
baseball, though. I don't know about the NFL. They get a lot of. Goes.
Detroit's
Kyle,
up there, obviously, like it's crazy.
Sports talk. Do you still maintain the Tyson fight's not going to happen?
I mean, I think
Paul?
I thought when he had the medical thing, that was their way of like pulling out with honor, and that anything thereafter was just going to be fan service, like saving face. So I didn't think it was going to happen. And I haven't been following those circles well enough media wise to know if they've been saying, yeah, this date, that date. Like I don't know if that's been said, but no, I didn't think it was going to happen after the Tyson pullout for medical.
It's in 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's in 2 weeks. They're releasing
Tyson's gonna
training.
smoke him. I mean, Paul's going to smoke him. Paul's going to smoke him.
No. Do you think?
Oh yeah.
It's going to be
Paul's going to smash this guy. People forget Mike Tyson was losing to people of Jake Paul's quality at the end of his career. Like if Tyson was losing the journeyman. It
You
wasn't
think
like
so?
he lost to Lennox Lewis and stopped fighting. He
Dude,
lost to
no
someone
way.
with no
I
Wikipedia
refuse
page,
to believe
right? And
that.
now he's up against Jake Paul, and he's older than me
He just fought Roy Jones Jr.
in an exhibition fight. And
Oh, dude, I hope you're wrong. I hope
it
you're
didn't
right.
look good.
I don't know. I hope you're wrong, though. That would.
Oh,
that
we're
would-
right. Look, we got this one. Look,
Oh.
I can feel it.
I can feel it.
Jake Paul's gonna smoke him. Like
we
Jake
need to.
Paul's
We need to
gonna-
put a bet. I mean, I think we have to bet on it.
He might.
yeah,
you know,
I don't make $1,000 bets.
Jake Paul
No,
might kill Mike.
$100 bet. Some honorable $100. And then it's
Woody and I
next
have
time.
That's like 20 bets for me.
Yeah,
You guys
Woody
are
and I-
both super sure, though.
Woody and I already have a little bet floating around with this Trump thing.
Yes.
Oh,
where
okay,
I-
okay. Wait, who's
we've,
who?
So we bet $100. This is like going back 2 years ago when we made the bet.
Uh-huh.
I was so sure that Trump was not only going to run but be the guy and win that I
Yeah.
called him 2 years out before he said he was going to run again. And so the first bet was $100 that Trump gets the nomination and
Ooh.
he's he's
An
in.
escalator.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
so
won
I
that
had
one
everyone
already.
else in the world, and he had Trump, and he was right.
Yeah.
So now
And
I
so-
owe him 100, but he asked not to be paid, so we pay less PayPal fees.
Yeah,
We're letting it
yeah.
ride. We're letting
Yeah,
it
we're letting it
ride.
ride. And but I am counting the interest. And then so this next is $8. The next bet though is going to be who wins the
won.
presidency.
Yeah.
And we got 200 on that, and I've got Trump.
Why would
There
this
was-
not be a good hedge for you then? Because you seem so certain that if this fight happens,
Well,
Jake
all right,
Paul's
so
going to wreck him. This could
There's
hedge your bet.
way.
I don't
There's
like-
No way. There's
Yeah,
no way.
Texas,
I-
Texas putting the money up. I think. he should.
I think he is, but there's a chance that it's some sort of exhibition-y thing,
Yeah,
and they're pity patting around,
And
like
It's
and he's
agreed
not-
upon. Yeah.
it's
Oh,
agreed
like
upon,
a fake
and I don't
fight.
want and that because boxing's like that, and I
It
don't want
is.
to bet. So I just don't like betting on boxing after the Conor McGregor thing, where
Yeah. True.
he
True.
clearly lost the fight, but he
Mhm.
won some rounds, and no one scored it that way, and he was
Mhm.
really being mistreated in there. There's a lot of boxing is sketch, like
So,
Oh, it always has been, right?
yeah,
Yeah, seems sketchy.
one, YouTubers don't lose fights. It's been proven again and again. The only person the YouTuber loses to is another YouTuber, right? So
True.
it's like, and the other, I really like. Didn't Jake Paul beat Mike Perry?
Yep.
The bare knuckles. Yeah, dude, that guy's no joke. He hits like a ton of bricks, and he's scared of nothing.
Or maybe
And
they
Jake Paul went in
he's
there and
Like, he's
beat
like, I'll
him.
give you an extra bonus if you fucking go down for me, right? That's also the alternative.
Well, there's
That's
more
also
than
the
one way to win
alternative.
a fight, and maybe Tyson's susceptible to that same thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. I would just. I mean, yeah, he's super old, and he's always on fucking shrooms. I don't.
But here's what, and the antithesis of that is Jake Paul. With Jake Paul, you got someone who has a team, who has a team making him a Superman.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't take drug tests.
No.
I promise you, he's on some good shit. He's not just
Yeah.
taking TRT and getting a little beefy. He's on some good shit. He's
Ivan
on some
Drago would
professional
blush.
athlete shit. Ivan Drago would blush, and not only that, his like fitness, like routine, his boxing training, the people he trains with, like he seems very serious about being a really good boxer. I think he's gonna smoke poor old Tyson. But I don't know if
Damn.
Tyson can take a punch to the head anymore. He's so old.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
already
he is,
taken so many.
Yeah.
And I don't buy that heavy bag bullshit clips that you see on TikTok. I look pretty good for 15 seconds on a heavy bag, but then and then as soon it's like that thing Taylor was talking about where you hide that you're out of breath. It's like the clip would end and I go, woo,
Lay down on my back.
yeah, lay down.
Doing like those heavy swallows.
Yo, I think wait,
White
back
shit in the
in
corner of my mouth.
Spit.
back in our day, right? Like, would you have stepped up, Woody? Because I know you were into the fighting and the MMA and the MMA stuff. Would you have stepped up to any of these foes?
Wait. This is like at 21. Would I have stepped in with Tyson?
More at 35.
No. More to like, but back in our day, in our YouTube heyday, right?
21 was my day. Carry on.
2010.
No,
I
at
don't
your
think you
age,
would've done
back
that.
10 years ago, when everybody was doing YouTube the way that we were, when the popularity was like up there, would you have done that like as an exhibition stuff?
At the right time, yeah. If you'd caught me in my late 30s or something back when I trained and such,
Yeah.
I probably would have enjoyed,
Yeah.
like getting in there.
Yeah.
But like, honestly, I feel like I could have participated if I wanted to in the last 5 or 6 years. I could have been one of the undercards,
Yeah.
and I didn't ask for it.
You should have asked. You should have asked for a 1v2.
Oh yeah, you should have asked.
Who are those guys? Who are those guys in your age? You could have 1v2'd Ken Burton and
Junkyard
and Junkyard. They would have had to tag in, and you would have just brutalized Junkyard.
Okay.
You would have been like, "You ready for another Junkyard quickie?"
Junkyard
bitch.
just takes one look at you. Junkyard would be first. He'd take one look at you and tap Ken Burton.
He'd do the same thing he always does. He'd show with a really strong team and beat me in 2 minutes.
That's fair. Yeah.
No, you would have taken him.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know what Ken Burton looked like. Maybe he was like a secret jacked guy. I don't know.
Dude, honestly, one of my favorite like YouTube boxers of all time is Wings of Redemption. Like showmanship when his walk into the ring, it's not just unparalleled and unmatched. Nobody's close. Nobody is close to what Wings of Redemption pulled off. And then the fight itself. So my listeners have heard me say this too. Like, I'm not huge on skill. I enjoy bravery. That's my thing. I don't care if it's a couple of 11-year-old girls fighting in middle school. If they're going at it, I'm into it. I'm all about that. It could be for a world championship UFC belt. It could be over a girl in 10th grade. I want to see this fight if these two people are angry enough and they're in it. And Wings of Redemption showed the bravery. He was there. He hit on all the Woody metrics. I like it.
The rap, that was so funny.
Oh yeah. I'm watching it right now.
And it worked, dude. And getting the sound system to actually work and like the track to be balanced with his voice correctly on the first try like that. It came off as good as any WWE show as far as the mic balance. And he sounded good, and he wasn't out of breath after walking and rapping in a high stress situation, because your adrenaline's going too. My heart rate would be going so crazy just walking out on that stage or whatever. So then you add like the rapping and the walking, and he's so big, like he wasn't out of breath. And I knew that's another one that I called, but we all called. We were like, look, Boogie's handicapped. I'm almost positive he has a handicap placard. Wings is not. He's also like 10, 12 years younger. Wings is going to stomp him. And he did. Wings bullied Boogie in that fight.
Dude, rewatching this walkout, like, I'm glad Wings gets so much credit for this, because his gesturing to the crowd when he's talking about himself being the fucking Goodyear blimp or whatever, like doing, not like looking nervous straight ahead while he's doing it, like moving his arms, being active, making, like he kills it. He does such a good job, and then he beats the shit out of the bad guy, Mr. Boogie, who doesn't even rap. I guess that's what made him the bad guy. He didn't rap.
I guess he is a bad guy. Didn't he lie about having cancer?
Oh yeah, he did. I totally forgot it, dude. This stuff just gets lost in the weeds with what goes on the internet, because I'm like, in my head just then I'm like, man, why was everybody hating on Boogie? I totally forgot, and then you just go, didn't he have a huge thing where he like knowingly lied about having cancer for
I went through that inappropriate thing. Time. Like, I think anytime someone puts themselves up as this infallible, perfect person, when they're inevitably not, the world comes down hard on them. I feel like that's happening to Mr. Beast right now. He's the most generous, nicest, kindest guy in the world. Now, it's probably not even true. I hate that I'm amplifying it right now, but he's been tied to all these crypto scams or something. I'm not sure if it's true. You saw it too?
I don't know how true it is, but like they're saying that
I heard he didn't pay for the eye surgeries either.
He's connected to a bunch of pump and dump.
I'm serious.
Coins.
Like there's an article that says he didn't pay for the eye surgeries.
Like he stiffed them, or like
I didn't read the. I'll be honest. I didn't read the article because I didn't want to hear bad things about Mr. Beast.
Me neither. I'm like the last guy in Mr. Beast's corner. It's just he and I. He doesn't know I'm there. He doesn't see me.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. Like I just feel it's the right place to be. Like I haven't seen enough to paint this hero as a villain yet, and that's what people want to do.
Yeah.
Like it's not just the average person. Like that's Mike. What do you know about Mike? I don't know. He's a carpenter. No, it's Mr. Beast. He's like a hero. He's the good guy who I was told healed the blind, but that may be shaky now. I'm not sure if he paid for the surgery. I want you to find
the article, and then I can also pretend to read it.
He made it happen. Made it happen by scheduling all those surgeries and not paying. He's a hero. He's kind of a Robin Hood.
Oh, you're saying your eyes work now? Might be time for a job. Yeah, I saw the crypto thing. But the only other, and I'm not as plugged in as you even on the Mr. Beast stuff, but like the only other big controversy I heard was like he had that creep around and then seemingly gave that guy the boot. So like, what else do you want him to do? Like, what else do you want him to do? Like, this guy's being creepy. To get out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, got rid of the creepy person.
So,
yeah, I don't know.
I know nothing of.
We all got creepy people around us. Taylor could be a creep. We wouldn't know.
dressed like a wiener. Yeah, just I'm a real ghoul. This is the cutest thing I can think of.
How hot is it in there right now?
It's not comfortable. It's my neck is itching a good bit because
this is so nice.
They said the face hole is one size fits most. It's not most, and so it's
a little.
I'm getting accustomed to the glue smell. I have to like focus to notice the glue smell now, but it's just part of my world.
You might get a little high, get a little
goofed up by the end of this. Going to get a fucking headache on this Chinese glue. But yeah, so I don't know what's going on with Mr. Beast. Hopefully he didn't do the crypto thing. They're saying he did, but who knows?
Everybody did a crypto scam.
The deaf and the blind. What else could he manage?
The lame.
You can make the lame. Yeah.
Yeah, give all these like crippled kids blade legs, like that one murderer from South Africa.
Wait, is lame like a specific
Pistorius?
That's what I had in middle school, I'm told.
No, lame means
a solid joke.
That you were stricken with lameness.
Yeah,
it could do something. Does mean crippled. Yeah,
I wish you'd do something for the Middle East and the wars there. Maybe he could go there and do something fun.
Yeah, if he could get peace in Israel and Gaza.
That's a good title.
That would be.
I'm Mr. Beast. Welcome to Palestine.
Brandon Buckingham.
I gave 65 Palestinian kids a slingshot and a rock.
Jesus Christ.
That's hilarious. Someone should do that spoof.
Oh man, dude, terrible reviews on his new video. Yeah. That would be a good one. He could just lean into all that stuff. I think we did the joke where it's like, I took 11th or I put 1,500 fifth graders on little St. James Island.
Dudes, speaking of, I was, as you know, in Madrid. I went on as soon as we got there, the wife and the kid, and I don't know how I'm making the connection here, but there isn't. It just popped into my head. I'm walking around looking for a shoe store, and then I see a sign that looked like a 7-Eleven sign, and I swear to you, I'm not bullshitting, okay? It said 9/11. No, the fucking sign was 9/11. I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. I went to go take a picture of it, but there's people in front of it. So I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna look like a... So I'm like, all right, let me go around it. So I went around them. They were like next to a tree. So I went around the tree, and then as I was about to take it, I see that they're selling weed in there. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? So I walk inside, and I'm like, and they're like, yeah, it's CBD, Delta, the same thing that you can find here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, let me get the Gorilla Glue and, of course, the OG Kush, and let me get a lighter. Let me get a bowl, too. No bullshit. They hand me what appeared to be a crack cocaine bowl. You know, the ones with the bulb.
Oh, an oil pipe.
Yeah.
It's an oil pipe.
And I'm like, no, it's for marijuana. You know, and they're like, it's like the metal one. And I'm like, sure, fuck it, whatever. But anyway, I walked out of there, forgot to take a picture of it because I was so surprised that they were selling weed, and I'm like, oh fuck, I haven't smoked in a minute.
9/11. It wasn't coincidental. Was it referring to the terrorist attack?
What else? Like a 7-Eleven means 7 days a week, 11 hours a day.
Bro, I don't know. Okay, but and that's how I took it. I'm like, that's fucked.
But you just knew you had to support this business.
But there wasn't
that
like
is
you went in and dropped
you don't
$150.
even know the you don't even
9/11.
There it
Does
is.
it look like that?
I think that might be it, actually.
I think that
Bro.
that might be it. You see the
Mr.
tree?
Weed 9/11.
It's Mr. Weed 9/11.
That's great. You know, the Spanish, they have a great sense of humor. They're just having a good time over there.
Dude, it was there weren't Spaniards
I
in
don't
there.
that.
But I'll tell you what, I could not believe my eyes, and I told myself, right? I'm like, my God, am I a patriot or am I a pot smoker in Spain? And I'm like, fuck,
Can't be both in Spain.
Gosh, I couldn't be both. And since I didn't have the will or the resources to make a stand against this tyranny, I just bought my shit and left.
Just got some. You know what? I need to think this over at the Bay of Pigs Bistro across the way.
At the Ham Museum.
Yeah,
at the Ham Museum.
That's so funny. I wish we had a 9/11 convenience store here.
Do you?
9/11.
That would not be up for.
Would it be 9/11 themed inside?
Yes. Yeah, that would be 9/11 themed. It would be really
the store would be split into two towers. There'd be a north tower and a south tower. Like they just split it with a curtain or something. Like
and then there was a secret part, sort of a building 7 in the back. Yeah, where you could buy even more illegal.
You see all the Halliburton and the CIA guys in there planning C4.
I mean, if you think about that, right? Like you sort of see these new wave of creators, right? Like the convenience store creators that are constantly just recording the many characters that come into their store.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, I watch those.
Yeah. So same. You're sort of looking something that we started as like a gaming thing, creative outlet, sure, and then obviously, you know, Kyle, you do your thing. What do you do? And it went in so many different directions, so many entertaining directions, that now you're sort of looking at what the mundane and its popularity as it's happening live. I caught myself watching this dude, this chef, well, not chef, this cook at a line cook at a diner. And if you look it up right now, like this Mexican dude fucking making 42 breakfast sandwiches, and he's getting paid what, $10 an hour, but making $10,000 because all of them are 130 to 300K views, and it's like 45 minutes of him making breakfasts, right?
Yeah.
What? How do you guys feel about that? Did you guys ever see something like that?
Let me jump in. My wife loves that kind of content. She's watching a guy remodel this French chateau that was burnt down.
Margine Dulard.
I wouldn't know. I could ask her. This thing was so
Italian
burnt
Alps.
down. There's almost nothing left of it. It's like a chimney or something and some brick walls. And he's not super competent as far as I can tell, but you don't need to be competent to be entertaining. Yeah. He's just there with the sledgehammer trying to like break things and rebuild things.
Yeah.
And she's like, apparently he's been doing this for years, but she's new on this. So she gets to see years worth of progress in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And like, you know, he's like, we discovered a secret staircase.
Okay.
And she's watching on my YouTube account because I don't have ads.
Yeah.
And so we're like flipping through. She sees the thumbnail. She's like, secret staircase. We have to watch. But I'm not going to watch 18 minutes of people hammering and not talking.
It's not the same guy that I'm talking about.
Okay.
My guy, Margin, lives in the mountain in the Alps of Italy. And he's rebuilding this homestead. This guy dresses like sharp, and he is not just a great like painter and artist, but he's like apparently an excellent carpenter / fucking contractor builder, because in every week he uploads the progress of that, and he's like, it's insane how awesome that is. Talks maybe, all right, it's an hour-long show. Talks maybe. For 2 minutes total, he just gives you quick updates, right? And then you look at all the other camping stuff like 4x4 or go 4x4 Jeep or something, just a dude that goes into the Australian forest and like pulls out his Jeep, his dog, and makes a tent, makes dinner, goes to sleep, wakes up, makes breakfast, and that's the video. And hundreds of thousands of views. I watch them. I watch both of them, and I'm just getting to the point where I'm like, man, where else is this thing gonna go? Like, is me putting up a live camera, live feed in my office, and then no audio, just music of me working and doing what the fuck I do? Like, is that where this thing's gonna go? It's insane.
It's the same kind of content as like how it's made and why that was so fascinating for years on TV. Like the one in this same vein, like I don't really watch home improvement stuff, but when I get sucked in, like I'll find myself watching those Japanese sushi masters.
Yes.
And just like, I don't mind that, like, there's not even subtitles and they're just in there, like, with the sharpest knife on earth, making the thinnest slices of like some fish that was explained to me in like broken English that it's like beyond valuable. And like this hunk was, 13,000 of, well, it seems like it was a lot of money, but I don't know. I don't actually know. But it's like calming. And it's fun to watch someone with a level of, or at least I like it because it's a high level of competence. I wouldn't want to see somebody hacking about like learning sushi. I want to watch like that dude Jiro, that guy who was dreaming of sushi.
Yes. I dream of you.
Yes, that's a really good documentary.
100%.
It is. I've seen it. When you said gas station videos of just people working, I thought of a different video that I watch because I watch gas station security cam videos that are narrated by the clerk. And the clerk will be like, look at Mr. Blue Pants. Oh, he's looking at some gummy bears. Oh, he likes those gummy bears, doesn't he? So much they're going right in the pocket. Yep. And
can they hear this? Are they just bullying customers?
No, he's doing it.
He's doing a voiceover.
He's doing it after the fact. He's like, oh, and I think I'll have a few. Oh, some more gummy bears actually. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get a vape. And then he'll like bust them as they're going after their car, stealing his shit. He'll run out there and like, give me my shit back, and like take their shit back from them.
Oh, so it's just thieves.
Just thieves.
I thought he was making fun of a paying customer.
No,
like, wow, someone needs Band-Aids. Boo hoo. Like just being a shithead.
Who buys shit at a gas station?
There'll be like a Mexican dude walks in and be like, yeah, can I get a lighter? The dude will give him a pink one, and
oh yes,
like, yo, what the fuck? He fucking throws that shit back. He's like, fuck out of here with this shit.
Yeah, I've seen that, but it was a black guy. They do in this neighborhood. They don't like pink lighters. That's clear. Oh, but they were like super gay, like the zestiest of black guys, and they gave him a pink lighter, and he's like, yeah, and I liked it.
Did they just have a glut of pink lighters, or was this guy trying to be?
Yeah, it's just.
Oh no, he was just trying to get a reaction.
Yeah. Oh my god, did you see the? All right, so I don't know this guy. I've never heard of him before, but this streamer went to South Korea, and it doesn't even make sense what he said. But basically, he challenged all the men of South Korea to like swing on me, like bring it. I'm not scared of you, you pussies. Like, and his brother's with him. His brother's like, yeah, I wish a motherfucker would, and they're just like. It doesn't make any sense. Like maybe there's some context I missed, but he's basically saying like, "Come at me, bro. Swing on me, dude." He's been there for a week and he's been assaulted so many times. He's been assaulted every day as he's live streaming, walking down the streets. Someone finds him, and you just see a Korean guy pretend like he's normal, and then like get like a running start, like in a movie, and deck him to the ground. He's got bandages on his head now. And he like walks outside with bandages on his head, and some random guy immediately takes him out. Like immediately, some guy takes him out and doesn't run away, stays for the cops and goes to jail. Doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I came to hit you.
That's a very Korean way to commit an assault. Is punch someone in the side of the head and then like get a coffee and wait for the police to show up and be like, I did the break of the law.
It's on the Justice Served subreddit, I think. And there's like a quick montage of him getting decked maybe 4 different times by just random
What was
Korean
he saying at all of Korea? He's like, fuck all of you. You won't stop me from mocking your country or whatever. Yeah, he said something. He's like, I remember him saying, I'm a sociopath. I don't give a fuck. I'll make fun of people's culture for clout. I'm a piece of shit. I'll admit it. So swing on me. Bring it. I'm not scared. Like he literally said almost verbatim that. And so South Korea said that.
Dude, South Koreans don't play. They've been whooping his ass all week.
Is this guy an American making an ass of himself over there?
Yeah.
Damn it.
And it was funny, like at the beginning, his brother was like, I wish somebody would. I'd be on him like that. And I swear to God, the timing is so good. Immediately somebody decks the brother. And the one who was just saying how he be there was like, oh, and this Korean man ran away into the night. So
we're getting a lot of content, but I'm losing a lot of hearing in my left ear. Dude, they should knock him out.
Hit me in the eye.
Dude, they should knock him out and just like push his body over that line into the north. I bet he cuts that out right quick. Kim Jong-un isn't going to be having it. Yeah,
dude, I saw a video of a North Korean soldier who's captured by the Ukrainians, I guess, and he's bandaged up like a horror movie victim. Like his whole head is a big, and it's not clean bandages. They're like a little yellowish and blackened in some places, and you can see like one eye. And he's speaking in North Korean or Korean. Maybe it's probably the same. So I have no idea of validating the captions, but he's basically like, we were used as meat. We didn't have good guns. We didn't have good ammo. We were told we would at least have shovels. There were no shovels. It's like the worst trip ever. Like he says they were just kind of thrown in with ill-equipped.
You think they like got to ask questions first where they're like, Kim Jong-un's like, all right, you're all going to Russia, a great country that has centuries of battle victories, and you're going to be a part of it. They're like,
I'm sure they got fired up.
How did they win? How did they win all their battles? Oh, great one.
Attrition.
Certainly not just throwing piles of ill-equipped bodies at enemies by the millions. Definitely not that.
I would
that would be the worst country to get thrown on the front lines by, like from the Soviets to the Russian Empire to whoever. Seems like the only way they win is just brute amount of guys.
But does Russia have any losses? Afghanistan, I can think of. Who else?
Oh, I just was meaning like they try and pump up their World War II victory the way we do as well. And so they'd be like hanging their hat on that.
I get it. I'm just thinking like, but they win. I want Russia to lose in Ukraine. And
they seem to be winning.
I mean, they just don't fight a lot of wars either.
According to the propaganda I watch, they're paying brutally and about to quit any day now.
Oh, yeah.
Just
another check. We're a check away from Russia being defeated. Surely this time.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I don't think it's super one-sided. The Ukrainians are killing a lot of people. They're just killing so many people and blowing up so much shit. It's crazy.
It's crazy that the Russians are okay with it. Like on a really bad day, the Russians will lose like 13,000 people, right? So there's like 4 9/11s that day. And
what?
Really?
They're having
so many.
Yeah. I can fact check it.
Maybe I'm not. I don't know.
They just
so many
don't seem to get demoralized. They never think about pulling out.
Well, I don't think it's even an option. And all those guys signed up. I saw a cell phone video of like, I don't know, a Russian commander hyping all of his troops up for the battle to come. And he's like, you signed up for this. Would you rather be back in your prison cells? Would you rather be, working a job in the mine? You signed up for this. So take what you signed up for like a man. We're going out there tomorrow and we're going to kill. And it was like, dude, I am not getting hyped up by this at all. Me either.
Yeah.
It was such a downer speech.
I mean, I wouldn't want to live in Russia or North Korea.
No.
I mean, if I had to pick one.
Brave stance.
Yeah. Very brave stance. Because there's millions of people who would. I think there's people from countries way worse than Russia.
There was a famous.
We're just from like a country way better than Russia.
Early in the Ukrainian conflict, there was this dude, maybe from Texas. He looked like it. This big old fat hillbilly dude who was like, "I'm going to go fight with the good guys," and he joined like some Russian unit or whatever. They genuinely raped him and murdered him.
From an American joined the Russian side.
Yeah.
Do you think? How funny would it be if it's like an honest to God translation error? Like he bought a ticket to the wrong city. He's there's a lot of Y's and K's and goofy umlauts. I figured.
No, he was blogging about it like the whole time. He was one of those guys. He was all about
who raped and killed him.
His Russian comrades thought he was a spy, so they raped and killed him.
Oh.
Ew. Was he a looker?
No, that's the thing. He was. I mean, it's real like
big
the worst.
Guy?
Big fat ugly guy. Yeah.
It's like who's the guy that got raped in Deliverance?
Ned Beatty.
Yeah, not far from that, right?
Well, those guys. So I always read into that rape scene as that those hillbillies had mostly been having sex with actual pigs, and so Ned Beatty was the man who most resembled a pig. John Voight's over there, kind of twinkish. Burt Reynolds is over there, like he's the man amongst men.
He's not piggy at all.
He's looking good.
He's looking slick. He's the one I'd pick if I'm gonna, get after somebody. But Ned Beatty's over there looking a little bit fat and pink, like a real pig. And then when they molest him, he says, "Squeal like a pig." I think so he can get hard. I think he needs to hear that so he can like either get hard or get off. And so that's
the funniest part. I know it's not a funny movie, but the funniest part of the movie is like after all that horror, like they're just canoeing again. And it's like a hot one, huh? I get
not as many mosquitoes you would think for this time of year.
If a bunch of fucking crazy rednecks molested me in the woods and you guys saw and you guys were like, "Taylor, get on the canoe. We got to get out of here." I'll be like, I'll get the next one. I'll get the next canoe. You guys.
No, we got to go because they're still out there.
Now I got to look in the water and like really re-practice eye contact all sorts of
That would be so rough. We carry your secret for you. Don't worry. We would do exactly what they did. We would.
You would. Woody would immediately on the show
He'd
next
tell
week
everybody.
be like, "So Taylor was molested by a bunch of crazy woodland people," and I'd be like,
We still love him. We still love him the same.
still love him. He didn't really fight back that hard. Honestly.
I love him
Not as
even
hard
more
as
now.
you think.
Yeah, it was when you started pushing back into it, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
I lost
like,
my
I want
shit
to
when he
get it
started
over
looking
with.
back at it. That's when I lost my shit.
Yeah,
That's rough.
and then
that's a rough-ass movie.
I
I've only
made him
seen
keep
that movie
going because
twice.
I hadn't come yet.
I've only seen that movie twice, but it is fucking rough. I remember
I've
I
only
watched
seen it once.
It was on TV, like broadcast TV, when I was maybe 14, and I caught it. And I think maybe they edited it so much that I could tell, and so I had to rent it then. And then I watched it, and I haven't watched it since then, since I was 15 or 16.
Wow.
That's a rough
Yeah.
movie.
It is. It's
I'm-
not
I was-
uplifting.
You've only seen it once?
Once or
I've only
twice.
seen it once,
Tops.
yeah.
I definitely haven't seen it 3 times. But
I've seen some clips of it, but I've never seen it start to finish.
it's pretty good.
It was a pretty good movie.
It's a pretty good movie. You've got, it's 3 Atlanta boys heading out into the country going to do a little canoeing.
Billy Bob's in it, yeah?
No, it's Burt Reynolds, John Voight, and Ned Beatty. They're the main 3 Atlanta guys who go out to the country to do the canoeing. And then all the rednecks are nameless ghouls from Rabun County, Georgia.
Oh my
Am I
God.
crazy or is there a fourth that dies early? No.
You are crazy.
Crazy.
Hold on. Let me.
I'm almost positive there's only 3 of them.
Let me. I might muster up the courage to watch that.
It's good. I mean, we've spoiled it a little bit, but there's a lot of like terror and fear, like getting out of there, and then like, I mean, it's just it'll make you feel some type of way. Woody always talks about he wants a movie to make him feel something, and like,
I'm impressed
like,
by movies that do that. Yeah.
fucking Deliverance will do that to you.
Yeah,
You're like,
it definitely makes
I'm
you feel
never
something.
going canoeing.
At least not there.
That's where I'm from too. Like that's like 40 minutes north. Like we go up there all the time. Like around it's Rabun County, Georgia.
Yeah, you didn't even realize what a sweet little treat you were to those wood dwellers, peering at you, leering at you all day, just
Jesus
swimming
Christ.
around, splashing around, little Kyle.
I'm
So
right.
I-
There was another character in it that died in
Shit.
Deliverance. Yeah.
Don't remember.
His name is Drew. I looked into it.
Is he blonde too?
Dirty Blonde? He is carrying an extra arrow in his bow, and after he releases the arrow that hits the hillbilly, he falls backwards and lands on that extra arrow, accidentally impaling himself.
I thought that was John Voight.
Do I mess it up? Am I still wrong? Maybe I'm still wrong.
I thought that was John Voight's character. It doesn't matter either way.
Heck,
Really good old
yeah.
movie. With one of the most. There's 2 or 3 rape scenes that I think of that in movies that have been just like holy fuck. Pulp Fiction is the one that's just like, and because the music's going to na 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 na.
Yeah, that one's stressful because the whole time I'm like, Bruce, get the lead out! Like, come on! Yeah, get
Bruce is
down
being
there.
all sneaky. He's like,
Yeah. You don't realize how close this poor guy is to having his butthole plundered by a bunch of weirdos in this
oh, he's
basement.
already getting plundered. I remember
he was-
like the part that
yeah.
that I feel bad about. I'm imagining you're down there, Taylor. They got you bent over the thing, and I'm coming back with the sword. It's like I'd hurry it up there at the end when I see you're getting plowed. I'm like, I'm gonna save you as many strokes as I can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Bruce, if Bruce had hustled, he could have saved Ving Rhames at least
Nice
3
3
strokes.
pumps.
Yeah, you wouldn't have burst in faster and saved
I'd
me.
have, well, I mean, I'd have come in and saved you. And I also would have picked the katana. I think everyone would. I think it was the
Yes.
best weapon available. But
It'd be a
but-
tragedy if you went down there and then you centipede it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yes,
They knock
What if
you out and you wake up also being molested. And I'm like, wow. Well, at least misery loves company. We're both now we're both down
You
here.
look at it and say, "This really sucks, huh?"
you come in and you don't even respond right away. You're like, what the hell's going on in here?
Yep.
Or-
Doesn't feel good, man. It's just, we're fine.
I'm looking for
Literally.
my friend. Like you don't get it. Yeah, that was a stressful one. The ones in Oz are
Oh.
stressful.
I've never seen that show. Oh,
Don't.
It's
We've
in-
like this has been we've
it's
done
a
this show topic
brutal
many
show.
times.
Yeah.
It is a powerful, well acted, amazing HBO drama about a guy going to prison for like vehicular homicide and
Yeah.
being thrown into the animals of like the
Yeah.
worst of the worst. And
Yeah.
there's so much man on man rape and mutilation and degradation. And dude, I watched that shit right before I got into all my legal trouble.
Oh my God.
And so I had that like in the back of my, and dude, it's such a downer. I've never watched, there's no redeeming quality to that. Like, I think of something like Game of Thrones where you'd have those really low lows, like Red Wedding, like your favorite characters getting murked. But then you'd have like your high highs where like we'd get on Dragon or we'd burn the slave masters. That show had no high highs. It had nothing. Yeah. It's you think you've bottomed out, and then they would like shit on the guy's face. It's like,
or
God, I didn't think
you think there's finally a high, like, oh, things are turning around, or the guy that we're rooting for is having something good. Nope, they pulled the rug out. It was all an act. They were trying to make him. They couldn't hurt him while he was low, so they had to lift him a little bit to drop him again.
Yeah, and they're barely lifting them.
It's horrific. It's horrific beyond horrific. I'm going to spoil the last episode. The last episode is the main character he's leaving prison, dude. He's finally done with all this evil. And at this point, he's got a boyfriend. It's the actor from Law & Order SVU, the main guy, Stabler, who's got a little receding hairline. That's his boyfriend. And that guy is like, you're leaving me for the real world? I don't think so. And he goes, no, don't do it. And then he throws himself off the top of the stack to his own death, thereby framing Beecher, our main character, for a murder. And he's never getting out of hell. And it's just like, this is how you... I wish I'd never seen this.
There's no sense of victory. You finish that show and you're like, I'm worse off for having seen this.
It's not worth the bandwidth that transmits it.
It's no Ted Lasso, is what you're saying.
No. You know they're doing a season 4 of Ted Lasso?
Yes.
My wife and I love Ted Lasso. I watched the first episode or two. It's not his thing, but we thought it was literally one of the greatest comedic shows ever put on television.
So it feels good. The most feel good show I've ever seen in my life.
I'm a little worried the 4th season can't keep doing what they were doing. I felt like they ended it at the peak. If the 4th season continues to rise like the first 3 did, I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
It wasn't that I liked everything I saw, but there at the end, when you see just how sad and pitiful and pathetic his character is, I think he listens to a voice message from his wife or something like that after he's had a day of being treated like garbage. And he smiled and been positive through every insult, slight, and just disrespect throughout the whole day. He smiled and had a good attitude about it. And then he gets back alone in his hotel room. And on top of it all, his wife I can't remember what it was, but it was something sad. It was like,
Papers.
You're a loser, maybe, or like,
right.
You're a loser and your kids don't respect you. It was like some mean shit.
You can't have a character arc if you start on top.
Bro, it started so low, I didn't want to jump on board that train. I do like that it has the big bitch, that big blonde bitch from Game of Thrones in it. Not the ugly one, Taylor, the one that played the nun who said shame with the bell. That woman, you couldn't tell in the Game of Thrones, but she's a hottie and she's huge. She's like as big as Brienne, probably. She's over 6 feet. And she's pretty pretty in that show.
She's the lady that says shame.
Yeah. With the bell. Yeah.
Let's take a look.
She's like a former trophy wife, like an old, aged out, replaced trophy wife in that show.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I like her more than that guy that plays Ted Lasso, because I'm a little tired of his shtick of just being the nice guy who's kind of out of his element. He does that in everything. But look, I'm not trying to shit on Ted Lasso. I will watch
the show for you because I think a lot of the shows you like, they don't tend to be all sugar, right? Like Kyle likes a meat dinner, not a sugar dinner. And Ted Lasso is Smarties, man. That show is just brainless, fun, good energy, and funny. Yeah, and I enjoyed it. My wife did, but Kyle likes, Sopranos.
Same.
You know what's coming back is From already has.
It's back, right?
Yeah, it's been back. There's several episodes. I haven't touched it yet. I'll let them put the whole season out, and I'll touch back with it.
That's what I do.
And Silo season 2, I think that's being made. I saw a trailer for that, and I'm pumped for that. I thought Silo was one of my favorite shows.
I haven't watched it yet.
Silo's on Apple TV. It's really neat. I won't spoil anything, but essentially, the society lives underground in a silo with multiple levels and a class system built in. And for some reason, their history has been erased, and no one's sure how long they've been there because there was an uprising where one side deleted the records. That was part of this big purge. And so no one's sure how long they've been there. and no one's really sure why they're there. Just that upside is poison. And
to explain with Kyle, the outside is said to be deadly, so everyone stays inside, and it's not a very pleasant place to be inside. But if outside's death, you don't go there. But the show, there's just one season or two so far.
There's one season so far,
and it goes back and forth on whether the outside is really poison. Sometimes you're like, "Ooh, I figured it out. It's fine out there," and other times you're like, "Wait a minute, that evidence was false."
Yeah.
I haven't picked it up yet. It's been highly recommended by different people, and I just haven't gotten around to it.
I'm so afraid it's going to get canceled, like, because it's one of those shows where it's a cliffhanger at the end of season 1. Like, the end of season 1, you're like, I need some more of this. Let's see. I think they might even open a door or something. They like, do a thing where it's like, we're like, what's behind this? And it's like, see you next year, maybe.
Yeah, I remember what they showed, but I don't want to. It would be a big spoiler to say it.
Yeah, I do too. I didn't want to spoil it.
Okay.
It's a really good show. I like that type of shit. It reminded me of Fallout a lot. How you'd have people in the vaults who had weird political systems and lots of fascism, lots of ignorance and forced ignorance, and lots of history being rewritten in a way such that only the upper echelon knows what's really going on, kind of Twilight Zone style. And Fallout's the other show. Like, I'm sure you saw Fallout. I'm psyched for another season of that.
Yeah, same. I didn't play the game.
Ever? Damn, dude.
I only played the fourth
Am I missing
one.
out?
Yeah. The fourth one was pretty fun. That's the only one I played.
Like, they're so old now. Like I think me and most people who are Fallout fans think Fallout New Vegas is the peak. It was made by Obsidian, not Bethesda, and it's got a really dark story where there's like child molestation and murder. There's like rape and evil, and the Wasteland's a scary place. And it's a deep, long game. You're a courier going to New Las Vegas to right some wrongs, and by the end of the game, you decide who rules the Wasteland. The rest of them are made by Bethesda, and the stories are rather simple. It's usually go find your dad or go find your son. They've been kidnapped, and the twist will always be your dad is your son, or your son is your dad, or your dad's not your dad. He's an evil dad, or actually he is your dad, but he's not your real dad. He traveled through time. And now you're a ghoul.
And some of the factions in Fallout 4, like I'd be like waiting there for them, like the Institute. I'm like, I'm finally in the Institute. There's like white, these like scientists, white coat style guys. And, everyone hates them. Everyone thinks they're evil on the surface and everything. And I'm like, well, I bet this is going to be one of those twists about how the Institute is actually the good guys. And so I'm excited to see how they orchestrate this and make all the kind of things twist into place. And then like you're sitting there waiting for the monologue to end, and the main guy of the Institute's like, well, of course we're evil. We enjoy harming people. It's something we do. The thought that they deserve life is fanciful, and
the ends always justify the means, of course. Their suffering is but a pittance to pay for the future.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, this is like they didn't even try. Yeah.
They immediately shoot that guy and the alarm sounds. And
I put him down quick. And I was like, all right. And then they give you they give you the dumbest choices in that game, if I'm being honest, where like they're like, all right, do you want to join this faction of a bunch of retards in the Underground Railroad who give you nothing, like leather armor, or do you want to join the robot giant manufacturer? You've really done a good job setting up a difficult question here in the late game. Do I want the robot armor or a new hat? Like there's no reason to ever not go robot armor mode.
Yeah, but to answer your question, it's worth playing. 4 is the one that's easiest to just hop in and go and have a self-contained Fallout adventure story. It's in Boston. Okay. There's some newer games. Fallout 76 is like this weird multiplayer ham scram of a game where it almost needs to be your second or third Fallout so that you're accustomed to the world. And I don't even care for it. New Vegas is the best story and everything, but it's old. And to really play New Vegas, you need to play modded New Vegas. You need to at least fix all the bugs. And there's like a big overall mod that fixes all the textures and all the bugs and all the nonsense. At the very least, you have to do that to like just play that game. But it's my favorite. I like that universe a lot.
I haven't played Call of Duty at all last year. I didn't play last year's, like maybe in the beginning for like a month. This release, we had the 24/7 out of the Hex quarters. prestige hunt, or what do you call it? Race to prestige.
Yeah.
But I haven't had any true excitement or want to play it until today, when the prestige finished and it was all like done, all said and done. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I think this weekend I'm gonna put in some time, and then we have the NASCAR thing this weekend, so maybe next Monday, and then Monday.
What are you doing with NASCAR?
We once a year for the last 2 years we have wrapped a NASCAR. We partnered with Spire Motorsports, so we wrapped the car in OpTic, and this year is no
That's
different.
sick.
So yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Man, you guys that's so cool how you're in. Yeah, that looks awesome.
That's last year's.
That's like you're throwing out pitches at like MLB games. You're going to the NBA games, NFL. Like,
wild.
that's awesome how like looped in you guys are.
That's a good looking car.
And it's good for gaming as a whole. Like that, just being affiliated in that way lends so much credibility to the industry.
I didn't know they
You
look
get
like that now.
Backstage
so
access. I don't know the term.
Oh, yeah.
But like, are you hanging out on pit row?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's this year's.
That's cool. I went to a MLG Raleigh gaming event, and because I was with Hex, I was like special. Like I'm VIP in all day.
The way I was special when I went to the paintball stuff with you guys in Rockford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to stay in the back room with the air conditioning. It was
Yeah.
It was pretty dope, actually. That's a big deal.
That
It was a
doesn't,
big
yeah,
deal,
that doesn't
100%.
sound like a big deal until you were like there.
Yeah.
And we'd
Yeah.
leave the air conditioned room and see everyone who didn't have AC
Oh,
like
in
looking
the
Still
light.
wearing a
Look, third and
padded
paint.
winter
God.
sweater in 95-degree
Oh, yeah.
Chicago summer. Like,
Yeah.
Then all these like 13-year-olds are out there like walking a trail of tears to get like how hot it is to get to the field.
and they were, you know, it was an event, so like water was probably $3 or something like that. I think they had water fountains though. I know they had water fountains actually that are just free to grab water, so nobody dies. But
that's important.
yeah, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. That was a day to have air conditioning. That was a rough fucking day. That one kid sitting out there on the asphalt, I'll
the
never
duct
forget.
tape guy.
I came back from
It's
playing
so hot
hard.
out.
I came back from playing hard and I was wiped, and every piece of equipment is glued onto me with sweat, and I'm peeling it off, and the air feels so good, and I'm thinking about how hot and thirsty I am, and I look through these double swinging doors that have the glass in them, and this poor fan kid is
There's
out
a
there,
human
and
stray dog out there.
there's a human stray dog out there, and he's got this homemade suit made out of duct tape because he, you know, paintball equipment's expensive, and he made his own, and it worked.
Yeah.
And but he's
Really
sitting on
breathes
hot
duct
black
tape.
asphalt in the 95-degree sun. It must have been burning his ass. And I'm just like, is nobody helping this kid? I like open the door. I'm like, hey buddy, you need something to drink? And you ever see somebody, you hand them a drink, and they do the whole drink in one thing because they genuinely needed liquid.
Yeah.
And it's like I wasn't just thirsty. I
Oh, yeah.
required hydration.
Do you remember what what Frodo's lips looked like on Mount Doom? Like that's how dry this guy went.
Just crack.
Wearing I can't imagine anything hotter than a duct tape vest in the sun.
That was a good
That's
kid.
awful.
He always brought us gifts when we'd go to events. He came to 2 different events at 2 different parks.
Shout out that guy.
His mom did something where they like made custom cups, or they monogrammed cups for companies. Like if you wanted your logo on a cup, they did that. And so he had all these like reject cups to give us. he like opened this big box of coffee cups with other companies' logos on them. He was like, "You want?" And I was like, "You know what? Yeah, give me that one." I got, and I still have one of his coffee cups to this day.
Oh, yeah.
Was it just like mislabeled like Bass Pro Shop?
No,
spelled
it was
wrong?
like the one I took was actually I think they're made of copper or brass or something, but it was a Kettle One, like
Ooh.
so that you can drink maybe White
Oh,
Russians
yeah.
or something out of.
Moscow
Mule.
Mule.
Moscow's, yeah,
That's what
mules,
it
mules,
is.
mules,
Yeah.
mules.
Yeah, it was one of those. I've never had a Moscow Mule, nor will I. But whenever the dishwasher is completely full, we go to that copper cup.
you just drink and you're like, oh man, my milk tastes awful out of this.
Pepsi's all metallic.
Yeah. I've had a one of those. Fuck, not White Russian.
Moscow.
Yeah, I've had a Moscow Mule before.
There's Moscow's and then there's mezcal mules. There's the whole thing. It's not my thing. I'm not a big cocktail guy. It's old fashioned or rum and coke, please. That's it.
Oh, fancy. yeah, no matter where unless I go to a winery or something like with a group of friends, like I pretty much always just get like beer.
Dude, do you ever do a
Light
wine
beer.
testing and get shitty?
I've
It's the
definitely got
best.
drunk at wine
All right,
tasting before. Yeah.
If you want to go, if anyone listens to this, you want to go on a great like afternoon date with your girlfriend, go to a wine tasting at a winery, and you pay by how many like glasses you're going to consume. So like there's a sliding scale, and the big one is like, oh my god, we're gonna get 80 sips of wine, and it's not a sip. They give you like a quarter of a glass. They really
It adds up.
Generous.
Quick. Yeah.
Yeah, and each one is different, and we hit the dessert wines first thing, and I'm shitty by like 10 minutes into this thing already. And by the time I've had like 40 sips of wine, which is like, I don't know, probably like 8-9 glasses, legit. Like we're just wandering the vineyards, having a great time drunk now. It was such a beautiful day.
Yeah.
This experience is so much better than mine. I don't like drinking. I hate it. I don't like it at all. But I didn't want to miss out on the experience. I was in Nice in France. I think it's pronounced Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a wine tasting.
They had a terror attack there where they crushed the children.
Mm-hmm.
I was uninvolved in that one. And anyway, they're just, I like am praying this thing ends and I get to stop drinking, but I wanted to have the experience of a wine tasting tour in Nice. And I did it. Now it's over.
Were there
I'm glad
any?
it's over.
Like,
How long ago?
6-8 years, something like that.
Okay.
You never found a wine that you were like, this is pretty good.
You know what? I found wines I disliked more, or just like less. Like the ones that were like really fruity, I guess, the desserty kind, I liked more. The ones that were, I don't know. Do they try to make wine smell like used sweat socks? I like
Ooh, that would be a bad wine.
That wasn't my cup of tea.
I've been like fooled because I'm not a wino. I don't really know that much about it at all. But like I've been at wine tastings before where like someone guides you a little bit and they're like, now try this afterward or before, whatever the order is, like eat this cheese or like this cheese and meat combo or something. And then when they like explain to me kind of the complexity I'm supposed to get, I'm like, oh, I kind of, okay, I get why this goes with this. But I also might just be getting fooled because everybody else is agreeing and I don't want to be like, nah, fucking dumb, dude. I don't taste it.
Dude, if I look at the can of V8, I can taste every ingredient. There's the tomatoes, the celery, the beets. I got it. I see it. I taste it. It's
the phosphorus to prevent clumping. Yes. One of those preservatives. Yeah. So you're right, Kyle. Like I have fun memories of going wine tasting, but it's also just like, it's because it was an awesome day. It's almost all outside and you're with a bunch of your buddies and it's like 2 p.m. and you're just like borderline trashed because it gets you so quick because they're like, try this one. And it's like, ooh,
now try this one.
You know what? This one,
this one.
I didn't like this one very much. And then they're like, well, then try this one. And it's like, okay, you do that a few times. And you're like, I need to hit the fucking cracker and meat table because I need to fill up. I need to get some mass in.
Were there no classy people there spitting them out?
Ew, no.
Oh,
I've never seen that at a wine.
I've seen
that.
It.
Is disgusting. Just drink less wine. Don't spit it out. Don't make everyone sit around your. Same reason like dip spit is disgusting.
Yes.
Don't bring that around me. Don't do that. Use Zyn. The technology's there. There's no excuse anymore for your dip spit. I hate it.
Or you still spit that out, no? You still spit out the Zyn?
I just swallow it.
The Zyn doesn't make spit, and so you just leave it in, and then when you're done with it,
you put those in your mouth.
It's like an upper decker, as the kids call
anal?
You can put it in your ass.
Is that on the package? I didn't see that.
I bet it would work. I know it would work.
Yeah,
I don't bet it would work. I know it would work. Yeah, fuck you up good. You boof up.
It's like I could guarantee you it works. It's a little bit better.
Dude, Zyn is like so fucking popular. Every male I know uses Zyn.
Oh yeah,
really?
The upper deckers, man. It's a thing.
Wait, upper decker means something different to me.
It did when I was in high school.
Yeah, it meant like shitting in someone's toilet
in the tank,
like the wrong way, which is like
in the tank, right? In the tank. Of
the
toilet?
In the tank.
Yeah, in the
which is like so unbelievably sinister. To do that.
It is vile because
order.
you're not gonna find it for so long, and like I don't know what would happen, but I'm imagining maybe you'd take a piss and flush, and shitty water would just come through, and you'd be like, what was what?
What the
And it would
fuck?
Yeah,
smell
right.
horrific.
But wouldn't 2 flushes handle it? Is it that?
I'm imagining that you poop in there, like, and then it sits in there all day, and then it sort of like decomposes and really poisons the whole tank of water. And so when it's disturbed, and most of the water leaves, but not all, so that next batch of water is equally disturbed almost. It's just every flush, I feel like you're getting shitty water until somebody opens the tank and fishes out whatever feces remains.
I've never known someone to actually do.
No.
Like, as far as I know, the upper decker prank is like largely a myth because I don't know. I know so many people who did ridiculous pranks growing up, and that was always something you heard about. Never once heard of it done.
I get the saran wrap on the toilet, right? And then you drop the lid so they're pissing into the thing. Yeah, but I also don't fully subscribe to believe into somebody being like that funny, because it's not, right?
And also, like, think of like, all right, I go to Kyle's house and I'm like, I'm gonna upper decker this fool. I have to like go in his bathroom, take my pants all the way off, like take the top of the toilet off, like kind of hover because that would be too sharp on my butt. Like all the edges.
Imagine losing your balance, your feet. You're standing on the lid.
You're like out there, like, what the hell's going on? You hear like the tank rattling as I'm sitting on it, and then I have to take a shit, and then like amble down, and then wipe,
and then flush,
The amount of effort, 40 minutes later when I come out.
Well, what are you
like,
flushing, really?
I don't know. I don't know what
flush. I think you just leave it.
I couldn't put the toilet paper in the top, right?
Oh, that's even better. Actually, yeah, go ahead. Why not?
Yes, that's a good point.
That's even better. It'll make more of a mess.
That is like
put it right in. I mean, I think you almost have to break and enter to pull a real upper decker.
Oh, I could never do it to a friend of mine. Like if like a good friend of mine upper decked.
Like, I don't know who's been here.
I'd be like, you're no longer welcome here. This is friendship ending. That's despicable. Either a brand new high quality toilet of my choosing is delivered, installed, finished today, or your part in this. My life is over.
Yeah, dude, that's a biological attack. I would be so goddamn upset.
It is. That's a form of terrorism.
Yes.
You imagine how bad the room would stink. Just.
And you never find out, and you never like
Palestinian toilets.
Dude, I went to look what happens with an upper decker. There's a guy on Reddit who's done over 100 upper deckers. He wrote his story, and I could read it to you. It's about 60 seconds long.
Yeah, tell us. I want to hear it.
Okay. This is an art confession. I've done probably over 100 upper deckers at this point, and I won't be stopping anytime soon. For those not familiar with the upper decker, it's when you take the lid off the toilet tank and shit in there and leave a giant nasty clogger in the toilet bowl. The result is that every time the toilet bowl refills from the tank, it will be dirty shit water. I started in middle school, all the way through high school, and at least a couple months growing up. I've done it at jobs I hated, restaurants that gave me bad service, a couple ex-girlfriends' places, and a buddy's place at a house party in my college dorms. I've done it in public bathrooms sometimes just for the hell of it. It's so satisfying knowing someone's going to have a giant fucking clogger and be disgusted by something that didn't flush. So now they'll have to look at it and smell it. They'll flush it themselves only for the bowl to be filled with dirty shit water again. And it's one of those industrial toilets for public restrooms. It'll likely splash the water a bit too and flush, and hopefully they'll get shit water on them. Then they'll flush it again and again. But until they clean my shit out of the toilet tank, it will never really be clean. God, it's so fucking funny. I can't even imagine the look on someone's face. I heard about my upper deckers when I was in school and how long they were looking for the culprit. The principal was furious, but they never caught me despite their best efforts. The boss at my first job, he was furious too. There were no cameras, so they couldn't tell who was doing it. The best part is because everyone refused to do it, he had to clean it himself. I broke that already smug, arrogant asshole of a man and made him lose his mind until he up and quit his job because he got tired of dealing with someone else's shit for once. The RA at my student dorms became a more unrepentant asshole. People thought he was doing it himself just to have an excuse to crack down on people. He became so disliked they made him step down as an RA and put someone else in his place. You know the fucked up part? I still didn't stop doing upper deckers. At my second job, they held meetings and reviewed the camera footage. They even had supervisors do walkthroughs to look at people's boots to see who was in there periodically. I never got caught. No one suspected it was me. Not a soul. At my friend's house party, he kissed a girl I just started dating. I was so furious, I immediately went into his bathroom and unleashed the floodgates. Due to being drunk and eating greasy food, it was pure sludge. I did all of it in the toilet tank. Every sweet drop of putrid ash juice went in there. I left the toilet clean and heard the scream of a girl who went into pee flush. No one knew it was me. One time I got tomatoes at Jimmy John's when I asked for none. Upper decker. One time they got the order wrong from a McDonald's drive-thru. Upper deck. The bartender fucked up my drink. Upper decker. Ex-girlfriend pissed me off. Used her spare key and I knew about and upper decked. Another girl broke up with me because she was crazy. She is. Upper decker. I can't stop and I won't stop. So you fuck with me, you know what's coming to you. Upper
Jesus
decker.
Christ.
So we gotta lock this guy up.
What state does he live in?
It's been found.
Are we safe?
I hope we're safe, man. Like, what group of retards does he associate with? Where he's like, oh, someone just upper decked Todd's house at the party. That's crazy. Someone upper decked Jeremy's work and Jeremy's other work and the school Jeremy went to and Jeremy's ex-girlfriends and his other ex-girlfriend. Like, this is not a group of Sherlocks he's hanging out with here, because I hope I hope he's exaggerating and kind of pumping his resume, because
People
that's
don't lie
disgusting.
on the internet.
No,
People don't lie on
Reddit,
the
on
Save that for
Reddit.com?
the campaign trail.
That doesn't happen. Yeah, so that's disgusting. That guy should probably go to jail. You got to shut that down. You can't be
It's
doing that.
biological warfare for sure.
It is.
You can catch infections from feces. The longer they fester, the worse they get.
Yeah, it's
Criminal
biological
misuse
warfare.
of a toilet.
Criminal misuse of a toilet, and he's also doing it at like fucking Jimmy John's.
Dang.
Some like high school kid has to go clean his ass juice out of a toilet tank.
Tomatoes on my hamburger when I ordered none. Upper decker.
Wow.
Man, I
Yeah,
hope
that's
nobody
pretty
finds him.
horrific. I would quit a
Or-
job over that, wouldn't you? Like if
Oh,
you had
yeah.
like a Jimmy John's job, I'm not doing that.
I'm not
That's
doing
not
that.
on me. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not doing that.
I hope nobody finds this guy and like savagely beats him. That'd be awful. That would be awful. No, not that. This guy's just having fun, pulling pranks. That's so mean spirited. That's such a terrible, terrible thing. I could never do that to someone.
Me either.
Even someone I
could do it.
dislike. There's no way I could.
Oh,
I could
why
do
not?
that.
I
Because
can
you-
totally do it.
Because you'd picture them, like you'd think about whoever was actually cleaning it, and it's probably not even the person you're mad at in most instances.
Okay, well, like in that situation, then yeah. But if it's just an individual, like if it's a man who lives alone, and I'm gonna go give him an upper decker, he's cleaning that shit up, literally.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it happened on the Ultimate
tell
Fighter.
him
You know
though?
that
If I
TV
upper
show?
decked you, you'd clean it.
And then you tell them, like, how many
we'd
years?
have a problem.
When would you tell them? So
You wouldn't know it was me, Taylor. I'd fly there. Okay, I would sneak into your home on a day where you
break into my house and do
when you
this?
had told I would be like, hey, what do you do about a spare key? Because I know I keep mine under like an old shingle. You'd be like, yeah, there's a little Eskimo outside my house. He's got the key. Next thing you know, I'm in there upper decking you and flying back to Atlanta. I got Delta miles, dude.
I got Delta miles.
You don't even know. I got like 8 million of them.
I'd be so perplexed. Just come home. What?
Do you vlog the whole thing and then send it to them on a?
I make a
hard
YouTube
drive?
channel.
Yeah, but
where
I'm wearing like a
me,
mask.
common man scrubbing out my toilet. I start making money, being the upper decker cleaner, like those sushi chefs. Yeah,
Yes.
You thought no one could get you, didn't you, Taylor? I have befouled your plumbing.
What Reddit was that on? Like,
Confessions. Our
Oh,
confessions.
good. I'm glad there's not an upper decking subreddit like all to its own.
there could be. Although you guys are pretty versed.
Yeah,
on
I'd probably know about it.
You'd probably know. If it was, I'd browse through it. That'd be funny. But like, I'd
I'm
read it.
surprised there's not a shit bandit subreddit, because that to me seems like more of a ubiquitous real thing. We know that
Mhm.
people write silly letters and shit and just smear shit on walls. It's I have never in my life had the inclination to do any such thing. So the fact that someone else like never even considered it, it's
Yes.
like that's a possibility. Like
You've
I'm not
considered it.
The worst that I would ever do, right, would be like not flush, but it's in the toilet.
yeah.
Right.
I'm not
But it's in the
retrieving the
toilet.
poo.
Yes, no, that's it's just not something that I would do. Not even as a vengeful, maybe it's a vengeful thing, but not upper decker, right? Like just leave it in there, so haha, right? But grabbing your shot, like the last thing you want to do is like touch it. So for you to grab it and then smear it, like that's a little bit you
Yeah.
a certain kind of person, right?
I think everybody at their
There's
high
some
school.
friendly fire in that
knew
activity.
some-
I'm catching some strays. Like I don't want to grab and moan. I got to come with
Was,
gloves now.
Was there a poop prankster or anything like that at your high school, Hex?
Not that I've heard of. No.
Never heard of it?
No.
Maybe it's not as common.
No. There was. I've heard of it, right? But like in a public setting, like what was it? I think it was like a driver's insurance place in Chicago somewhere. I'm getting a glimpse of this of the past, but there was somebody that did that, and he had to have been like, not right up there in order to do something like that.
I think it's oftentimes you've got a vendetta against the business or maybe even the janitor. Like if you knew that somebody was gonna, I could see someone doing it, but just doing it like Taylor had a guy in his school who was just doing it. He was just like smearing shit on the walls
for the love of the game, man.
For the love of the game, it's like it's not my game.
Yeah, he was a real loon when it came to poop stuff, and he was like I've mentioned before, so I'll keep it quick. But like he was in like the more special ed class thing, and so he had a handler. And he would just slip. He'd just slip the handler.
His handler must have known. How can you be the shit bandit's handler and not know? That's like
he didn't have like a mental, as far as I could tell, like he didn't have like a developmental issue. He was just like a badly behaved kid.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Hex, do you have a party to get to? They said
I do. There's the yearly neighborhood Halloween party.
Oh shit! Well, enjoy. Thank you.
I do have a confession. Talking about our Reddit confessions, Woody. We all came with a plan yesterday that I was going to make you feel bad for missing yesterday. So the story that I told about all that at the beginning of this was all bullshit. And for a second, I thought to myself, maybe I'll confess next year. But,
damn, that would have been cool.
And also, it was that. So none of that was true.
Yeah, I'm glad that's not true.
Gentlemen, it's always a pleasure.
Yep.
Thank you for coming, man. Appreciate it.
Always good.
All right, guys.
All right. Well, before we jump to the
coming.
next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. I have to turn my whole head like a neck injury victim, or it'll knock my headphone out when I turn in the hot dog. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options over at BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Also, special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free, folks. When you use promo code PKA at checkout, just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Get a nice hard dick.
Super hard.
For the holiday season, which is kind of starting.
Ulysses, full size, whatever that might be for you.
Yes, a full-sized candy bar of a dick. That's what we're all angling for. It's not the fun size, the nice big old getting the kids in the neighborhood because I did this.
King size.
That's what we mean. Like king size candy bar. So check it out, BlueChew.com. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it, folks. This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load. Brand new formulation, works better than ever, fewer tablets than ever, with all the same punch, thanks to Derek and his team of elite scientists. And so use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off of Lock and Load, or protein powder, weight loss supplements. The energy drinks are excellent. If you're an energy drink kind of guy, use our code for the energy drinks. I like the white color and the orange color the most. Just throwing that out there. They're all good, but I think those are the easy S tier ones. And that's also the flavors I like in like Monster And so that probably just translates over. But yeah, check out Lock and Load. Check out the pre-workout, the nitric oxide pre-workout, and the stuff with stim in it. I like the non-stim stuff. And of course, our merch. Get yourself a sweater, get yourself a cup, a mug, stickers, a shirt, another kind of shirt, probably a third kind of shirt, all sorts of hoodies over there. So check it out. High quality stuff. It's going to wash well. It's going to keep its shape, its quality well. And it's not the kind of stuff that you're going to put on and be like, I can't leave the house in this, like, which is something we wanted to avoid. So check it out. Hope you guys enjoy it, and be sure to use code PKA10 for a nice little discount over there. And that's all. That is all. My neck is getting itchy from this.
I cannot find a happy temperature in this room. This thing is like foam and like thick and padded. So I have an air conditioner in this room where it's like a car. You can make it freezing in here, but my feet are cold. My upper body is like a little bit moist from sweat. My lower body is freezing.
Are you in? You're not in shorts. Oh, you're in like a.
I am
like
in
a
shorts,
skirt.
but the thing has like a skirt. But sitting down, I'm basically in shorts.
Are you socked up? Are you wearing socks?
I rarely wear socks.
You and Kyle are on the same page there. I love wearing socks around the house.
Around the house, you wear socks?
Yeah, like I have socks on in my house anytime that I'm not sleeping. It's just like. Socks are nice. They're like soft.
I
and
only wear socks when
warm.
I go outside long enough to put on like real shoes.
Oh man, and I know Kyle's tremendously anti-sock, and that's the decapitated head of the old man who plays Johnny Knoxville, or I guess the inverse of what I just said.
So wait a minute, you bought that before Halloween?
Yeah. I tried gluing the lips to my lips so that it wouldn't be echoey, but I couldn't make it work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I did buy I've got like a hat for him and glasses, like a whole disguise. And I did get the glue to glue it to my lips, and I got an X-Acto knife. I'm going to work on his eyeballs a little bit, so you only see my eyes in there.
You can stick it to him. Yeah,
it's
you'll get
creepy.
it. It was definitely too echoey and weird sounding for the show. As is. Yeah.
We used to buy Halloween costumes after Halloween for the kids just to play around in and play a dress up or whatever. It was pretty cool. Problem is, Colin still likes Halloween costumes, and he's like 6'3", dressed as Michael Myers with the fucking knife.
Dude, it's so scary.
Like,
Woody sent me that picture. Woody sent me that picture, and it is so goddamn scary. He is scary. It is like a movie quality costume. It's like we went all out. It is scary.
Yeah, does he always pick scary costumes?
Oh, only solely scary. Autistic people like scary shit. He watches scary movies, likes Halloween, like scary stuff, and like he does it all the time. And he'll like want like love and affection while dressed as a serial killer, and it doesn't even feel like my kid. It's weird.
He's like you're like hugging into his shoulder. Like,
yeah, it's a whole different vibe. Yeah.
Do you ever try and push him where you're like, hey, maybe not the horrible blood ghoul this year? How about Tom Brady? He's pretty scary, you know.
He has a friend, and they go to what's the Halloween store like Spirit something?
Spirit Halloween. Yeah.
Spirit Halloween. They go there every year and buy a couple costumes.
That's fun. I don't think I've ever in my life done like a scary costume. It's always been either just neutral or silly.
Yeah, I've been vampire and such, but I'm not scary. I'm a kid.
Yeah. I don't like
always
face
a vampire
paint,
as a kid,
and I don't like wearing stuff on my head in a costume, or on my no face masks, no face paint.
My mother can sew like better than most, and that was like her thing. She always made us quilts and Halloween costumes. They were all handmade. So we had a vampire costume that got used a couple of years between my brother and I that looked like movie quality.
That's cool.
Nice. I was always a vampire every single year. The fake teeth and the blood on my lip, and
every single year. You didn't get bored?
It's what I wanted to be. It was a year in between. It's not like you get used to it or anything. It's like I liked the vampire. I liked the look. I had a cape. I had my little paint the face and then do your hair back, and
that's true. I think fairness. I do think I strung a couple pirates in a row.
Oh
yeah,
I think
you still make a good pirate.
Maybe, yeah. I was a decent one then at the age of 5. I think I strung a couple
Too small
Davy Crockett's together, Or maybe I did like Davy Crockett one year and Daniel Boone the next year, exact same fucking outfit.
I always wonder about robbing a bank on Halloween and utilizing the fact that there'd be other people in costumes to hide the fact that you're, disguising yourself. And I mean, maybe even to like soften the scary image of a guy with a gun. Like, what if you dressed up as an army man? Like, and made your real gun.
Yeah.
What if you made your real gun look like a fake gun and you were an army man and then you robbed the bank?
That's pretty cool. I hope someone
they wouldn't believe you at first. You'd have to blow somebody's leg off, but they catch up.
It'd be, it would be cool if there was like a purge for bank robbery, for just bank robbery.
Oh, you want to give it a go?
Yeah, I want to give it a go.
Me
Although
too.
that would be like the most next level impossible bank robbery of all time, because they would know, like, all right, fucking tonight's the night, bank robbers are coming, quadruple down on security.
Oh, why would we tell them? I don't understand the scenario. Oh, it's like an
it's an official you're allowed to rob tonight thing.
Yeah, like, all right,
banks are going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, May 16th is the Robin Banks Day or whatever.
Hey, we didn't get Nellie's house, but if we both get like inoperable tumors together, you want to rob banks?
Yes.
All right, let me know.
Yeah. If we both get inoperable tumors, let's rob banks and
meth
would be fun.
Meth.
I'm in. We're doing huge amounts of meth.
Yeah, we're gonna need some ladies too, because we can't just be riding around like Bonnie and Clyde, two dudes doing meth.
What
together.
about crack? How does crack?
I was actually imagining us two dudes driving around doing meth together, and then we'd drive into a pit pursued by the police.
Into a quarry, yeah.
Into a quarry.
Or
like Thelma and Louise.
Exactly like Thelma and Louise holding
exactly
hands.
like that. They were gay too.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. They fucked Brad Pitt.
Yep, Brad Pitt.
I haven't seen the movie, and I don't know the story.
And, well, I'm not going to go through Thelma and Louise, but they weren't.
I'm being honest. I didn't realize Bonnie and Clyde and Thelma and Louise were different stories until I heard them right now. I was just like, yeah, those two people kind of fucked around and kind of.
One of them is a movie from like the early '90s or late '80s. I don't know which. Probably.
Oh, are they both not real stories?
One of them is a fictional movie film with two females who go on a run because they're killing abusive
Bonnie and
men.
Clyde were real though.
Bonnie and Clyde was a man and a woman who robbed banks in like the 20s.
They also I did read on Bonnie and Clyde once, just Wikipedia level research, so take that for what it's worth. But like they were doing a lot more fucked up shit than it like was portrayed in like kind of the heroizing version of them. It was like, wait, so people like hated them? Why did they hate them? Oh, they just like would shoot up a car sometimes.
I got into them for a little
family.
bit. I was on a motorcycle trip, and they have the car where they were killed, and on display, along with like the outfits they wore and like all the memorabilia from their death day. So I went down there, checked it out, watched The Highwaymen, started reading about their history from a few different sources. And at first they were super popular. They captured the public's imagination as sort of like a free-spirited, wild fuck you sort of thing. They were young, clearly like banging. And I guess that was a little taboo, but exciting and fun at the time. And people would like, just look at these people making their own rules, fucking robbing banks. Like, I like them. And then they started killing like the wrong people. Like, I don't know. They had a flat. Cop asked them if they needed help and they murdered the cop. Yeah, that's not cool, right? That guy had a family. Yeah. So they lost the public support.
What do you always say about police, Woody? Something about bastards or something? I don't know.
ACAB. That's not me, but yeah, all cops are bastards is the term. Oh. But in reefing, it's all crabs are bastards. That's the one I follow.
It's all crabs are bastards.
Yeah.
You don't have a single crab kind of keep
crabs.
I have a lot of crabs. They clean the rocks and they eat the detritus. But then when your corals have damage, you know who to look at. All crabs are bastards.
Are they bastards? Do you have to correct them sometimes? Hey, get out!
They don't listen to me. But every so often I find crabs. Look, if shit's dying in your tank, you're not doing good stuff. But that doesn't apply to crabs and snails. You have to refresh them every so often. And when I see a dead crab, they're too small. When I see a dead crab, I'm not really feeling anything for it.
Oh, are these tiny little crabs?
Little hermit crabs and pithos crabs and decorator crabs. I have some cool crabs. Had them for over a year now. They're filter feeders. They just have like fins on their hands and they go like this all day, all night. They never stop. They're just pushing water towards their mouth, doing this constantly.
What a life. Just always filtering for little.
My wife and I, of course, it's about the fish and the corals, but we like the bugs and the crabs and the worms like almost as much. You know, to go in at night with a flashlight and see the bugs come out and eat all the little detritus. It's the rest of the ecosystem. We like it a lot.
That is cool. Could you ever put something as big as like a lobster in there, or would that just wreck it?
No one keeps lobsters in a reef tank. It'd be too big for my tank.
Red Lobster does.
Well,
They do, but they don't have
for the short term.
They got them handcuffed in there too. That's I always thought. Like, come on, give them a
Prison.
fucking fighting chance. Handcuff. I think it's so they don't fuck each other up though, as much as anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think
makes
they're nice to one another.
You know what I was just thinking about with your
Everyone-
aquarium, and I'm sure someone does this. I was just thinking about like videos of aquariums. I almost want to see a little drone that you can drop into the tank, and like I want to feel like I'm a little crab who's like swimming around, or a fish, and like take me on a little tiny tour of this underwater land, but make me feel like I'm like that size, like I'm the size of a fish, and it's a big place, and I'm exploring.
That's gonna be
an idea.
a lot
I've
of
never
imagination
seen
on
that
your
done.
part.
I think you could do it with a GoPro and a selfie stick and like get that done.
Maybe
Yeah, you get in there and like go under
I
the
want a little drone.
bits of
I want a
reef that you usually can't see. See what little houses they're building in there. Probably not.
Then you use that AI David Attenborough voice. Mysteries of the deep. You have like a little sting, like a horror movie, when like one of the fish the crab comes too close and pinches at the camera. That'd be fun.
Man, I just know that if I got into like reef keeping or something, the temptation to do something like, what happens if we throw this guy in the mix? Like that would just be too high. And before I knew it, it might become like those Asian guys who do bug fighting, or at least they used to do bug fighting, because it'd be like, man, that piranha fucked that clownfish up. But how was
You're mixing fresh and salt water. I like whoever has the right water.
It's not working.
Clownfish never had a chance.
And everyone's losing in this battle. It's just to the surface. Are there not saltwater piranhas? Just freshwater?
No.
Not that I know of. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's
That was
plenty of
saltwater
saltwater
fish.
things that are predators.
Okay.
You put a barracuda in there, maybe.
Those are cool. Those are bigger than you think, right?
I don't know if they're
think so.
how predatory they are, or how like scary they'd be against a person, but gar that I would see in Lake Hartwell are really intimidating to look at. Like it's got a really long nose
They bite
full of
people.
spiky teeth that look, I don't know, they remind me of a nurse shark. How nurse sharks have these curved, sort of gross teeth hanging out everywhere. And you'll see, like, if you just go down by the boat ramps on the lake, you'll see them in the shallows, just sort of sitting there, kind of like a crocodile would. I'm guessing they're ambush predators, or maybe they just go in little bursts and grab stuff like a barracuda. But I always was a little sketched by those, because when I lived on the lake, I just didn't give a fuck. We get stoned as shit, and like me and two girls would go jump in the goddamn lake, and I would play a game where I would swim to the very bottom of the lake. And it was not deep, 12, 14 feet or something, but to think of even doing
It's
that
scary.
now,
Yeah, it's
it's
cold down there.
terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It gets really cold down there, and then
Yeah.
I would grab the mud because I wanted to see what the mud on the bottom of the lake. So I'd swim back up with that, probably mercury, fistful of mercury dirt.
There's a YouTuber who loves alligator gar. That's what they're called. And he's like, here's my journey with my pet alligator gar. His name is Wendy. All right, cool. Let's see this. He buys this thing. It is less than an inch long, right? But I know alligator gar get big. And I'm like, does he know what he's buying? So he takes this alligator gar and he puts it in like a fish bowl. And then he gets like a 10-gallon tank. And then he gets a 40-gallon tank. And the thing is growing like crazy. Then he buys like a horse trough for it to swim around. And it makes a habitat in that. Then he buys a 15-acre plot of land and has bulldozers create a lake for this fucking thing. And then he's put the alligator, he buys a couple more now. Now he's got like 6 alligator gars and what I can assume is $1 million fish tank at this point. And then the lake didn't hold water like he thought. So quick, he creates a swimming pool for these fucks while he buys a different plot of land that will hold. He's learned from his mistakes on how to get this lake to work more properly. And he buys another one and he puts the gar in there. And now he's successfully keeping these pet alligator gars.
Sick.
What a fucking journey, this YouTube video. YouTube is so much better than real TV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that story now. I've always
That's
thought
pretty
that like I'm not into the responsibility and everything of keeping the fish. It's just another thing that makes it difficult to like leave home because these goddamn dogs. But I always sort of imagine that it would be neat to have not just a koi pond, like an outdoor koi pond, but like a really over the top koi pond. And I wonder what other kinds of freshwater, like hardy fish you could put outside in a sort of a man-made system around your house. Like I'm thinking like catfish and crappie, like sport fish. Why not just put game fish in there?
Right. So koi or carp are catfish in the carp family? I don't know my freshwater fish.
I don't think so.
I think catfish are catfish. I don't know much about fishes though.
Oh,
I don't either. I would just pick the ones that taste the best, honestly.
Goldfish.
I wouldn't want to eat them. I just want them to like live out there and like get big. I know goldfish get enormous.
Like enormous, 4 to 6 inches. I think. Do they get bigger than that?
I thought goldfish could grow.
Koi get pretty big. Aren't koi like a different thing than like our goldfish?
I thought goldfish could grow to be gargantuan, like river monsters.
Oh shit! Goldfish can grow to be between 5 and 8 inches long, but can reach up to 2 feet. I've never seen a 2-foot goldfish, but okay.
And those aren't good eating fish.
I don't want to eat them. I want them to live outside my yard. I want I like the idea of a koi pond in the yard that has like a tributary throughout the yard. I want them swimming around. I also really like the idea of my basement incorporating like some glass so they can swim through their little river outside and look in the basement and like wave to me, and I can see them in there.
Something else is going to get under there.
Like what?
I don't know. A raccoon.
The fish will eat whatever tries to get in the water.
A koi?
A bear?
You think the raccoon is going to don some sort of underwater breathing apparatus and
dude, they're pretty smart. If it's just a little thing, they just dip right under there, swim under.
They're not smart enough to invent scuba gear.
No.
How deep is this thing you're imagining?
3 feet, 4 feet.
And so all that's keeping like a raccoon out of your house is that raccoon not swimming
out of the house.
down.
No, you're not. I'm probably not describing it well. I'm imagining that a portion of the basement wall is glass. And the other side of that is my like river that's in my yard full of fish.
I thought you meant like an indoor-outdoor pool situation with fish swimming around, and I'm like,
so they would be like
an open channel.
No, there'd be no opening in the house. No, that wouldn't work.
I've thought about an outdoor pond, but one, I think it's a lot to maintain, and two, like, I don't know. It's tricky enough without the factors of outdoor. We have so many birds of prey around here. Like we wake up every day and there's vultures hanging out on our roof. And Jackie and I are like, do we look that old? Like, why are vultures constantly hanging out by our house? But they are.
I wonder if
hawks.
So if you put owl decoys out, that'll chase a lot of stuff away. Most stuff doesn't want to fuck with the owl, but I don't know if it'll scare the way the buzzards, which I also wouldn't want shitting on my house, and they're federally protected. All those predatory species are. So if you were to accidentally even wound one, you would want to make a whole cover up about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to incinerate the evidence at that point.
I know, like crows, ravens, something like that. Small birds, they're all afraid of owl decoys. I don't know about a buzzard.
Crows will want to fight it. Crows will like come to it. We put the owl decoy out, and the owl decoy has flappy wings on a battery, and we've got a wireless switch, and we've got a bunch of crow decoys in the trees with spinny wings, and they've got remote control too. And then you've got 2 speakers. One of them's and they're blaring an actual audio recording of an owl fighting a bunch of crows. So crows hear that, and they're like, "Don't worry, buddy, I'm a coming." And so they haul ass to like right and you'll see them coming and hear them coming because they're screaming, "I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming." And so you slowly turn the volume down. And so they zero in on your position and come right to, and then you blow them away. But you got to kill the first guy that comes because he's the alpha crow. And he will, if you miss him, he'll go back and be like, "It's people." And they'll all fucking
they got us again, boys.
They'll all fucking leave. That's it. That's why when we'd go crow hunting, like, you wouldn't take an amateur with you, or if you did, it was. Yeah. We're all looking at that guy like, why did you even shoot third? You shoot third.
Yeah, let us take care of the king raven, the king crow,
the alpha
crow. Yeah, I would like to. I haven't seen any videos. This seems like up my alley. I should have seen many videos of crows and owls fighting by now. and I have
I
not.
don't know what the fights are like. I was learning about falconry the other day. Apparently,
There'd have to be a decent amount of crows because they're just so much smaller than owls.
yeah, a murder of crows. There'd be dozens
whole
of them at
murder of
times.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there'd be dozens of them at times. We'd shoot 50 a day or something like that. And I like to imagine it was the same family group or whatever. Kind of sad.
Yeah, not as sad as like shooting an owl would be.
Never shot an owl. Saved one's life one time before he was all tangled up, and took him to the vet, and they like fixed
So you're
him
plus
up,
one in
and
the owl world.
I'm plus one. The owls owe me.
They're the cool. I like those owl videos where some bird trainer will show you how other birds fly and be like, all right, here's a sparrow, like fly to the fucking Cheerio or whatever. And then they'll do it with an owl, and they have like hypersensitive audio equipment there to try and measure it. And like nothing comes up when an owl flies. It's just dead silent. And it's like, oh, okay. Now I kind of get how this goofy looking thing fucks up a lot of animals. They have no idea it's on the way.
Disadvantage to its flight. Like owls aren't the best flyers, right? That's condors, right? They basically can fly for days. Does that silence like lose them anything? I wonder.
I think that's how I think because they're not as fast as like a falcon or something. They have to be totally silent because otherwise some mouse or whatever is going to look back and be like, oh, this oaf is trying to eat me. I'm just going to run away. But yeah, owls are cool.
They don't have
they have the coolest eyes in the bird kingdom by far.
I'm imagining the way they hunt doesn't allow them to get up a ton of speed, so they need to be quiet anyway. Whereas you've got one of those birds that comes down from way up high, they get up a ton of speed. We've got tons of those red-tailed hawks here. Like my dad's place, there's like a family of them that lives there, and we know where their nest is and everything. It's a big nest. Like they're big birds, but it's an even bigger nest. Like they don't fuck around. They build themselves a little mansion up there. It's a little intimidating. It's like, what are they doing up there?
Just eating littler birds.
Eating littler birds. Rats, rabbits, chickens, anything they can get.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Sometimes you'll see clips I saw an eagle. I don't know where it was, but it like picked up an entire baby goat.
Yeah, I saw that.
Flew away with it.
Well, they dunk them off of the cliff. They're like up on they'll like lift them a little and then like whoops and like toss them off a goddamn mountain, and then it dies, and they go down there and eat them. They're just like those birds that drop
it's so
shells,
cool.
like shellfish.
Yeah, they don't know they're being cruel. They're like, this is what I do.
I mean, I'm sure I'm more cruel. I bet whatever factory I buy my farm from is just a long, miserable experience for whatever piece of meat I'm eating. But no, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's not that. It depends. There are some like horror stories, but for the most part, like feed cattle, I don't think their life is that bad. Now, if they get injured or sick, then they're probably not going to have great medical care, and that's just a hard life that all animals.
Pork or chicken?
I mean,
chicken's got a rough life.
So meat chickens, unless you're really spending a lot of money and going to a place that raises them in a pasture, they live in darkness with fluorescent lights their entire life, and they get 1 square foot each.
That's not a lot.
No. And they stand in shit their entire life.
Yeah. So that goat lived a better life than the chicken I'm eating. But
yes, yeah. And a lot of those chickens, you see pictures of chickens from like 1945, and then again in like 1970, and then again now, and like it's weird, but like the chickens looked normal back in the day. It's like, yeah, that's what a chicken looks like, and now it's like their legs break because they're just growing so fast, so rapidly.
See, you don't know how much of this is like. So like I grew up in there, and it's like they get so big so fast that their bodies will fail at a certain percentage. Like there's just a certain percentage of them will just have heart attacks and die because they're getting so fat and big so fast. Like it's every day, 5 out of 100,000 will have a heart attack and die, but it's, or maybe 50, somewhere in there will every single day. But they get all sorts of weird deformities because you've got 100,000 of them. You'll have 4-legged chickens. That's not that rare. I've seen 4-legged chickens maybe 5 times, something like that.
4-legged chickens.
Yeah.
That's all extra legs.
It is.
Yeah. Lots of extra legs.
What's the weirdest deformity you've seen? Any multiple heads?
Multiple beaks. I've seen like an extra beak coming out, all fucked up. Too many eyes before, I think. No, one eye. Like only one eye in the middle, I think. I'm joking.
No.
Three eyes in a row, like that fish from Springfield.
like that. Yeah, that's
No, but I've seen them with 4 legs. And a really common issue they have is their legs will get broken underneath them for whatever. I don't even know why, but they'll just be walking around with their all fucked up broken legs. You got to club them to death.
So you got to club them to death.
Yeah, club them to death. Like
their baby steals.
I can't overstate how much clubbing happens in a chicken farm.
What?
Were you like getting
That
sore?
looks cool.
Like your clubbing arm was getting sore sometimes?
Genuinely, we would get like tennis elbow from beating birds to death. Yeah.
Why are you beating
Kyle,
birds to
son,
death
you got to
again?
step in. I got chicken wrist.
You call it culling, and basically you're killing the ones that are fucked up and dying already. You're killing the sick and the weak. And I don't mean just like he looks scrawny. I mean like the fucked up ones that need to be killed. Like there's something wrong with them. The deformed ones. And
Is that what Jeremy did?
That's one of his jobs. Yeah, sure. He'd be the.
Did you ever walk around with like your hands behind your back, holding your stick like a commandant?
Oh yeah, literally every day, dude. I saw a clip from Schindler's List, which I'm sure you're referencing right now.
Yeah.
The other day, I hadn't seen it in a long time. I'm gonna watch it this week because my girlfriend's never seen Schindler's List.
It's a bit of a downer.
But the evil Nazi comes into the factory and they're making the Jews work on slave labor because and they're making hinges. And he walks up to this old Jew who's making hinges, and he gets a stopwatch out. He's like, "Make me a hinge, Jew!" And the guy's like, fucking scared shitless. He starts making that fucking hinge. When this guy's like 60 maybe, but his hands are moving so quick, like he must have made 1 billion hinges. He's fucking twisting metal and hammering pins, and he goes cha-ting, and he must have made that hinge in less than 40 seconds, maybe less than 20 seconds. He'd made a fucking door hinge or whatever kind of hinges it was. In the comment, I go, check. Excellent work. But tell me, why are there so few finished hinges in your basket? And the next scene, they're walking him outside to shoot him in the head. And they got him on the ground, and the gun keeps misfiring. And the commandant keeps reloading and click.
Fix this gun, prisoner.
And the Jew is going, "Sir, my basket was low, click, because I was put on shovel duty today for 3 hours, and so click. I'd only been making hinges for a very short period of click." And you're like, oh my fucking God, is he gonna? And the commandant's getting angry, and he's like borrowing guns from people and shit. It's
borrowing. So he doesn't even care. He's about to shoot the hinge man.
Yeah,
the hinge guy.
Well, he don't care. It's Hinge Factory. This plays another hinge man somewhere.
Just plays
yeah. Ralph Fiennes. That's Ralph Fiennes' character in that movie. He's the Nazi. That's such a good movie. It's heavy though.
What else is he in?
It's long, isn't it?
Harry Potter. 2 hours and a half, I would say. Schindler's List.
I've only seen it once.
Longer. It's tremendous.
Movies are getting too long.
They're getting too long without earning it. Like it's like, what are you doing with these 2 hour and 12-minute horror movies? What are we doing here?
That's fair. Horror should be 2 hours at absolute most.
As long as fuck. And like that story should have been told in 90 minutes. It wasn't that complex.
Are they going to have to? What are they going to have to do to get you guys back excited for like a superhero movie again? Because I know you both had a very sour taste, especially Woody from the.
As a slow learner, I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I will too. But it's not because we're
Ant-Man's got a new. He's Ant-Man and the Mantis are gonna. They're gonna save.
That's a thing. They've already done that movie.
Wait, and the Wasp.
No, Mantis is in Guardians of the Galaxy. It's Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's his chick. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just have a more discerning eye on which products I watch, because it used to be that I would watch every Marvel product that they put out so I could stay interwoven in whatever nonsense they were doing now. So I watched all those goddamn TV shows I didn't really enjoy. But now the only thing that's got me excited, because Deadpool did let me down, that I didn't enjoy that. The only thing that's got me excited now is they're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. to be Dr. Doom. And I'm sure that the story is going to involve the multiverse, and they're going to go to some other reality where they need to deal with this Dr. Doom character. And then it's going to be revealed that it's Tony Stark's face under there, that he's Dr. Doom in that reality. And I swear to God, they got to write this line in there where they're like, where they're appealing to like maybe Tony Stark. They think maybe it's something else. And I need Dr. Doom to say, "I'm not Iron Man," and kill a main character. Because that was like his catchphrase in the movies. Always, "I'm Iron Man." He'd do a thing. So I need him to be like, I'm not Iron Man, and like kill Captain America right there, like break his neck or something hard. Like I'm hoping that I predicted that moment 2 years out.
But is that cool to say? I'm not Iron Man.
It would be so, dude. It would. I'm telling you, as a Marvel fan, it would be super cool if he said that. Like
really?
Every movie almost, he says, I'm Iron Man. And then he does some shit. He ends one of the movies by like the whole thing in the first movie, I think, is at first they want him to do this secret identity bullshit, but he's at the press conference and he's just like, yeah, also I'm Iron Man. And they're like, what the fuck? And they like lose their shit. And that's like the end of the movie, maybe. He just like blows his cover right away because he wants to be like a celebrity.
What
hero.
if he looks at him and he goes, "You're doomed"?
That'd be lame as shit.
Oh, wait, that was not
You're Dr. Doomed, aren't you?
I got a prescription for doom.
No, you know what? I want to take that again. You guys keep looking scared. Like,
No, that would
you guys all
suck.
have body
But I'm
cams
coming
on.
back for that. Like I'm gonna come back for that because that'll be like an Avengers big movie that has all the big collaboration, everybody coming together. And I want to see what they do with Black Captain America because I don't love that guy as an actor, but I'll watch him, I guess. I watched the whole Black Captain America TV show that was so much white guilt in that shit.
What? That's crazy. Unexpected.
They just beat you over the head. They go back and they find that the original Captain America program, which in the movies that we've seen so far seemed a real up and up organization. You know, we're doing the right thing for the right reasons. They're like, oh, you don't even know. They tested the serum on Negro soldiers, didn't even tell them what they's giving them. And then they find the failed Black Captain America who they like illegally tested Captain America serum on. And he's got like super strength and he's all bitter in his poor little house. And the white man took everything from me. Like he doesn't say that, but that's the gist of it, you know?
Yeah, it sounds insufferable. I won't be watching.
It is. It's well, you know,
I remember that.
Oh, it's a good show. It's a good show.
I watched it. I don't know.
I watched it too. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't a good show. I don't know what Marvel's going to do. I fear that it was not a flash in the pan, but they really did. That first era of casting was so good with Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans, and even Mark Ruffalo as a kind of a quiet, thoughtful Hulk was really good. Yeah, dude, like you needed an actor who was going to go full steroid mode and get the physique for Thor, and Hemsworth did it, and you got to love that. Like, I love those stories. Like, I can't remember who told me this. Might have been Derek. Maybe probably wasn't though. About like Chris Hemsworth having to use CGI and like lots of makeup to hide all the acne on his back because he was on just so much shit.
So he was just broken out.
Yeah. You can get really bad at back acne. I got acne on my shoulders.
No, that is a sign of it. That Derek would use to identify steroid use.
Oh yeah, if you see somebody with that, if you see a dude who's like 35 with acne on his shoulders, just know.
And Jack.
Yeah, that shouldn't be happening.
No. Well, I hope they don't get you again with another retarded superhero movie. Maybe it'll return to the way you like it.
I mean, it's not like I'm paying for him anyway.
Do you think we'll know the president next show? The election's Tuesday.
Yeah, we're gonna know
Thursday.
Yeah,
I think we'll know in 2 days. Did we know last time in 2 days?
No,
I don't remember.
So.
But
they better. That's so fucking ridiculous to not have it same day. That's so insane.
There are laws that prevent it, and I see it both ways. Like with not the mail-in ballots, they're not allowed to count them in advance, and I can imagine maybe that's intelligence you don't want to even exist, right? Like how the vote's going so far while the voting's still happening, and I can also be like, yeah, but now we're fucked. Now it's nearly impossible for those votes to get counted on time.
Yeah, like we did this for most of our country's history, where like with lower technology, where like they knew by the end of the night who won. There's exceptions like 2000 where there's a huge amount of
races are tighter than they ever were.
Yeah, they weren't this tight before. We used to know weeks in advance, like who was obviously going to win.
Yeah,
so I think it goes
that's just crazy to be like, oh, we might not know until 5 days later. It's like, well, that's fucking ridiculous. Get it together. Get it done by that night.
I think we're going to know right away. I think there's 2 outcomes that I foresee.
Okay.
Well, no shit.
But
wait a minute. I also see 2 outcomes.
No, hold on, Woody. He's got this on lock. let's sit our asses down and listen.
So I just think the only way Kamala wins is if women show up really disproportionately and vote for her. I think that's the only way, because the polls say she's behind in every single swing state, at least the average of all the polls. There's a couple of outliers, and I keep seeing stuff that he's winning the popular vote somehow. So it seems like it's a Trump slam dunk. So either it is what it looks like, and it's the Trump slam dunk, and right away we're like calling Pennsylvania, for example. Like he wins Pennsylvania, like 56% of Pennsylvania. That's not what's going to happen. But like if he does something like that, we know right away. But if the women show up and right away the swing states are out of play, and we're seeing like Georgia swinging back the wrong way, North Carolina swinging back the wrong way, then we're just going to know. That's what it's going to take. Like if he loses North Carolina, like Jesus, the paths shrink.
I don't think he's going to lose North Carolina. I saw that the Democrats pulled a lot of advertising out of North Carolina, which is usually an admission that, like, you know, our money is not best served here anymore. Like the ROI is not there.
Leave this up for a bit. This, to me, this looks awfully realistic.
Really? Trump getting Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah.
Every coin flip?
I looked at the polls today. Maybe they're always changing, but I just saw him ahead everywhere.
So if let's say he loses Wisconsin and Michigan here, it looks like he still wins, right?
Yes. Yeah, he needs to lose the Wisconsin and Michigan have to go blue, and Kamala's winning in that. I don't know what this what Zach found here, but the polls that I see, I look at 538 and something else, and I see Kamala winning. He's moving it around 270 to win. He's winning the two Great Lakes stakes, but Pennsylvania is super tight. Trump is winning, I see, with like a 52% chance of winning. And then a little better, like closer to 60 in North Carolina and Georgia. And I don't see anyone saying Trump's winning Nevada. So this isn't in line with the polls.
He's going to rock the whole Sun Belt. He's going right through Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. He's going to clean them up, Woody. It's not even going to be close. It's going to be rough. We're going to know.
You might be right. And you might be $100 richer, Kyle.
Where are you seeing this 270 to win thing? Because I went to 270 to win, and it just takes every close state and calls it a toss-up and doesn't make any predictions.
I have no idea. I don't
simulator. I mean, I'm on there too.
Follow this shit. The polls.
I used to look at 270 to win, and it frustrated me because at least on my screen, it doesn't make any calls. This is the toss-up states: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, all too close to call. I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's just not telling me anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I saw Trump up like 2 to 5% in Georgia.
Yeah, I think he's looking good in Georgia and Pennsylvania right now, and North Carolina. Or at least that's what I saw
about a week ago, and it's been tightening in the last 5 days. I don't know how long it's been, but it's hard to tell. Also, all these polls are a look like 10 to 14 days in the past, and what do you make of that? If it's
I like the Trump's doing like little viral clips and shit in the closing days, and Kamala's kind of doing the same thing. I mean, she's doing her job, but like I think Trump and Vance doing Rogan, getting probably I don't know how many millions of views it's at now. And then I genuinely liked his garbage man stunt, and I think that I think if you win the meme war, you might win the presidency.
This is the kind of poll that I hate to see. Like it basically takes every interesting race and calls it too close to call. Everything's purple. It's like, all right, so
yeah, it's like I fucking could have made this. Like
exactly.
this isn't helpful. Yeah, have some balls, switch it around,
and
boom.
Yeah. I'm not completely sure that Zach isn't showing us things that he clicked and manipulated himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's how 270 to win works on my computer.
Yeah,
where you can just kind of.
Regardless, though, like it's we're not going to get to the bottom of anything from the polls. We're going to find out next Tuesday, and it's going to be fucking fun to watch. I really hope that we know right away, and that it's a landslide one way or the other. I don't even care who wins. I'm afraid of both of them. I'm genuinely afraid of both of them.
You don't want Trump in?
I'm genuinely afraid of both of them and their policies, Taylor. I worry that maybe
I don't
she'll
like
be
the
over
free
her-
speech I hear from Harrison Walls at all.
I worry she'll be over her head in international affairs, and I worry that he'll maybe have some trials and put Nancy Pelosi on a guillotine or something crazy. Like I worry that he
Really?
might go. I don't know. I don't know
In
what that man's
2016,
thinking.
even after he won, he's like, "We're not doing anything with Hillary. It'd be bad for the country."
Yeah,
We're
but
not.
that was before the last year
No,
that
he
they
tried to
spent
do it, and his attorney
prosecuting
general
him.
refused to follow through.
You know, they're delaying his sentencing till after in New York, all the New York shit that he was found guilty on, those 40 felonies or whatever, until after this election. It behooves him to cement his safety going forward, rather than just hoping on a 4-year time period. Like, what if they sentence him to like 5 years of prison after his presidential term? Do you think he's
Imagine that.
leaving? Do you
Dude,
think
he
he's
wouldn't.
leaving?
He
He's
leave
gonna
last
be-
time.
He's too old to serve.
I don't know how
People
long
are
he's
not
going to
gonna throw
live.
in.
but
They're not going to throw an 84-year or what would he be? 70 or 83? Right by the end of it.
82.
I think I thought he
he's
was
72.
Oh, he gets pardoned by
he's,
Vance.
He's 78. I thought
Can
he was
he just
79.
pardon himself, would he?
Yes. I think he's a little untested,
What a-
but I think he can pardon himself.
What a funny system.
yeah.
You can just pardon.
It's-
I bet he pardons Hunter Biden.
oh, but I don't think he can pardon himself on state level.
That'd be
So that becomes a
that'd
tricky
be nice
thing.
of him. Well, I'm sure Biden's going to pardon Hunter Biden, right? If
He
doesn't,
says he won't.
that'd be a big boy move if Donald pardoned him. I feel like
I could see that happening.
that'd win a lot of hearts
You
and
could
minds.
see Donald Trump pardoning Hunter. Biden.
No, I could not see it.
Taylor
But if
said
he
it.
did
if
it,
it's politically advantageous, like if it makes him look better in his mind, he'll do it. That's what he does. He does for like everything operating. He wants to look good, and so if like that's the way the tide's turning, I wouldn't put it past him.
I haven't seen Trump turn the other cheek. I haven't seen him, anytime the other team takes a shot at Trump, he never is like, you know what, let's be friends. Nope.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't. If he gets in,
Always
I hope he does
escalate.
go after a lot of the people who have been pulling this bullshit for a long
Like
time.
Hunter.
like a tribunal, a military tribunal.
Ooh, a tribunal, a triumvirate. We get 3 presidents now.
No.
We get Trump and Barron
No, he's going
and-
to hold hearings.
and a wild card, a random
He's going to
citizen.
have those Saddam Hussein style hearings. That where he's just going to call forward people and he's going to pass judgment on them.
Yeah. I really dislike just how open both Harris and Walls have been with like, yeah, I mean, free speech doesn't protect hate speech and misinformation, and that needs to be shut down. It's like, no. No, that's not how free speech works. Free speech isn't there to protect people being like, go Ravens. It's to protect actually, controversial speech.
Well, I don't
And
want to
the
protect
idea
Russian
that you can just
Russian
let
bots,
some
though.
the idea you can just let one political party or a bunch of rich oligarchs in big tech decide what is and isn't allowed to be said by the American public on the public square, which is Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of these
I
things.
hear where you're coming from,
that's
but it's
so
so
wrong.
difficult to get this right? Because at some point, telling people vaccines are bad and creating a movement that gets people to stop taking them, and not just the COVID one. I know that one's newer, but vaccines in general. RFK says they cause autism, and the world should stop taking vaccines. But we know they do a lot more good than harm. And if you spread information like RFK does, it is more destructive than yelling fire in a theater. It's a
Why
problem.
can't he
On the other
make
hand,
his voice
well,
heard?
I have more to say. On the other hand, to your point, like it is really difficult to figure out what's right and what's wrong. I remember about the masks, right? At first, you don't need masks. Then any mask will do. Then cloth masks are no good. And that changed. And you could get banned from Twitter by saying that it came from a lab in Wuhan instead of the bat market or whatever.
Mhm.
And I think they were doing that in good faith. And then it turns out they were working on perhaps wrong information. And if you censor people for saying shit that's not true, that could later turn out to be true, then you've done a terrible thing. So it is hard to censor, and if you want people to be right and not hurt other people, but you don't know for sure what's right, it puts you in a spot where you get shit wrong and it becomes a bad thing.
For me, it's very easy. Like when in doubt, don't censor people. Like if you're directly calling to harm someone or being like, go to this person's house and drag him out of like, we all know can't do that shit. But the idea that like RFK can't go talk about the fucking his whatever platelet spinning shit he thinks Americans should do to be jacked, or if he like has a problem with some vaccines, like Like
I
he
feel like
should be
community
he
notes
able to say
fixes
what
this.
he believes,
I feel
and all
like
it's
we
going to do
mostly
if we,
agree. It's
yeah.
just I'm trying to say it's really hard to draw that line and get it right all the time. It's like
I think
any
community
kind of
notes
moderation.
fixes this, right?
If you give them that credence, that leeway to do it, like we know the side that wants to censor misinformation, like they censored the mask stuff. They censored lots of stuff over the past few years that ended up being correct. And like, I don't give them all the faith of like, oh, they just got the information wrong. Like, no, they at some point knew the Hunter Biden laptop was real. Those intelligence agents knew that, and they lied, and it was said as misinformation. And so like, no matter who's in charge, whether it's Harris or Trump or whatever, like I don't want that person to be able to go, oh, this thing that reflects poorly on me and my friends and my little enclave here, my donors, my big spenders. No, that's misinformation actually. And questioning it loses you your YouTube channel. How do you like that? Loses you your Twitter account, your Facebook. Like it's sinister, and it's always overused. Like it never stops on one little thing. Like they want more control over our speech online. And that's a huge threat, because that's all we have online now is speech here for the most part. Like that's why like Elon buying Twitter was a great thing. Like actually having a more uncensored, and he still censors plenty of stuff. There's still stuff censored on there.
He still censors stuff he doesn't like. And Twitter may have been somewhat political back in 2015, but what it is now is off the fucking charts. The owner of Twitter is literally going to Trump rallies and promoting Trump.
Yeah, the owner of
He is
Facebook,
literally
$400 million.
He's giving millions of dollars to people to vote in the way that he wants them.
More or less.
This is so far beyond the pale
more or less
of what
money
you
to
didn't like
vote.
about 2015 and 2016.
Hold on, is
what
he
he's
giving
doing
more?
now
Or,
is fucking insane.
you had no
terms of,
problem
like,
with Mark
he
Zuckerberg
bought
doing this.
a media company and is taking his bias and putting it out there 100 times more than existed 4 years ago or
That's
8
not
years
true.
ago.
Facebook
And you
was
don't see,
actively
not
covering
true.
up stories.
He's donating hundreds of millions of dollars to Trump's campaign. Like that, if Twitter had a bias before, it was subtle, and it was like a couple dick pics of the Hunter Biden.
It wasn't
Now
subtle. They covered up information that was
wild.
hurtful to Democrats in an election season. It wasn't subtle.
This isn't subtle. What's happening now is so far beyond what has ever happened before. Fucking literally, Elon Musk is on stage at Trump's rallies promoting him, paying people millions of dollars to vote for Trump.
I don't remember you having an issue with this
only.
4 years ago when Elon Musk.
That's what I'm saying to you.
I'm sorry, not Elon Musk.
That's what I'm saying
Mark
to you.
Zuckerberg.
Like,
yeah,
4 years ago, I did have an issue with it, and I was a little like, it turns out they fucked that up, and I don't like it. But what they're doing now is so far beyond what they've done in the past. Now that Elon Musk, a Trump supporter, a future Trump cabinet member, they say, is owning Twitter.
I want to know like what is okay. So the owner of Facebook, a larger site than Twitter by all metrics, he put $400 million largely into Georgia in the get out the vote portion of the Democratic outreach program. Like that's what he did. And he used his position at Facebook to delegitimize stories like the Hunter Biden thing, anything negative about Biden and the Democrats. And he got rid of those stories. They know this. It's confirmed. And so this idea that now that Elon Musk on Twitter is doing something similar, that now it's this crazy beyond the pale thing. It's like billionaires are in our politics for better or worse. And I think it's probably almost always worse.
For the worst, for sure.
It's like happening.
What Zuckerberg did, if he donated, I didn't hear about him donating $400 million to the Democrats. That never got into my feed. But I can hear about Musk's, and it's happening right now. And it's also hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's not just like subtle ads or whatever. Like he's on the stage. He's jumping up trying to make an X in his dorky little.
They banned whole stories negative about Biden from entire platforms
on X right now.
Do you think that's as impactful?
I think it shows the bias. Like what has happened to the conversations on X have shifted. Like my red friends, the ones who like don't like to hear anything that they don't like to hear, are like, you have to go to Twitter to get the truth nowadays. Everything else is a lie, right? Because Twitter is a safe space for Republicans.
There's a ton of left-leaning people on Twitter.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
it's a safe space.
It's more. It's definitely more. It's more right-wing now for sure.
Yeah,
but that's also just like
by design.
Elon Musk taking his thumb off the scales, and now
Elon Musk put his thumb on this scale.
The thumb was on the scales for years. They admitted this.
They changed the algorithm so that Elon Musk's tweets get special treatment above all else. and he retweets Republican talking points and Republican.
He's totally biased. Yeah,
and so he got upset when wasn't the biggest tweeter on the planet, so they made him that algorithmically. That is finger on the scale. That is buying a publishing company and then pushing out your political message as the richest man the earth has ever seen. Bezos did the opposite. Bezos refused to endorse a candidate.
No, he refused to allow his newspaper to do the endorsement they wanted.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I should have said it that way. So the Washington, but Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, and he's doing sort of the opposite of what Elon Musk did, in that he's just staying quiet about who Washington Post.
I think it's because he probably sees the writing on the wall and that a Trump win is very likely, and he wants to be seen in a more positive light by that administration, because he has been
I somewhat agree with you, but I see it a little differently. I think he sees that if Kamala wins, there will be no punishment for failing to endorse her. But if Trump wins, there will be a punishment for endorsing the wrong person. So he's just going to stay quiet because Kamala will forgive him and Trump won't.
Maybe. I mean, but they endorsed his opponent in every other race.
Man, I just
stopped, right? Why does the Washington newspapers endorse people? Like, that's a thing that newspapers do.
Isn't that insane?
Not the Washington.
That we like you're supposed to read this stuff from the New York Times and be like, what a prestigious organization. Who'd they endorse? Oh, the same party every time. Every time for probably, 80. Yeah. And so this our media is so corrupt. And I like more freedom of speech online, whether it's Elon giving it or Zuckerberg. He's not really known for doing that.
Or paid Russian disinformation activists,
if that's the cost,
Laura Loomer,
if that's the cost of like having
the Russians to spread lies about the Ukraine war, is that the free speech we're protecting?
I would err on the side of allowing that versus shutting down whatever the current ruling party sees as threatening, because that's all that heavy censorship is. It's not about protecting people. It's about the people in power at that moment having the ability to solidify their stance and their ideology by banning speech outside of it.
But it is a problem when Russian pays American influencers $100,000 a video to spout Russian lies.
I agree. I don't like any foreign interference in our politics. That's why I've mentioned disliking AIPAC so much on this show. I don't like any of this foreign influence. America should be for Americans.
There's harmful disinformation, and I can't have what I want. I want the harmful disinformation to not be spread. But since I don't know where the harmful disinformation is until 2 years later, I can't get it right all the time. And because I can't get it right all the time, it's this it's better to let 100 guilty people walk free than to let one innocent man get convicted, sort of thing. That's where I am with censorship. And I just don't know how to get it perfect.
I want to talk about Elon's making his jumpy X, though, because that's got to be, I didn't realize he was trying to make an X at first.
Oh, where he's got his fucking midriff hanging out like a retard.
Dude, I am not a good jumper, but I've got a better vertical than Elon Musk.
I think Woody and I can out jump Elon, and we're not jumpsmen.
Why does he keep doing it? Because I'm sure he's seen photographs of him doing it, and it doesn't look good. And yet
I saw the crowd beg for it. They're like, do the X, do the X. It's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, but they're laughing at him. It's like a kid that stutters, and they're like, "Say Mary had a little lamb."
Did you see Trump talking about him on Joe Rogan, where Trump was like, "You've been hanging out with Elon Musk a lot. Like, what's he like?" And Trump's like, "Great guy. This guy, he's such a good guy from another planet. This guy." Just talking about what Trump thinks he's a fucking weirdo.
Even 10 years ago, when Elon was the saving the world for the Democrats guy, I still couldn't find him to be a compelling speaker. He is one of the worst communicators who's ever been in his position.
The space stuff is cool, and I am so in favor of making Twitter more free speech. But outside of that, the boring company, don't care. Tesla, I'm not interested.
What about the flamethrowers?
Flamethrowers, no, don't care about that.
Flamethrower.
It's really the Twitter. It's the Twitter and the space stuff that's top tier from him.
Yeah.
I like even politics. I think he's just he's got some good takes. I love that he's got this program in Pennsylvania where he's like, there's $1 million prize that you randomly get if you register to vote or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, I saw him give a big check to the winner, and it's like he's made it a game show. It's beautiful.
Apparently that's illegal. And
while they're suing him, he didn't show up today for court.
Right. Which in my world means you automatically lose. But I just am assuming the rules are different for Elon, and he'll never be punished, and everything will be fine.
Of course. Like
is it even illegal? Or are they like trying
I
to?
mean, I've
build
seen it
the
again
reason?
and again. Do I know the law? No.
Yeah,
But
it seems like it should be.
it seems like we don't tend to actually enforce laws against the amount of money that billionaires and large corporations bandy about in the political
there's
world.
a thing we agree on.
Yeah.
They
Found out
don't tend to.
Last week they
never
also
get
found
punched.
out that he'd been having these private conversations with Putin for over 2 years, and Putin had asked him to not employ Starlink over Taiwan or something like that, or as a favor to China.
What is why we have Starlink over Taiwan? Just give internet over there?
Yeah. Well, he wants to make the whole planet like internet accessible. Like,
What's
so you
taking
can be in
so
the middle-
long on that? I thought we
he's
were
launching.
seeing more.
Well, he has the most
He's putting
satellites
satellites in space. Give him a minute.
continuously.
Nah.
Generally,
Hurry up.
every
Get moving.
Zach, show me. How about this? How many satellites do you think Elon Musk put into space this month?
35,000.
Wait, this month? I'm gonna
This
say.
month.
I'm gonna say 34.
Yeah, I'll guess
That's
20.
probably. I bet he a fucking 100. I bet each
Really?
rocket's carrying like 50 of them or something.
Okay,
crazy
fine.
like
If
that.
he's popping
Like-
100 a month up there, I retract what I said.
Look, I'm guessing. I just know he's got thousands and thousands of them, and that like over 2/3 of existing satellites are Musk satellites. Like I can't see them with my eye, but I see people who are in the right area, and you see this line of fucking satellites moving through space. Was it 60 launching?
60 per launch.
60
Okay.
per launch. How many launches this month?
I thought he meant one.
What I'm saying is,
Either way,
they-
okay, 60.
it was pretty sketchy to hear that about Musk, and I don't know. He's got so much power and so much wealth,
Yeah.
and to be tied into those key industries as well is a little sketchy. He's
defense
he's not just like-
contractor making
yeah,
deals
that.
with Putin on the side. Like,
yeah, his wealth isn't in like snack foods, so it's a little
No.
scarier.
That's Mr. Beast now.
yeah, right. Like,
No,
if
they
you
can't-
heard that the
dude.
CEO of Boeing was secretly meeting with Russia and listening to his thoughts on what he'd like Boeing to do. It'd be like, what the no? Boeing is for us. Boeing's an American company,
Mm.
but that's Elon Musk is also a defense contractor.
What is Musk
As of
say
the
about it?
26th, he'd had
What's
22
his,
launches of 60 per launch. Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot. What did Musk say about the Putin thing?
I haven't
I don't-
heard Musk speak about it.
He
Hasn't
said,
spoken to
"Vote
it?
Trump 2024, MAGA country," and then he did a little ha, and he jumped.
I mean, I don't.
He's-
Did he do the yacht?
That's Howard Dean. So that might be before your time.
No,
That's
I remember Howard Dean.
Dude,
Yeah.
I can't believe that was disqualifying for president. He
I
let
think
out
good
an
Howard Dean, by the way.
yell in a crowded environment, and I guess the mics picked him up and not all the crowd noise, and it made him sound crazy, and his campaign was over.
That was
And-
2004, right?
Nowadays, you could literally get convicted of rape, and they're like,
Roughly.
I'm going to bite. I stick with you.
We're going to
There's no media confidence the way there was.
They're going to Michigan. Yeah.
And your
And the
mic's
next
muting
day
you
they
for
were
all
like-
that because it knows that it doesn't want you to have this Dukakis moment.
What was his name?
Did
It
my
wasn't Dukakis.
Did my mic do something?
When you yell,
Cut you
your
out,
mic
it yells.
quiets you.
Oh,
So you
Yeah,
need to
it
tamp
just
it
happens like a
down.
couple times a show.
Calm down, big guy.
Howard Dean, that's who it was.
yeah.
Howard Dean, Jimmy's
call that.
political brother.
Ah.
yeah,
Yeah, the
we'll
sausage guy.
see. I don't know. I'm not confident that Kamala's going to win, but if someone's
I'm-
confident Trump's going to win, then I think they're being silly.
Absolutely, I am.
If
Not
I
confident
was
in any
forced
outcome.
to bet on it right now, it
Trump.
seems more likely Trump, and so I'd put my money there.
Yep.
But I'm not confident enough to put money on this.
Nope, not at this juncture.
I
Yeah.
heard some poll expert, he seemed non-biased, who was like, yeah, if anyone's confident that their choice is right, don't trust that guy. That guy's biased. I'm like, oh, yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
it's
Although,
hard to
like,
tell.
the algorithm is so fucking shitty, dude. There's like so many of these dweeb YouTubers who are like, I don't know, 22 years old, and they're election experts somehow. And it's like, I think this is your first election. You can vote, bro. What are you talking
Yes.
about?
Oh
And-
my
and-
God, I see them too.
And they've got the map out on 538 or 270 or whatever, and they're like, oh, we just ignore that one, and this one. So you're just picking and choosing polls to believe,
Mhm.
and then creating this forecast for this Trump Reagan like sweep. California's in play, people. I'm saying it right now.
Yeah.
And then they show you a
Yeah.
map of California, and I'm sure you've seen it before on Reddit or something, but California's mosely red. Like square footage wise,
That's how
Yeah.
square
counties
footage
work.
wise, it's like 2 to 1 red or something like that. It's the population.
Yeah.
We've got blue cities, not blue states.
Yeah.
And then we've
That's
got
how it
states
works.
full of desert and prairie as well.
Mm.
Yeah. The Republicans love to make it look like the bulk of the country is Republican, but it depends whether you measure by people.
The bulk of the
miles.
land is.
It is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If the animals could vote, though, they'd probably go dim.
The animals?
Yeah, I guess that's where the
Dude,
vegetarians are.
Are you serious? The animals would go third party and we'd have new conquerors.
If you let the Dolphins have a vote, I think that they vote Democrat. They're not stupid. They're not going to vote. What, Jill Stein? Please. She doesn't care about the Dolphins.
Dude, the
ways.
Dolphins would make their own party.
Yeah, no,
Dolphin part- there's not enough American dolphins.
System.
Do you know the population of dolphins in the Southern Waters, Taylor?
No.
Clearly. It's not going to be a real. This is not going to be.
You don't think they're going to be a
voting-
powerful voting bloc? The Gulf?
It's not going to be a powerful voting block at all. We're gonna.
They would be
melt
I was
Puerto Rico.
imagining they would be the leader animals, and they would like direct the cows, pigs, and chickens to be like.
No, they don't get a say. The cows and
Yeah,
chickens are food.
the animals don't have their shit together. The dolphins vote for one guy, the porpoise votes for another, and it's all
Porpoises don't
cracked.
get votes
back.
either.
And it all
Only
comes down
dolphins.
to who the pigs and cows and chickens pick. 'cause
And
they're
probably
number
only
guys.
the bottlenose dolphins. I think those are the big smart ones.
Certainly not those river ugly ones. Yeah,
the ones that evolved to lose their eyes. Basically, it's just a slit now. Get out of here.
Those are the
Those
worst
yellow,
dolphins.
those yellow
They are the
dolphins
worst,
or
but I
whatever
think
they
they're
are.
Cool.
Lemon dolphins. What are they called?
No, they're kind of reddish.
Disgusting.
Maybe that was a tint from the picture
They're
cameras.
fucking
I remember the
disgusting. No,
them being
but
watered.
I think
brown.
bottlenose
Yeah.
dolphins are like they're coming right up behind us in intelligence. The Navy does crazy shit with dolphins, dude. All sorts of mine detection and like teaching them to go to enemy vessels and plant devices on them and then leave.
Yeah.
Like
Dude,
all sorts
eventually
of
we're going to
crazy shit.
figure out their language.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had already done it to a rudimentary level in the military.
Then we
Like
can figure
Navy-
out whales.
The Navy's had a program trying to talk to dolphins since World War II, since before World War II. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if they could tell a dolphin to like, see you tomorrow at 8.
That'd be
And the
so
dolphin
funny,
shows up
like-
on time and clocks in.
Like, what do you do? It's like, oh, I work for the CIA. It's like, oh, doing what? Like assassinating foreign despots? Spy missions? He's like, no, I play Duolingo with with the dolphin.
The
11
bottlenose
hours
dolphin.
a day. I've been doing it for 35 years. We've made no progress.
Oh,
that'd be
that reminds me.
super
I want to
fun.
play. If you want to play Scrabble sometime, let me know. I've been playing on an app, and just
Mhm.
the bot beats the shit out of me because the bot knows all the 2-letter words and I don't. And the fucking people that play on there genuinely cheat, Woody.
I'm super curious, and I don't know how to ask without sounding like a moron. What's a 2-letter word you don't know? But
There are
that's-
dozens. There are dozens that you don't know. Like
I'm sure, but
because it's Scrabble and we're any word. There's a list of the 2 and 3-letter words.
it to be. How many more can there be?
I probably like 75, something like that.
Uh-huh.
There's a big list. I don't know them. But see, you need to know all.
Which
of
one
them
did
when
you
you're-
lose on? I'm sure you remember one that you
It
lost.
did a quadruple word thing where it stacked a word on top of another word, and it made like 5 different up and down words and 1 straight across word simultaneously.
Damn,
A
you got manhandled.
It was a cheater. He's got to be using some kind of fucking cheat to do that because he did it fast, Taylor. He was like, "Oh, Persephone," and then like immediately it was like 8-word combo, and like sparkles went
Oh, man.
off. and
What's
I'm
your
behind-
win-loss record? How's it going overall?
Dude, I've never won. I've never
Is that why you're asking me to play?
Yeah, because I know. First of all, I know you'll be good at it, but
I will
also,
beat your
but you
ass
don't know the
in Scrabble.
intricate. I need someone who doesn't know the
This is the
intricacies
kind of thing that Taylor's
Scrabble.
good at.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah,
one of the
but-
kind of games I'm good at.
Yeah, but he doesn't know the intricacies of Scrabble, and neither do I. So like,
Right.
we're just gonna
That's
go
fair,
vocabulary against vocabulary. If he wins most of the games, that's fine. I just want to play against a normal person who's not cheating, because the people cheat, and the bot is bullshit. I can
Yeah.
slaughter the easy bot, and the medium bot
Yeah,
destroys.
people
it.
use bot like an insult. They don't understand. Bots can be far better than any human.
Oh yeah, especially games like chess.
It knows
Scrabble
all the
in
2 and
particular.
3-letter words. Like your brain doesn't want to think in that way to do the words like up and down and across. Like the way
Mhm.
it was throwing combos on me, it was just really disheartening.
What were the scores like?
Like I would keep up, like but it would be like 187 to 140. or something like that, and then I would be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, like, because my next word is going to be cow or cows. I haven't decided yet. and its next word is
saving this S for a rainy day.
And I genuinely don't know like the intricacies of the game of Scrabble, but aside from just making words.
Yeah. When I've played, I've always just had the goal of like, what's the longest word I can make? But I don't really
That's
think
my
about,
goal as well.
Yeah.
Also, some of the letters are worth more, and if you can put that on a triple word score or something, then
the computer is intentionally
hypotenuse.
monopolizing corners of the board. It's doing like a thing to like take up territory and like block avenues of advance for me. It's upsetting. So I'd love to play it with someone who doesn't know how to play, because I don't know how to play.
Yeah.
Oh, and we need to jump on Skyrim. I'm ready to do that anytime. I can do that tomorrow.
Let's do that soon.
I want to go on a magical adventure with you. I will be Chagrin the Procurer.
Yes. And I'll be
Otis.
Mugumbe,
Ooh.
the most impressive warrior.
Can you be from that tribe where the women prize the man with the largest belly?
Yes. I will be from that tribe.
Can you be fat in Skyrim? In the character
with the
creator?
mods, we can genuinely do anything that you can fathom.
In
like,
Elden Ring, you can only still look good with clothes on fat. Like full chubby in Elden Ring is not that fat.
Can you even play anymore, or are you like taking a pause from Elden Ring because there's just nothing like because I know that from Skyrim where I'm like I don't even know what else to do anymore.
Dude,
he's gonna beat it 9 times in a row. That's his goal.
8 times in a row, and I have beaten the base game 8 times. I am now on DLC 8th time. Every time you beat it, it gets harder up until the 8th time that they call New Game 7. So your second time is New Game 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on New Game 7, the highest difficulty of a famously hard game, and I've beaten the base game, and now I'm on the DLC. And when I beat that for the 8th time, there's not much I can do. Another thing I like to do that's slowing me down is I don't want to be an asshole, but like I help lesser players who can't beat bosses or get through towns, and just Sherpa people. And I like doing that.
Yeah, that's got to be fun. Like, because you're just putting yourself back in that distant land where you were new. You couldn't even imagine being.
It's kind of I judge them sometimes. I'm like, oh, so you need help with this? Okay, but I'm gonna wear a dress for this shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm putting the armor away. I'm breaking out like a fucking band.
Murka.
Yeah, like,
I think that would be a great weapon, maracas.
I'm gonna kill everyone with a bouquet of flowers just to show you what a puss you are, because this is Easyville.
So they're just like summoning you for like some bullshit boss fights sometimes.
Sometimes it's not even the boss fight. Like you can summon for boss fights. I thought that's what it was at first, but you can also summon at like the beginning of the town that you need to get through to get to the boss fight. And I'm down for anything. Like, oh, whatever you need help with, I just like doing it.
Do they get experience?
Yes. Yeah, they get the bulk of it. I get maybe 1/3 of the runes I would get if I was doing it myself. But if I successfully beat the boss with them, I get something called a rune arc, which powers up your character until the next time you die.
I also kind of want to get a third, and one of us be Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, and like because you can get mods where you genuinely just look like them, you just are them.
I call Legolas.
Taylor.
It's a fantasy world. I can be whoever I want.
You know who you are.
We're gonna be a guy with a. I just want to be a guy with a similar waist size, who's equally attractive.
Remember that scene where Legolas walked on top of the snow on the mountain and all the others were sinking into it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's me.
That's you.
He's so light-footed. That's what Gimli would say.
Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, I suppose I won't be picky. Maybe I'll be Arwen instead if I can't be. I won't. I guess I'll be Aragorn.
You were going to be the boat. You were saying the whole time you weren't going to be.
I always want to be the Elfman. You know, I always gravitate.
A magic man.
Well, if we're doing, I guess, I could do a Gandalf. I could do a
magic
whole Gandalf
man is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
honestly, Magic Man or Archer, every other build is significantly less fun than those.
Yeah, I guess so.
Less fun.
So. Yeah. In Skyrim,
the possibilities
if you've got a sword or a battle
spawn.
axe. There's only so many things you can do with a sword or a battle axe to another person. But if you're a wizard, you know, I can make lightning hit you or fire. I could like make you go to sleep. I could turn you into a sheep, or I could convince your friends to kill you. I can do all sorts of wacky things. I can blind you.
Yeah, you can paralyze.
I
all
don't
sorts
like
of things.
that. I trying to talk less about Elden Ring, but in Elden Ring you can do spells and you can do.
You're wearing the costume, dude. You can
You
have
can
it
talk about
up.
as much as
Have
you
it
want.
up.
Yeah.
But I would
But-
like to you just like you.
I was inspired by this legend. Let me solo her. Maybe you've seen him. He wears
Of course.
on his head,
Yeah.
and he Sherpas people who can't beat tough bosses, and that's who I aspire to be. And if I'm sitting there throwing lightning bolts at someone from a distance, well, I'm cheesing, and I don't want to cheese. I want to get good. Get good, spelled G-U-D, and
Oh, shit.
G-I-T-G-U-D. That's like a mantra in the game. Get good. That's what I want to do. Put in my time until the point where I can sit there with a fucking club and a dress and beat anyone who dares try me. This is
I love
AI,
it.
not people.
Yeah.
Of course.
Not the best in the world. Or
It
anything.
should be though. Like, aren't you? Do you ever PvP?
Yeah, I have. I win
Are
more
you-
than I
are you-
lose at this point.
That's interesting. Yeah,
Nice.
because
Yeah.
to me, that's the logical next evolution once you've beaten it this final time. Because always in every game, like no matter how hard the AI is, like I remember with Civ 5, it was like that, right? Like, all right, I've beaten deity AI using every race. Like the game doesn't have anything else for me. I've got to find people that are like crafty and sneaky and have perfected every step to like make it harder.
So-
Maybe that's true there.
Here's the Elden Ring dynamic, and I think it's pretty cool, right? If you don't summon anybody, then you don't get invaded. However, if you summon someone like me to help you, well, you've opened your door for other humans to join your game and invade us.
Okay.
And now they become, I want to say they're woodland creatures. They're game obstacles just like anybody else. But of course, they're they have good armor and weapons. They're the same thing they always have. And so while I'm Sherpaing somebody through a town or towards the main boss, we get invaded by other players, and I got to nuke that problem. It's like, host, run. There's a bad guy here. Let me get this for you. And then they bring the host back and we go. Because if the host dies, I failed my mission. So
Yeah.
That's a
kinda
cool, that's a fun thing to be able to do at the end of the game.
Yeah,
Like-
and the world gets divided into good guys and bad guys. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be an obstacle to somebody completing this game? Do you want to be the scary thing in the woods? Because you can. Or do you want to be the Sherpa that gets him past all the things with the long teeth in the woods? And there's a population that does both.
Are you having fun being the scary thing in the woods at all?
So there's a quest where they force you to do that 3 times. So for me, that's 24 times. And I like it. It's fine. I feel guilty when I kill people who are trying to they're like, this game is famously hard.
Can you talk
now
shit?
Woody's fucking coming along here.
So you just pop out of the woods and like, ah, and then, and then they're like, fuck.
So I walk into like a 1v3, and some people carefully take once you kill the host, you've won. And some people will avoid the host and kill the others first, like to make a point of it. But I'm not that good. I kill the host, and then that's how I win.
Can you talk shit when you do it?
No. I
Damn,
can't.
that would be the coup de grace. Like if you could come
Can
in
you
there, even
dance
if it was-
at them or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are
Oh,
other
okay.
ways to like talk
Or there's like a
shit,
booty
like
dance. Like is it a
doing it
mocking
with weak
dance?
weapons, do it like not hitting them for a while. Maybe I watch them and I can you can pretty quickly get a vibe for their skill level. And if it's low, I might just let them miss me for like a whole minute before
Oh.
I strike the first time.
That shit.
With your bouquet.
Yeah.
Slap.
That's how you can talk shit in the game. I'm not that good or anything, but I play 8 hours a day.
Dude, you're beating at the 7th prestige. I think that's pretty impressive. Like, especially when early on you were like, God, this game is a fucking chore. This is so difficult. And then
Dude, I've gone Kyle. So I was looking for the French Chateau video we mentioned earlier in the show.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I wanted to know who it was. So I go to my YouTube watch history to see what Jackie's watching. There is a disturbing amount of Elden Ring research in my YouTube watch history. Just hours of it. Just how to do proper builds and stuff like that. So,
Yeah. That's how
I have a ton of that in mind for AoE.
If you want to like be good at a game, some of these really masterful games that are that deep, you have to do that. Like with Baldur's Gate, oh my God. Like there's so much going on. Like my search history was like yours. It was nothing but Baldur's Gate and how to encounter different encounters. Like because you meet a guy in the road and he stops you and he's like a bully with a bunch of henchmen. That can play out so many different ways depending on what you do or say or who you are. or what you're wearing. Like the game is coded in such a way that there's a ton of outcomes that you wouldn't think there are. You're like, okay, if you're the same race as him, he's gonna be like, what are you doing with this rabble, brother? And, he might like mention it, and he might treat you better. But if things go bad, I think he genuinely wants to wipe shit on your face or something, or he wants you to eat shit or something like that. He's like, eat that dog shit. Like
my game has a dung eater. They'd love each other.
and if you're like intimidating enough, you can be like, nah, motherfucker, you eat the dog shit.
I like that.
And he'll be like, oh, please. And he's like eating the dog. He eats the dog shit. It's great. And
I love in video games where like they clearly don't have a robust enough dialogue for like the persuade or intimidate options, because like you'll be trying to get into a city in Skyrim or whatever, and he'll be like, stop. You've stolen 5 horses. You're under arrest. And then the options are like, nuh-uh, persuade, or like, get the hell out of here before I kill you, intimidate. And then you like select intimidate, and there's no pushback. He's just like, and then we'll leave.
Yeah.
There's no voice like response.
I like the juxtaposition between, so I played as I don't remember what the race is called. It's a dwarf though. It's like a midget. It's not maybe a hobbit. I might have played it. It's a little tiny person, and it's a girl. It's like a cute, tiny little elf girl, basically. Mm-hmm. And so when she would intimidate somebody, she'd be like, "You better step aside," and she'd make this cute little elf girl mean face, and it's like, dude, that's cute as shit. But they'd be like, "Oh, let's get out of here, boys!" And like trolls and goblins go running because they're spooked by her little.
Oh yeah.
Going out.
I got my speech to like level 100 with every perk on like this crazy high level Skyrim character, and the persuades were so funny because they would always pass no matter what. It'd be like you talk to someone and sometimes you forget that you like really ruined some NPC's life earlier in the game a long time ago. And so I'll be like, I need to go talk to this lizard man and convince him to let this other person in his bar, this Argonian lizard man. And the first thing you say is he's like, well, if it isn't the man who murdered my wife.
Oh, shit.
What can I do for you? And then you say like,
got any more?
I need you to point me in the direction of the epic treasure, sir. And he's like, of course. Why, you can find the treasure easily over at Raven Rock. And it's like he was just snarling at you for killing his wife.
Yep.
And then he's helpful because you're so charismatic.
See, Baldur's Gate gets that right. Now I'm talking about it and I'm wanting to play it. Like I may jump into a little bit of that later. It's so fucking good. The combat I really like. It's turn based, but it only normally you're just running around and all the other characters are running around. But when combat is initiated, which you can choose the very moment by just hitting someone, so you get to set up all your party. You've got like a party of 4, and you kind of tell everybody where to stand, knowing you're about to kill this group of guys, and because they're so much stronger than you, and there's so many more of them that you can plan kind of like a tower defense attack where, I don't know, you cover all their feet with oil and they slip and fall, and then your wizard sets them all on fire while they're slipped up in the oil. Or I like pushing people in lava. That's always fun. They scream a little. But they die quickly. It's one of those games where you can kill a character and all of a sudden huge swaths of story are closed off to you now. And it's like, oh, you killed Elga. Okay, buddy. What does Elga do? Well, she's the Star Princess. Now you don't get to go to Star Princess land. It's like, fuck, I was just killing everybody in the house. You don't know who you need to keep alive or not.
So you have to err on the side of keeping everyone alive because you don't want to ruin your quest options.
I always try to do a good playthrough. I haven't found a game yet that truly rewards the evil playthrough. That truly show like oh,
what about like Fallout, like in Skyrim, like where you can just steal? That doesn't hurt you unless you get caught.
Yeah, there's a whole karma system involved. There's a lot of things that, and then everybody shoot on sight with you. Then every time you upset one of those groups. I mean, I suppose in Fallout, you could side with a crooked like group or whatever, but you can't play the game like you can't just walk into towns and killing people is clearly a no. Like no matter. That's never going to pay off in the end, just killing the townsfolk or whatever. And I kind of wish it were. I wonder if Red Dead Redemption's like that at all. I've seen people in that just massacre people. It's a little The graphics in it are so good that you like feel sorry for the NPCs.
Taylor play that?
I've played Red Dead Redemption 2 for a while. I never finished it. It was fun, but it didn't suck me in as much as like some other open world games. But yeah, you can just shoot people.
Soonish? Next year?
Yeah.
Have they made a date? I'll try that. I'll watch a review, and as long if the reviews are terrible and they like fucked it up somehow, like I'm not gonna buy it. But
they've never made a bad game.
Reviews,
Every game they ever made's been like a revolutionary hit. It's going to be a home run. That's what they do, is they make good fucking games. And the preview of it looked amazing. Well, when black ladies' asses jiggling on the cars and such. Love the physics. Love the water physics too. And
Google
we
said fall of 25. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Yeah,
I'm going to play that game a lot. That game looks really fun. I never played 5 because
5 was very fun. That's the only one I've ever played, and I enjoyed it.
I played a ton of Vice City back in the day. I loved that one. I played hours and hours of that, just riding around and starting fights with the police.
Yeah, I played the early ones. I thought it was neat that you could like bang a whore. What did it get your health back or something, but cost you money, and then you could beat her and get some of your money back?
Yeah, just fun for the whole family.
Yeah, like the third one. Is it called isometric? Whatever the third one was, where it was kind of top down and you sort of, it wasn't third person. You were kind of zoomed back a little, controlling your character. I liked that one too. But when Vice City came out, I liked the Tony Montana vibes. I liked the Miami 80s vibes, the cocaine, and I like that music anyway, that 80s. Mm. So when I'm riding around in my fucking Corvette or whatever, crushing people on the beach of Vice City, listen to those 80s jams, it was like, that's so much fun.
Yeah. It is a fun, just who cares game.
I see people playing it now, and I don't even understand exactly what they're doing when they're, I guess it's role play servers, but they're doing car races and like talking to each other, like they're role playing and arresting one another and stuff. I just definitely don't know enough about the game to even understand what I'm fucking watching, but it looks like it's a really adept game now.
I've seen the online play and it looks fun, but also it's like, I have to let this guy arrest me. That's not going to happen. Like I'm just going to, I will turn the game off before I go sit in a jail cell and play pretend.
I was saying I would like a game that was just like police officer simulator, where you were dealing with traffic stops and like going through shifts of being a police officer, and like some of the stops would just be regular stops. There'd be some DUI stops. You got to get the guy under control, arrest him. But every now and then, like maybe 10% of the time, like you get a shooting event. Like
you have to find like an Amber Alert car. That could be fun.
Ooh, pedophiles.
Yep.
It's a
any and all.
What do they call it in California when a black kid gets kidnapped? It's not an Amber Alert. Is it Obsidian?
Wait, they call it something different for black kids?
Yeah. You gotta have a different Ebony Alert. That's what it
Ebony?
is.
Ivory Ebony?
Yeah,
that's
Ivory.
Awful.
Is it? You need to know that it's a black kid who's in trouble, Woody. So you actually go.
Are you pulling my leg?
You take it more serious.
Do you want to bet before you Google?
No.
That's a smart bet. You're like, California, they're pretty fucking loopy out there.
Zach spoiled it for me.
The Ebony Alert is real. It's brand new.
That's so retarded. Why do you have different alerts for different races of missing people?
Now they got a pink alert for transsexuals. That's when I go out and start looking for Camrys.
Pink alert's not for girls?
Who cares if a girl's gone missing? If there's a transsexual out there who's lost, missing, procured, perhaps.
Officer Kyle's on the fucking case.
I hit the road. I start looking for silver Camrys, and I'm ready to call them in.
Silver Camry, is that the stereotype?
Well, you always get the Amber. I get the alerts on my phone, even though I disabled it. Fuck you. And it's like fucking silver Camry, license plate 37 Alpha AR. Black juvenile 9-year-old girl, like missing / kidnapped or whatever.
Yeah. They never should have told me, like, on the news, how many Amber Alerts are like a pissed off parent calling the police on the other parent because they have like a nasty divorce or something. And so now when I see it, I always have that thought where I'm like,
statutory
is this
kidnapping.
a real one, or is this one of those?
It's statutory kidnapping
with unintended consequences. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on a minute ago. This is awful.
It is.
There are a lot of people who will pay less attention to Ebony Alerts than Amber Alerts. This
No, this behooves the black.
This is misguided and will have negative unintended consequences. They will look back on this through their conspiratorial eyes, somebody.
This will be like not washing your hands in the hospital.
Do you believe they had special alerts for black kids and people just didn't like value them as much? I think.
The idea is
you're right. It's
you're aware that the opposite.
Yeah, the idea is the
opposite.
opposite. Trying to give
it's
more
to
attention.
Prioritize the there's a black kid missing, so wake up.
Yeah, it's to be like, hey guys, this is super serious. It's not some whitey.
Yeah.
Why aren't these alerts colorblind?
But here's what my theory is that black people ignore Amber Alerts.
Someone needs to steel man.
And so if a black child has gone missing,
I ignore Amber Alerts.
See, if a black kid goes missing, they're most likely going to be in maybe an area with other blacks, you would presume. So they found Amber Alerts to be ineffective because blacks don't pay attention to Amber Alerts. But when they hear there's an Ebony Alert, there's like, oh shit, for real? And then they look around, see what's.
I feel like every time I get an Amber Alert, it's late at night and I'm home. What am I going to do?
I get out and I go out and start looking.
You just go poking around.
Knights of the Night.
I get dressed up for it.
Woody goes out there.
I quickly came back from an Amber Alert.
Woody goes, prepare everyone with his bouquet. There's a little ebony boy in danger. Time to save.
I am
Kids would be terrified.
I don't know how that one got past the goalie.
Right.
I hope that it makes sense and I'm not seeing it, but it doesn't make sense so far.
It doesn't make sense at all. But that's retarded. California does all sorts of retarded stuff.
That's a wild one,
diet sodas are giving us cancer. Fuck you, California. I don't need warnings on my aspartame beverages.
They do a lot of stuff. I give it some plus and minuses. I like their admission standards. Like they had huge smog issues that were just terrible. The whole sky was yellow in a dangerous way, and they've improved it.
I think I saw a piece of machinery that had a warning on it that was like, warning, this product may cause cancer in California. And I thought to myself, good, because I'm using it in Georgia.
Yes, we're safe here.
That was a close one. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the Ebony Alert thing's crazy. I think I heard it on an SNL
we should break it down to more races.
I absolutely.
Let's get really granular with it.
So if Amber Alert is white people and
Ivory Alert, everyone.
Savages, they could be Ruby Alerts.
Whoa.
A Ruby Alert.
Whoa.
What do they know about rubies? Oh, because they're red.
Yeah.
Man, my racism didn't catch up to yours. No, I would do like a
burrito alert,
a bead necklace alert. Because they love those. They're going to see that and be like, oh, someone's giving out beads.
Yeah, I'm not helping out with any missing persons at all. The beaner alert, that's terrible, Zach. Okay, wow. That's terrible. Dock his pay, Woody. That's unacceptable.
Unacceptable. We are here only for the acceptable ones of Amber Alert and Ebony Alert. And
oh my god,
extra high one.
I saw a Reddit article today. I read lightly into it, but the headline caught me. There was a project, I think in the 50s or 60s, for getting rid of a lot of illegal immigrants. They rounded them up, mostly Mexicans, but unfortunately some real citizens were into the mix, and some innocent people who were like legally here, they got into the mix. And they all got like kicked out. Project Wetback.
Yeah,
Project Wetback.
It's
called Project Wetback. When I saw that, I was like, there's no way. What?
There's no way.
Who's in charge of naming projects? Zach will have to fact check me. Because the article was
probably
written.
A really
it was
funny
like,
guy.
The article was written. It was like, and I don't remember the exact number, but it was like 60 years ago today. Project Wetback kicked off. The
1954 Operation Wetback.
That is so funny.
Hollywood, there's a movie ready-made here for you. Like that, you can't lose with that title. That's the title of tonight's show.
Operation Wetback.
Operation Wetback? Question mark?
Yeah, people would not. There's no way. I can't believe I haven't learned about this. That is the funniest operation name I've ever heard. I don't think there's. Man, they really got tired of like naming them normal things like Market Garden and Paperclip and High Jump.
This is the number of immigration enforcement actions. 1954 was a big one. Whoop! They were not all immigration, though. Some of those were Americans, apparently.
Yes, some slipped into the cracks.
Well, then they just do a much smaller Operation Repatriate. Grab those guys, bring them back in the mix.
If they weren't, damaged in the travels.
In the operation, yeah.
In the Operation Wetback.
In Operation Wetback.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm a historian. Oh, what's your focus?
See, that's
Operation Wetback.
That's it. That's it.
This guy has no interest of history outside of this one.
He dabbles in World War II a little bit.
He dabbles in World War II. He really only knows one side of it. He's incredibly defensive of Hitler.
Yeah, that's why when people talk about racism today, I just don't think it's as bad as it once was. Like it's just not. Like it used to be so much worse.
Yeah, I agree.
Of course it is.
It's been trending in the right direction my whole life, I think. Yeah.
Always. There's never been a back step. Maybe you could say somewhere in the Trump administration, some people felt like we culturally took a step or two backwards with race relations. But I think a lot of that's inflamed by Vladimir Putin over there. I think Russian propaganda and bots are responsible for so much of the infighting within America. Oh, dude, it's our own political lines
that does the most of that. They pick divisive stories with racial bends because those get clicks, and they have people out there believing that these issues are so much more ingrained in American culture than they are, because they see some interracial murder and it's only news to them because it's interracial. They enjoy stoking those flames.
Anthony Cumia
getting the attention. Yeah, they're all writing for Cumia.
Dude, Cumia's Twitter is every now and then, once every 6 months, I'll log in and see what's going on over on Anthony Cumia's Twitter. Holy shit. He's unrelenting is the word.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. He has a bunch of alerts on his phone.
Black person
commits a crime and it's written about anywhere in the country. Boom, his phone immediately. And then he posts about it. He goes hard in the paint every day.
What's his motivation?
Well, racism.
What is he trying to do? Get people to dislike black people?
Wake up, America!
He just posts a lot, and he's like, "Oh, wake up! There's so much violence from these community," and it's like all day, every day.
They took my radio show. God damn it!
And it's like,
they took my radio show.
And go back to doing impressions. Do your Jesse Ventura again.
Oh, he can't jump into those waters. Those too deep for him. That's fucking Will.
No, he didn't. No, he has an incredible Jesse Ventura.
No, he's Will Sasso, and there's another guy, Mark. It's not Mark Norman. Who is it? Who's the other guy that does one?
Dan Soder.
Dan Soder. Theirs are so much. Theirs are on such another level that no one need enter the room. Like it's a whole different thing. They sound like him. They sound just like him. I've seen them do the impression to his face, and then him come back with "that's pretty good" or whatever he sounds like, and it's like, holy fuck, they're exactly alike. They've got it down so patent.
Yeah,
and Macho Man too. Soder does a really good Macho Man.
Soder, the old clips of Soder on O&A, it was towards the end of their run because Soder's a younger comedian compared to a lot of the guys on there.
Mm-hmm.
So funny, so many. They have one in particular. If anyone's looking for something to listen to, look up Opie and Anthony. KFC Dan Soder, where they cover a story about a little girl who was mauled by a pit bull and now had a deformed face, and she was sitting in a KFC, and some monster went to the manager and demanded that the little girl be removed from the establishment because she was scaring the other customers. And it's a 6-year-old girl who was mauled by a dog, and it's just Dan Soder doing the funniest southern deep voice guy impression. He's like, I'm trying to eat an entire bucket of slop over here. Can you get that disgusting bony faced scarred up little girl out of this restaurant for me, please?
Oh, it's so fucked up.
I remember one line he said, he's like, that happened to her because God don't love her. Now get her out of this pen. It was so fucking funny. That's a great clip. Sorry to ruin a couple lines of it. But
you mentioned the dog mauling. You did mention the dog mauling the child, and it came to me. I watched this movie. I'm on my horror movie kick. The movie's called When Evil Lurks. It's subtitles. It's Spanish.
I might have seen this.
And I think it's some sort of demonic possession. You kind of jump right into the middle of the lore, and you sort of learn the lore of the demons or the whatever, as you go, almost everyone kind of knows what's what, and you occasionally get a little exposition, but not a ton. But there's a scene in that where a dog gets possessed by the demon, and they sort of give you context clues to let you know that it's happened, because the guy takes his clothes off and his clothes may be contaminated. We're worried about that. He's taking them off because they are contaminated by the evil. And the dog goes over and sniffs the clothes. And you're like, shit, I don't know about that. And that's a big fucking dog. It's this bulldog with a head that looks like a bowling ball. It's just perfectly spherical, just like a Pac-Man, like a Pac-Man head. And he's there trying to get his kids and get them to safety. He's got like an autistic teenager and like a 4-year-old little girl. And rounding those two up to escape the fucking apocalypse is with an ex-wife being like not believing him, is this incredibly stressful scene where everybody's screaming at everybody except for the new stepdad, who's like rational. He's like, let's all calm down here, guys, no big deal. And he's like, it is a big deal, the world is ending. And like the whole time you're like, but the bulldog, what's going on with that bulldog? Because it's sitting next to the kid. I mean, like, and they keep like showing you, they keep cutting the camera over to the bulldog and the kid, and the kid's this little delicate little girl. And the bulldog's about the same size, maybe. He's so fucking hossy. And like, and they back to the argument. It's just so stressful. You piece of shit, you're not taking my kids anywhere. You don't understand, Maria. The evil has come. And then all of a sudden the dog goes, oh, and bites the little girl's whole head and starts dragging her through the house, thrashing and shaking her.
You sent me a
body.
clip of this. Yeah.
Oh my fucking God. It was, even though I knew it was coming, was she okay?
She was
funny
hurt.
enough, like it's a little bit of a spoiler, but like, yeah, because like when they found her again, the demon had like made her look normal, and she looked at her mom and she's like, Daddy's coming. And she's like, you're okay, baby, what happened? She's like, Daddy's coming with the truck. Boom. And she's like, what? And then the dad comes out of nowhere with the truck and smashes them both into a brick wall, like super gory. That her face explodes, and the dad dies too. They'd all been infected by the evil.
Well, who wins in the end? Seemingly the demon.
The evil ends in the end. That was just halfway through the movie. Those were just side characters getting mauled.
Those were side characters. Okay, so there was a more main character who defeats the demon.
Oh no, he loses in the end, and the demons win. Actually, it's a dark film.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't want to see the demons win.
I like when the demons win. Dude, I want to see them win a few. That way I go in not feeling so like, hey, it could go either way here. You know, go either way. I don't need to always know we're going to get victory.
I'd rather see like a killer get away with it.
I like it when the bad guys win sometimes, because otherwise there's no point in watching it. You already know how it ends. I watched this YouTuber. He was an expert in medieval combat. My fucking YouTube feed. And anyway, they were breaking down Game of Thrones battle scenes and how realistic they were. And one guy had me smiling because he was describing Jon Snow's plot armor as if it was armor. And he's talking about like, yeah, the plot armor on this one is fantastic. It apparently protects him from arrows and halberds and smashing and mud. And then I was like, all right, it's good.
Yeah. It's like, well, sir, the show wouldn't work if this guy just gets murked by an arrow at like the beginning of one battle.
Dude, it should. I love that. I like it when main characters die. I know I always praise it for it, but Walking Dead, nobody's safe.
As long as it's earned, which Game of Thrones did a good job of that. I wish I could wipe my brain of all memory of Game of Thrones and also wipe seasons 7 and 8 from existence entirely.
Game of Thrones is better on rewatch. Season 7 and 8 were bad. Okay, I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah.
But they are better if you watch them back to back, taking 2 or 3 in a day, and just enjoy the show. One of the things that made season 8 bad, for example, is episode 3. You know, there's only 6 this year, and every one you want to be an absolute banger. They made you wait a year and a half for 6 episodes, and now you're really invested and you want them to be bangers. And if they don't live up to this really high Star Wars like expectation, you're mad. But when you're watching 3 today, and you're watching season 8 in 2 days, you know, it's better.
I'm so glad those douchebags didn't get that Star Wars show or whatever they ruined Game of Thrones to do.
They got three body problem. They made that instead.
Is it good?
Woody watched it.
Not good enough.
He's a fan of the book, so I think he's
I'm biased to like it,
more.
and I think it's meh.
Yeah,
Okay, well then it's truly bad because I've watched series like that where like I love the source material, and then as I'm watching it, I'm like, I like it. No, I don't. I don't like it. Fuck.
That story's too high concept to be translated to TV. I genuinely think, because there's just so much going on in the later book about just wacky fifth dimensional beings and crazy shit, and weapons that fold space into 2 dimensions, and it gets bonkers. I don't even know how you put all that on screen.
So, have you heard the term hard science fiction?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. It's a new term to me. I didn't realize it, but there's science fiction where, it's all Star Wars. Everything is fake and you're going faster than light and whatever. And then there's hard science fiction where everything is based on the reality of our understanding of science right now. And Three Body Problem is that. And it's really kind of cool to see them like, I don't know. By the end of it, you get to these like expanding universes and micro black holes and all things that are theorized to exist. And I've said many times, like my cognitive horsepower is just redlined keeping up with that book. Now, I was also like flying at the same time, but anyway, it's hard science fiction, and I've learned that I really like that when I have the time for it.
There's a good book by Arthur C. Clarke, who's kind of one of the big 3 of that kind of sci-fi, called The Sentinel. And it's technically the prequel to 2001: A Space Odyssey. And I believe the idea, I've never read it, but I believe the idea is that a von Neumann probe has been sitting dormant at Jupiter since the dawn of civilization. And it was that came down and made our ancient monkey-like ancestors take that next evolutionary step. And then they waited at Jupiter for us to get to. I guess they were waiting there until we were capable of getting there. That was like a something they wanted us to be able to do before they would talk to us. I think that's part of the book, but it's the prequel to the other one. And I think it's about that that technology and about the idea of like seeding civilizations and stuff.
If a listener doesn't know what a von Neumann probe is, it's this satellite, I'll call it, that goes into space, finds the materials that it needs to build another one of itself, and does so. Now there's 2 of them doing this, and then there's 4, and then there's 8. And before long, you take over the universe with these self-replicating probes. And it could be a mesh communication system. It could be a military force. Who knows what?
Yeah, they said that it would take like 2 million years for self-replicating von Neumann probes to sort of go to every star system in the Milky Way, like over like a geologic time scale like that, like at sublight speed, just going at like pretty fast.
2 million years is an amount of time that has passed many times over. So
why don't we see them?
Yeah, right. So why aren't they there, right? Yeah, and then you get into the whole, what is the filter paradox? I'm losing
the Fermi paradox, and then there's and the many explanations for that. But the zoo hypothesis is the fun one, that they're out there, they're doing their thing, but we're like a quarantined off area because we're a promising civilization, and they want to wait until we're ready to join the galactic community of planets. And
wonder how big they quarantined us. Real. Is it bigger than our solar system?
I don't know, Woody.
I don't think they'd even.
Got to talk to Alex Jones about that one.
They'd keep tabs on us, and they would just like move as they needed, right? Because until like 60 years ago, they could have been real close in. Like we really wouldn't have to worry about it now. They're probably like, all right, give them a little breathing room. We'll go back out to like we don't have to go as far out as the moon because these fuckers clearly have no stick-to-itiveness. They're not going back. They can't be bothered to go to the fucking moon.
If they were in our solar system, we wouldn't know. Like if they were just sitting there chilling, like we would have no idea. Like we wouldn't see them.
Yeah.
They can't even find those other planets that they can see the gravitational effects of, and they're in our solar system.
Our solar system? Or you mean galaxy, maybe?
In our solar system. In our solar
planets
system.
In our solar system?
Yeah,
we can't see.
Yeah, there's extra planets that we haven't found, but we can detect the gravitational effects of them on the other planets.
How?
The rotations don't work the way they should work. They're being influenced by something further out.
If we're like missing whole planets from our solar system, we don't know shit. Like that would be so embarrassing if they were like, sorry guys, we got to go up to 18 planets. We missed a lot.
It's a little bitty thing out there really far away.
Turns out Earth, 4th rock from the sun.
Just saying. If we found one on the inside, that'd be really embarrassing.
You'd have to fire everyone who's worked in the space industry and be like, this is a humiliation. You guys We need all
I
new
can see
space guys.
I can see Venus out my window, so I think we're solid there. And I think Mars too. You can see Mercury, Mars, Venus, all with your naked eye.
You
in
can
the
see
sky.
Jupiter sometimes.
And Jupiter, yeah.
The moon.
The
Of
moon,
course.
yeah. Not nearly as cool.
Do you know what the
I'm
moon's
just trying to fit in, Taylor.
I'm just trying to think stuff. The sun. Every morning I start my day with a 3-minute sun stare.
Oh, who was it that wanted to point their assholes to the sun to charge up? Was that Liver King? There was some
That sounds
influencer.
Liver
my
Kingy.
gosh.
Yeah.
There was some influencer that wanted to you point your asshole at the sun because I guess maybe you don't normally get sun there and you're able to hyper absorb it. That good sunlight, maybe get a big butthole dose of vitamin D.
You know what's funny is like it would be so easy to do that in a study and be like, look, we had people who spent all day inside and they're less healthy than the people who sunned their buttholes. And it's like, but are we sure that the butthole itself has anything to do with it? Because we know the sun is good. Like it gives you vitamins and energy and everything. So maybe, definitely the butthole thing, bro. Definitely that.
That'd be easy to account for, right? Like you just
well,
have
I was sunning
small
my
exposure.
penis and now I'm in jail. my penis in a local park.
Mhm. Sunning my penis is just my cover story. There was really a bunch of people around sunning their buttholes.
Those
are
are all
my-
just a day in the sun.
Those are my favorite like police videos. They'll catch a guy jerking off in his car and they'll be like, "Sir, your pants are off." And he'll go, "No, they're not." And it's like,
Nuh-uh.
I mean, and he's like hoisting them up, like as he says, "No, they're not." And it's just like, what is this game you people think you can play?
This that just reminded me of like a loopy person. Do you remember that picture I texted you of that guy? Fish Tank is going right now, and they have like a mansion this time. Did you see that black guy that they brought on? He's like a bisexual porn actor, kind of like bisexual. That covers both of them. He's like a bull. He says like he has this whole little descriptor of himself that he does all these things, and he's also like because Sam's fans pretty quickly like discover these people and all their information, and they like early on day 0, this guy goes into the bedroom and like jacks off under the covers. He's been in the house for 2 hours and
Jesus
he's jacking
Christ.
off.
Don't act
And
like it's weird.
So far, so the cover story, on Bert is, on Team Bert, and honestly, of everyone watching it, everybody loves Bert. They think he's hysterical, and so this guy, it comes out that he has paranoid schizophrenia.
Oh fuck!
And so he's like walking around on camera, doesn't know he's being filmed like in all these places, and he's like talking to himself for huge amounts of time. There's one like little twinky white guy in the house that he like is like sidling up to and like groping a little bit, getting this guy. I think it's day 4 or 5. I saw like because they have a hashtag for it on Twitter. Someone's keeping track. This guy has jacked off 9 times.
Holy shit!
In how many days?
I think it's 5 days in a house full of other people that you don't know. And he just goes and he lays on his back under the covers and you just see his hand playing with his penis and he's jacking off. And then he's getting up, not washing his hands and like shaking people's hands downstairs. And it's so gross.
Dude, we have found Lock and Load's first sponsored athlete.
Oh, we need to sponsor old Bert. And he's a big supplement guy.
Pull the trigger on that, somebody.
Let's get some lock and load to Bert. Yeah, if we can, I need to find out what the address to the house is, and I can have Derek send it over. Care of
Bert's eyes only.
Bert's eyes only. Give him like, I guess
put some porno
2 bottles.
in there.
Give him a 6-week supply. But the cover story is this time they found people that largely have no idea what's going on. Like they're not Fish Tank fans, and so they think that they are on a show being recorded for Hulu.
Oh, fucking no, they don't.
Yes, they do. And can you bring up a picture of how Sam is dressed for this, Zach?
Wait. You're telling me that all the contestants believe that they're on a legitimate reality show?
They think they're on a legitimate reality show called Famous House, where the winner of it is going to be Jeremy Gold's protege.
Oh, wait, 2 bottles would be 2 months, not 6 weeks.
Yeah. So we need I'll give him enough for the
And
6
this
weeks.
is the
This is
aforementioned.
one of the ways that Jeremy Gold is dressing up, and he's like, I watched a clip. Like I'm mostly getting it through clips, but I actually had it live like 3
So
nights
those of you who
ago.
are audio only, he has just a ridiculous outfit on. He has silly hats, just a whole wardrobe. Here he's wearing like a motorcycle jacket with a fedora. Here's a different fedora, but he's got like rainbow glasses and a vest and like a car. What do you call it? An ascot? Is that an ascot? What is that?
A little scarf
he's got?
Ascot,
Scarf.
something like that. But he's like, they don't have text to speech on, none of that, because they want to lull them into thinking this is a real show that's like going to be edited and everything. And
oh my God, these look like real people.
Yeah, they think they're in something called Famous House. The guy I'm talking about is bottom middle. Shout out Bert. Bert rules. He's so funny. He's talking to himself nonstop. And one of the, like, Sam made them sit down and do like 50 different versions of. So Sam came in, he's like, all right, guys, we're doing the pumpkin carve off here for a chance to win a TCL 65-inch TV. And the whole chat is like, holy shit, that's the $190 TV from Walmart, like the worst quality flat screen you can have. And so he comes in, he's like, this is brought to you by TCL. And then he like struggles to memorize every cell point there. And he like, he makes them sit and watch him and respond. And they have to sit there and they have to be impressed and clap. He's getting frustrated at himself because he can't remember all the specs for the TV, and he's like breaking quote unquote character. People are getting kind of nervous around him. They have one guy in there who clearly doesn't have any idea if he's even a show he's on because he hasn't spoken. He's just eaten and sat on the couch for days at a time now. But these people are by far the most normal
that guy was just hungry.
That they've ever tricked onto the show. And that's
I really like this.
Funny to me.
By the way, dude, that's the they had that sunken living room thing like we were talking about the other day.
It's a huge house this time.
That's fucking cool. My idea for him was to go in the opposite direction, to go more deranged. I really like.
They have to slow roll it because otherwise they're going to scare these people too much off the start.
Well, yeah. His idea is genius because it first of all, it's like the first step toward actually making a legitimate reality show. Like he's doing it kind of. But then like having normal people, you're going to get some better reactions than having fans there. But I always imagined making it more of a competition. And I just think single wide trailers are really cheap. And if you had like 12 single wide trailers in a field somewhere, but they were connected like some weird fucking maze, like they were connected at weird angles and like not end to end to end, maybe some of them end to end to make long hallways, but make some weird, wacky fucking journey they had to go through. To me, that just keeps coming back to me in my head. It's like so much fun to watch. Like that's almost like you ever see Cube, the movie where the people are trapped
all
in
the cubes? Yeah, that's I've literally seen through like they've learned not to go too hard because they went hard in the paint right away with people in season 1, and people were like freaking out and being like, I can't be in here. Like racial slurs are being screamed at me. People are like trying to dox me and find my family. And so like now every season they've been more like, we're going to keep it calm for a while, make these people really think that they're a part of the fact these people think they're on Hulu is so fucking funny. And
if
really
they believe that and they're not
going to open.
Yeah. Like even if they've got 1 or 2 of them fooled, that's a really good gag. I love the reality shows that take it to that next level. And that those have kind of went by the wayside, but the one where they tricked the people into thinking they were going to space that we've talked about before. You remember that, right?
Yeah. That's pretty fun.
It was the British.
No, that was a Howard Stern bit.
No. Okay. So that's when he put a retarded guy in a fake cardboard spaceship. They shook it and told him he was going to space, and he got scared. Okay. He thought he really went to space because he's retarded. But in England, they had a reality show where they told people you were competing for one of like 4 seats to go to the space station because we've got this celebrity owned rocket company that's like, it's all sponsored, and they fly them to a Russian military base that agreed to like let them film there, I guess. And by the end, they put them in a fake launch chamber, and they're in a fake space station where they've told them they have artificial gravity. That's the thing that like, but once they get up there, some of them are like crying. We're really in space. We're really in space. They think they're in space, but they're in a fucking set that looks like a space station. And it's that and the Japanese one. Remember the Japanese one where they locked the guy naked in the house?
No, I don't remember that.
Bro, how do you not know this? All right, first of all, there's a movie about it on Netflix. I can't remember the name. I think it's called The Game Show or The Game or something. They put this Japanese guy on a reality show where he's naked in a house, live streams 24 hours a day, more of a room, like an apartment room. And the only way he can get out is when he comes up with $1 million yen worth of like money from mail-in, from magazine ads. He has to like cut those things out of the backs of magazines and send them in and get $1 million worth of free products or something. And so he's like locked in there for months and months and months. And then I'm not sure if this is true, but I read that I think at the end, when he thought he'd won, they just kidnapped him and threw him in a new house and made him do like the same thing again or something.
They made him do the same thing.
Like, I think so. It really fucking happened. It's crazy.
That's pretty out there.
You always see those pornos where they're like, you know, they have the Japanese game show where they're fucking the ladies through the holes. I don't think that's real though.
That seems like more of a fun game show.
Oh, y'all probably never seen any debauchery like that. Would be on your feed.
On my feed, no, it's nothing but you know, Japanese sex game shows. That's do
you have a porn account?
Or the last thing on the fish tank, that the only text to speeches that have come over yet is like production occasionally when Bert is alone in a room, only when he's alone. They are using, and they haven't revealed anything that there is a text to speech option, and they know he's schizophrenic. And they'll say like, "Hi, Bert," like nothing but stuff like that, and he like is turning around like wild-eyed and like looking for things, and then he's going downstairs and like he's not telling anyone that he heard a voice. He's not telling anyone because he doesn't want people to think that he's.
Hang on, now this is the big scary black guy, the biggest man in the.
This is the big guy. They need Sam to come in.
Wait a minute. This isn't the paranoid schizophrenic.
This is the paranoid schizophrenic.
Okay. So it's it's the enormous paranoid schizophrenic that they are teasing by saying his name like a ghost from a hidden speaker.
Yes, and he talks alone to himself all the time. And also to the other members of the house, he wants to be an actor, and he's like, "Yeah, I would love to play like rapists, murderers, but they like don't cast black guys in that right now." And it's like really aggravating. And it's like, stop! You just met these people. Don't say this.
What would you want to sublimate? What would you?
And then this little white Twinkie guy, like he pushed like Bert pushed his like twin size mattress up to this other guy's, and is like getting real close to this guy, spooning him. He there's a clip of him like the little Twinkie white guy was standing up and Bert's hand kind of followed the ass, getting a little grab there. This guy's horny as hell, and he just injected himself with something, and so like, he's on some kind of steroid.
Wait a minute, where did he put it? His butt?
His thigh.
Okay.
What does that tell you?
Nothing. I mean, nothing. I'm just curious, I guess.
He's a very fit guy.
I mean, you can put steroids anywhere, like anywhere where there's a big muscle.
Yeah.
So like,
I'm gonna be.
I've put them in my thigh before. That's what the doctor tells you to do if you don't have like a Merrick Health type doctor. Like I know the first doc. I know Wings. I think puts it in his thigh. I think he said that, but that may just be the leanest part of him.
Yeah.
I bet he's got a big old booty back there. You need a needle.
Do they get heavy?
No. I don't know if he can reach. Can he reach around though and inject his deltoid? I bet it's easy for him to inject his thigh.
He needs to take a semaglutide. I think it would change his life.
Why doesn't he? It's crazy that someone that clearly has like a medically morbidly obese type thing going on. Like, why wouldn't you take that? And is it injection? What is it?
Yeah, it's like weekly injection.
It's an injection, yeah.
Yeah, big getting into that, man.
On that,
he can't pay for it, dude. Come on,
go to China.
On. Yeah,
I'm sure you can get some online. I bet you can get some bootleg Ozempic. You
guys want to call it a show? Sides of my face are very itchy.
All right,
you'd be all right. He's fine. He's
yeah. No, it's Halloween. We do 5 hours.
Yeah, it's 5-hour Halloween episode. Don't be a Halloweener, all right?
Oh, he's totally a Halloweener. Look at him.
Shut up.
We've got another guest coming. Why are you trying to? Jesus,
Yeah, dude. Joe Rogan's going to be so disappointed if we end the show before he gets here.
Yeah.
I can't believe you said that to me.
All right.
Well,
check out the lock and load. Makes your comm awesome. PKA 724. Murka.